The Scott Mills Daily.
Hi, Dan and Phil.
Hello.
Hello. I heard a lot of your show last night.
Did you?
Yes.
What do you think?
I liked it.
Good,
It's
thanks.
the Request Show with Dan and Phil. That's the name of it.
Hey,
and it's
hey.
on Sunday nights between 7 and 9. I heard you doing some awkward kind of exercising with Aled, an Olympian.
Yeah, usually we've been challenging him to like play Operation before he gets to talk about the surgery, but this time he came in and was like, we're going to challenge you. And we're like, oh God, what's he going to do? And then he brought in an Olympian / personal trainer who made us do star jumps.
No one was expecting that.
No.
And
I did about 10 and then...
They beat the same.
What just happened?
Oh, God, dude! We need an exorcist, quickly.
Wow.
What were you going to follow that up with? Because I was going to say I did 10 and then could taste blood in my mouth.
That's what I was going to say.
Spend too much time together.
Yeah.
For a while.
2 hours.
2 hours
On a Sunday, that
a
is
week.
Enough. God.
Hey, Chris has been checking out your new video, the Muse one.
Oh, that thing.
Yeah.
Well-
I mean, it's like a sort of James Bond-esque Dan and Phil. I mean, Dr. Daisy.
Yeah.
Is it the
It-
evil character.
It came from a weird place, right? Well, we've been asking people to make these music videos to play on our show, so we thought, okay, it's time that me and Phil actually made one. Phil wanted to do a James Bond parody. I wanted to do this kind of thing where I slowed down footage of Pomeranians running in circles and then mix that with dubstep.
So we fused them
Unfortunately,
together.
that was
the
a
first
no.
thing that came into your head.
Yeah, so then we mixed them together and we ended up with a Bond villain who used a satellite to turn everyone into dogs, basically.
Yep. It's on the radio on YouTube right now if people want to.
If you want to experience that.
It's doing incredibly well in terms of views so far.
It's got Dan in the shower.
Yeah.
It has, yeah. I actually had to
as well,
film
isn't it?
myself in the shower, which was as awkward as it sounds.
Got 9 people not liking it so much. But,
That's okay.
but-
Haters, man.
but
Nobody needs them.
likes are nearly on 4,000. It's all good.
that's
I
nice.
liked the top comment is good. Dan and Phil actually get paid to not have any dignity, and I'm jealous.
I'm glad she's jealous.
Accurate. Yeah. Basically.
So Supremacy, the ultimate parody video by Dan and Phil, that is on the radio on YouTube right now, and they're here to play Real or No Real.
Yeah.
This is pretty much, apart from your own show, your favourite part of the week. I
It
guess.
is.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah. So, a selection of facts here, some real, some really not, but which one's which? And your reasons why, please. 10 points for each one you get right.
When the mummy of King Ramesses II was sent to France in the mid-1970s, it was issued with a passport. Ramesses' occupation was shown as King (deceased). Close brackets.
Ooh.
I'm getting a true vibe from that one. I don't
you?
know why.
Why is
it was
that, Dan?
too long and too specific. The
Bit
thing is with
worthy,
those
wasn't
things, you can tell if something's, instantly untrue, but if it goes on a bit too long with enough specific facts, you're like, nah, it has to be real.
So does that mean they had to bring the mummy into one of those passport photo booths and like prop it up?
Yeah, I need to get 3 chances to
Stop
take
smiling.
Get your hair out your eyes. That's always my problem.
it. Chris, are you understanding this?
I'm trying to keep up with it, but it's like, why would a mummy need a passport? Do you know, that's
it's a
what I'm
person.
struggling with here. So for that reason, I think the opposite. I think when someone tells a lie, they give too much information. So I'm going to say no real.
Chris says no real. Dan?
Real.
Phil?
No real.
That one is real.
Hey, hey.
Yes.
Ding, 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 ding,
Ding,
ding.
ding, ding.
Yeah.
Here's your next one, then.
A recording of Florence and the Machine's performance of You've Got the Love from Tea in the Park 2010 is used to keep bats out of the rafters of Leicester Town Hall.
That has to be real. Do you reckon it's the frequency of Florence's voice or something like
Maybe.
that makes the bats' heads explode or
I
something?
can't imagine bats hating Florence and the Machine.
How can anyone hate Florence, even bats?
I quite like how specific it is. It's that particular performance that sends the bats.
Maybe something happened, a microphone error, maybe.
Yeah.
Something magical must have happened on that date.
So, bats being kept out of Leicester Town Hall by Florence and the Machine. You've Got the Love. What are we saying?
Definitely real.
My rabbit used to be scared of the news.
How is that relevant to
It
anything?
would just run out of the room if the news was on. So I think
Therefore,
TV
bats-
news.
Yeah.
Was it one newscaster in particular? Fiona Bruce?
Moira Stewart was one of them.
The afro.
Yeah, I think
What's she hiding?
I'm going to go with real for that fact.
Okay. I'm saying no real.
That one is no real.
Done.
What did you say, Dan? Real or no real?
I said real.
And next on Real or No Real, this one.
Florence from Florence and the Machine doesn't even follow Dizzy Rascal on Twitter.
Wow.
See, this is massively awkward. This is what we were saying about earlier as well.
Yeah, there's a few people. We found out an easy way of seeing who follows who.
Yeah.
What do you think's the most awkward one you found? Because Rihanna Mickey Echo is kind of like,
That's a bit-
Rihanna's a big deal.
Yeah.
So what do you think's the most awkward one?
I
R. Kelly.
don't know. Well, we know that Nelly doesn't follow Kelly.
Yeah, that is
That's
that
quite- that's
because that
quite
was
bad.
a pretty 50-50 song, wasn't it? It's
Really
not like
was.
Rihanna and Mikuyeko. It's like those two
Yeah.
people.
Equal billing.
Oh,
anyway, Florence doesn't follow Dizzy on Twitter. Phil.
I'm going to say no real.
Chris.
Do you two follow each other, by the way?
No,
Should we get this?
far too.
I would
low.
imagine they do.
I'm going to say real.
I'm going to say real.
That one is no real.
Oh no, they're the best
Far
of
too
friends,
nice.
even on Twitter.
I had faith in Florence.
And here's your next fact or not.
Dame Judi Dench's grandson is in Bring Me the Horizon. The band say much of their early success was due to Judy's support on Twitter.
Yep, definitely.
Do you know what? You laugh. I think that's believable. Dame Judi Dench. I mean, why not? If someone like that supported your band, you'd be huge, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I've never heard her talk about Bring Me the Horizon though.
Photos of her on the front of Cosmo rocking Drop Dead.
Yeah, I haven't
With
really.
tattoos.
Not aware of that, but it could be true.
I can imagine her listening.
She
to them
seems
in
pretty
secret.
hardcore, doesn't she? She's got
Yeah.
that look behind her eyes. You can tell that as soon as, the curtains are drawn, just smashing stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Definitely.
yeah.
In the jeans.
In the jeans. Dame Judi Dench, Bring Me the Horizon.
You know what?
Real or no
I'm
real?
going to go real on this one.
I'm fed up of losing, so I'm going to say no real.
I'm going to go no real.
That one is no real.
Oh, yes. You did right there, Dan.
Hey.
And here's your next one.
Dizzy Rascal doesn't even follow Florence and the Machine on Twitter.
Poor Florence.
It's a lot about Florence today, which I'm enjoying.
At this point, it's gotten to the kind of like, are they bluffing, double bluffing? Is
I
it
know.
real or not real?
Is it real?
Exactly.
Okay, so this is Dizzy doesn't follow. Lawrence.
Florence. Lawrence. 10 times.
Someone different. Dizzy doesn't follow. That's really hard to say. Dizzy doesn't follow Florence.
Dizzy doesn't follow Florence.
Real or no real?
He seems like very down with the kids on the Twitter, on the internet. I imagine he would. If I'm playing this to win, I'm going to say that he does follow Florence.
Okay.
I think he must follow Florence.
Do you?
Yeah.
I'm going to go no real.
So you're saying
Real.
real,
Real.
No real.
No, hang
Oh,
on.
no, wait. Is it-
No,
he
no, no.
doesn't.
Doesn't.
No real to
Doesn't.
him not doing it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Don't
there.
trick me. The not real, no real.
No. So real.
No real.
No real.
Real.
That one is real.
Dizzy Rascal.
All of that.
Unfollowing.
And at the end of that extremely complex but quite fun round of real or no real, here's the scores.
It was fun, and I'm not sure I got the scores right, but I think we each got 20.
20 each.
We all win.
Hey.
Everyone wins.
How
yeah.
diplomatic.
Hey.
Make sure you check out the Muse video, Dan and Phil, in now on the BBC Radio 1 YouTube, and they're back on Sunday with all your requests from 7 o'clock on BBC Radio 1. Listen and watch. Dan and Phil are here, hi.
Hello.
I saw you on the camera earlier doing the Access All areas.
That
How
was
was
fun.
Felt like I was on Big Brother.
Good questions?
There were some good ones. We got asked if we'd rather be a man with a woman's face or a woman with a man's face.
Which is obviously a very important question to
See,
us.
these are the things that people want to know when they look and hear behind the scenes at BBC
Yeah, I
Radio
know.
1.
Especially me. Yeah.
At the moment, coming up next is Ali McRae on Access All Areas. It's all the Radio 1 staff and all the Radio 1 DJs, and you can have a look at that and tweet your questions at BBCR1 on Twitter, hashtag it AAA, and if you want to see what the actual staff at Radio 1 look like, because you don't always see them, they are hot.
And they're dressing up for it
Man.
as well. I like the people that have gone a bit trendy.
I know, the
One of
girls
them
are
was
wearing a bit of makeup, aren't they?
One of them, a man called Adam, was wearing a snood earlier.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know.
Hold back.
I know.
Hey.
People have put their best clothes on today for this, apart from us. So go online and have a look at Access All Areas. Dan and Phil, I heard a bit of your show last night, and there was that girl on that was like going, "I'm not posh. Can I have the Kaiser Chiefs?"
The Kezia Chiefs, it was.
The Kaiser Chiefs.
I repeated it and then felt a bit mean, but it was quite funny.
Right, so I'm going to play Real or No Real now with Dan and Phil.
Yeah.
Like we tend to on a Monday, and then you can tell us about. I'm guessing you've got a new video for us.
We do.
Okay. Right, first, are these fact or fiction?
A 43-year-old lady in Detroit is addicted to eating cat hair. She enjoys eating hairballs at least every 2 hours.
Where does she get all the cat hair from?
That is true. And she, like Crazy Cat Lady with the cat farm, maybe. Just-
Maybe.
She must have a lot of
Hairball
cats herself.
I did see a documentary about a lady that liked to eat sofa cushions.
Yes, so it wouldn't surprise me that there's a woman that eats cat hair.
Yeah.
Is there a demand for this? Is there a business venture in this?
You could say this.
Is there something for Mrs. Meaden?
We've got Deborah Meaden coming tomorrow, Mrs. Mead.
Pitch that cat farm
really.
for the girls that like to eat cat hair.
And she's looking for a new business venture, actually.
That's it. Ding, ding, ding.
So, a lady that eats cat hair a lot, real or no real, Chris?
I'm saying real.
Has to be real.
Real.
Both all saying real.
Yeah.
Okay then.
That one is real.
Hey.
Oh yes, she does.
That's worrying.
And here's your next one. Is this real or not?
When McFly brought out a Japanese edition of their 2004 album Room on the Third Floor, the CD included a hidden bonus track of the band loudly passing wind.
I love a bonus track.
I like a bonus track.
It's when you got it on CD and the last track would be like 14 minutes long.
Yeah.
So on your CD player and you'd scroll right through.
And also, I can imagine some of the members of McFly doing this. Dougie.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. It's always a scary moment, though, isn't it? After 14 minutes of silence when a song suddenly starts. You're like, oh, Exorcist. Yeah.
So, McFly, it was only for the Japanese market. They never released...
Only for Japan. They like
never
that.
released the fart here.
That's a shame.
Why would they not? If this is real, if this is real, why would they do that then?
What?
Why would they? I mean,
Because Japanese people are crazy.
They are. I saw a game
Definitely,
show where people were in a massage parlour and then all of a sudden the door flew backwards and then they were just sailing down a mountain.
Yes, a snowy mountain.
Yeah.
that
So
was
good.
Extremely dangerous.
They have the
So-
best game shows in the world.
They do.
They do.
They're willing to break their legs for entertainment.
Anything goes. So,
I'd like to say real.
Phil says real.
I'm going to say that they wouldn't have gone to the effort of doing it just for that market. I'm going to say no real.
Dan.
I would like to think they have. Real.
That one is no real.
Oh, disappointment.
Oh. Seems like the sort of thing they would do.
They should do it in the future.
Scooby-Doo is actually short for Scoobert-Doo.
Oh, please.
Scrappy short then.
I was a big
Scrapulet.
Scooby-Doo fan,
Were you?
and that's not ringing any bells to me.
No. Is it not?
I'm not sure.
Are you the only person in the world with a Scooby-Doo shrine in your bedroom instead of a Harry Styles one?
I am. Well, I used to be obsessed with Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and she was in the movie.
Oh, was she?
Not as a vampire slayer, but as Daphne.
Not as Buffy in Doctor Who.
Is that Sarah Michelle Gellar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Chris? Doesn't know any actors or
not
actresses.
clue.
What?
None. Not any.
Love Scooby-Doo. Don't know who she is. So it's
Daphne.
Daphne.
Real or no real?
Stupid.
Do.
No.
no real.
I'm going to say real.
No real.
Phil's the only one that's saying real.
That one is real.
Yay!
Yes,
Oh,
Scooby-Doo
come on.
fan.
Is that a real fact?
I thought there must have been like one bonus episode where they explored his past and he was a posh
The
dog.
moody backstory.
Humans have the same number of hairs on their body as a chimpanzee.
What, all humans? Even Beyonce?
They are short hairs on your arm.
Chimpanzees are very hairy though. They've got ultimate hair layers
But it's
going on.
number of hair, not length of hair.
What is Beyonce?
Where?
Because she's on my mind at the moment. I've watched the video a few times.
Yeah.
And she's had a bikini wax. There's no hair.
Yeah, nope. The
So
most
you're telling
sleek-
me that she's got as much hair as a chimpanzee?
Beyonce's like a beluga whale. There's no hair going on.
Smooth.
Smooth like a beluga
I
whale.
don't know. She's on my mind a lot today.
All right.
So, has Beyonce got the same amount of hair? No, and a human. She is a
wasn't the
human, last
question.
time I checked. As a chimpanzee. Real or no real?
No real.
Real, because it's about the number of hair, not the length of it.
No real.
That one is real.
Yeah, science in your face.
Yeah. And here is one more for you.
To raise money for comic relief, in 1994, the members of Take That did a sponsored walk round Wigan Town Centre. The event was broadcast live as part of the Radio 1 Roadshow.
A sponsored walk
Wigan.
in Wigan.
Is that an achievement? Is that something?
Sponsored walk.
To be honest, I remember worse things happening on Radio 1 in the 90s.
So you mean last week Greg rode the Zambezi on the most dangerous
Things.
and you're saying
A walk around Wigan.
Well, you have to sponsor them to get them to walk around
is an
Wigan.
achievement? I just don't think it's anything particularly
Hard.
Is there anything dangerous in
hard
Wigan?
about it.
The
Wow.
natives.
The
Depends
natives.
when you
The
go.
hippos.
Yeah.
Crocodiles.
I'm saying no real.
No, that's no real, definitely.
No real.
No real?
No real.
That one is no real.
And
Ding, ding, ding.
Did we just call the people of Wigan hippos?
I didn't.
Just checking.
Didn't
Laying
mean to
down.
go there, but
I
I
didn't
think it
mean
did.
that at all.
Nope.
Lovely place. At the end of that, please.
Right, I scored 30, Dan scored 30, Phil scored 30.
Oh.
Hey, how
okay.
diplomatic and boring.
I know. Rubbish. Okay, what's your video, please?
We have been asking people for online confessions.
We were talking about internet anonymity and how it's kind of the worst thing ever, but it does allow people to admit to all their flaws. So we opened a confessions booth for people to admit all the horrible things that they secretly do, and it was very funny, and a couple of them are kind of scary.
Yeah, a little bit
There was
scary.
a girl that pushed her brother out of a tree and told everyone it was an accident, and it wasn't. So that's the example of some of
Dark.
the horrors of mankind that you can find on the Radio 1 YouTube channel at the moment.
So it's Radio 1 listeners' confessions, and it's available on the Radio 1 YouTube. It's Dan and Phil's new video. I suggest you watch it.
You should.
Next Monday, yes?
yes.
Yes, here, yes, yes.
Yeah,
And
let's do it again.
Sunday, 7 o'clock, Radio 1.
That's where we'll be.
Every
Website.
Sunday.
Hey everyone, Dan and Phil are here. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. So, the Quest show last night. Mm-hmm. All good?
Yeah, it was really good, wasn't it? We had some pretty crazy fan wars. We had Eminem versus Pokemon being represented in fan wars. I think Phil kind of wanted Pokemon to win.
A little bit,
And
yeah.
then they didn't, and we ended up playing Eminem, and the internet was very angry.
Were they?
Yeah.
We also talked about weird childhood stories as well.
Yes, which got to #1 worldwide trending topic, which was terrifying, because everyone was saying, like, I used to psychopathically throw dolls off the balcony outside my house, and I was like, okay, that's good.
Number one trend.
That's a bit scary. Yeah.
Amazing.
I'm a bit tired, though. After
you
watching
tired?
the Grammys, yeah. I was up till 5.
Oh.
It wasn't good. And
Who-
I'm in shock after the whole Taylor Swift thing.
I know. What,
Scandalous.
the English accent?
Yeah, the biggest poo storm that has ever happened on the internet ever. You can't do that. It was
know.
a shocking moment.
Yeah, you do seem a bit frail.
I know.
today.
I'm pale. I'm just like, you can't. What did she say? She was like, "Oh, I still love you," and I was like, "I'm still opening the Grammys right now."
Yeah.
It was a shocking.
She did
moment.
Chris, you look
I
really
don't know
confused.
what's going
Okay,
on.
Chris, you know the bit in We Are Never Getting Back Together where she goes, so I called up my friend and it was like, I still love you. And I was like, oh, whatever, but we're totally not getting back together. You know
Right.
that bit in the middle of the song?
Yes.
Well, during that, she goes, he called me up and he was like, oh, I still love you, pretending to be Harry.
Yes. Did it in an English accent.
Scandalous.
So was it all kicked off?
Oh, on the internet.
Waves of blood and gore. Seriously.
That's what I woke up to this morning. People going, "Oh my god, I can't believe she did that!"
So do you two not sleep then? I mean, is this because the internet never sleeps?
Yeah,
is this why you two are...
No, he's watching the Grammys. He
Fairly
does sleep.
nocturnal. Yeah.
I go to sleep about 4 in the morning, which isn't normal for a regular person.
He's got to upload his videos.
Yeah.
The Scott Mills Daily.
BBC Radio 1.
Alicia's been on saying, yes, Dan and Phil on Real or No Real. That is a good start to half term. Hello, if you're on half term, though. Also, Chris, she has to Wikipedia every single actor she sees in every single film.
Yeah, I don't,
You're not
I don't
alone.
think it's just... I just have no interest in them.
We played a little game earlier. Did you hear this?
Oh, Dan Hathaway thing.
Yeah, where basically we show pictures to Chris of various people who were at the BAFTAs last night and didn't know who they were. Do you know who any of them are?
I can see Kevin Spacey right
yeah.
now.
Yeah, Hugh Jackman,
Yeah.
Ian McKellen. That would be Anne Hathaway at the bottom of the pile there. Was that the main issue in this situation?
Didn't know. Can I just play you a clip of when we did the Anne Hathaway
Please.
thing? Hang on. That's Anne Hathaway. Won Best Supporting Actress for Les Miserables last
Oh,
night.
I saw that.
Which
I've
you have
that
seen.
film. Yeah.
Right, okay. No,
She's not in that.
Yes, she is. She's the Best Supporting Actress in it.
She played a minor role. If
She did not. It wasn't. She was one of the main people.
I don't think she was.
He just doesn't know any actors or actresses.
Wow,
Chris.
that's impressive.
It's not my thing.
It's not his thing. What were you saying? He doesn't care about the actual person. He cares about the character.
Yeah.
Okay, that's admirable, I guess.
Hugh Jackman played Jean Valjean. Now,
Yes.
interested in that.
And Wolverine.
And no, I think it'd be better if the BAFTAs, they turned up as their characters. I don't see the point of them turning up just on their own sort of...
He's saying he
pointless.
doesn't care about Hugh Jackman. If he turned up
Yeah,
as Jean
as
Valjean
Wolverine.
or Wolverine,
I'd
we're
be interested.
That would be far more exciting, BAFTAs, I think.
Anne Hathaway wouldn't really have a good evening, though, would she?
No.
Kind of sad.
Really sad all the way through. Okay, it's time for Real or No Real. As part of Access All Areas Month, we're getting you to know the Radio 1 DJs a bit better with a selection of facts. Some of them absolute nonsense, but some of them real. Which one's which? Let's play with Chris and Dan and Phil. Real or No Real, 10 points for each one that you get correct.
Sarah Cox went missing an hour before her show at Radio 1's Big Weekend in Sunderland in 2005. After an extensive search, she was discovered finishing a second helping at a Toby carvery and did her opening link over the phone, standing next to the dessert bar.
That would not surprise me from Sarah
It
Cox.
sounds so true.
It does. I remember one where she left her dog under the table because she forgot it.
What, in a carvery?
Wow.
No, at the big weekend, I think we all went to a pub afterwards, and she was like, "Right, bye." And then about 5 minutes later, I was like, "What's that?" Touching my legs. She came back going, "Oh, sorry, I left Snoop on the table."
What? Oh dear.
Yeah. So
Well, if that happened, it wouldn't surprise me that you'd miss a radio link.
I would be tempted by a carvery if it was in eyesight.
Yeah. The depths of England, big weekend.
yeah.
Need
So
to go to a carvery.
real or no real, Sarah Cox carvery missing show.
I think real.
Totally real.
I saw her eating something which she described as a salad niçoise the other day. I don't think she's a carvery girl.
Don't know what that is.
I'm saying, never heard of it. I'm saying no real.
That one is no real.
You're right. No real. With her fancy niçoise. Oh yes, Jo Whiley did leave a child in a burger restaurant once.
Really?
Yes, she did.
Was it? I think whose child?
Her own child.
Okay, just
but she
checking.
did. She just forgot and left it in Wimpy. Or one of them. And next,
Radio 1's Benji B is a school governor at his local comprehensive and helps the Parent-Teacher Association with their school discos.
he'd be brilliant to help out on the school disco. You'd want that.
One extra
Yeah.
at the primary school.
Yeah. So Benji B, school governor. What are we thinking, Chris?
I mean, yeah, go on then. No,
Is that it?
Well, no, because I can't reason it either way. I mean, has he gone to be school governor to sort of, to
Philanthropy. Yeah.
so that when he does his radio, it's attracting a younger audience,
Which is what we're all about.
That's
Yeah,
right.
Definitely.
Or
that's
was,
what I'm saying.
or was he the school governor before and then sideline, innit, DJing?
Yeah.
School governors last for a long time, though. My dad is a school governor, and he has been for about 20 years.
Nerd.
Oh, but he's not on one extra on the side.
He's not on one
He's
extra,
not.
no, so he's missing out on that.
Nigel Lester, far in the booth.
So, Benji B, school governor, real or no real? Phil?
I'm going no real.
Dan?
No real.
Chris?
Real.
That one is no real.
Hey.
What would you know?
Here's your next Radio 1 DJ, fact or not.
Greg James once got so tired after presenting Radio 1's 4 till 7 a.m. show, he caused a major tailback on the Eurotunnel by falling asleep in his car when he was supposed to be driving off the train.
To be honest, I used to do that show and fell asleep in all sorts of places. It just catches you and you're just like...
So he finished his show one day and went off on the Eurotunnel.
Yeah, but on his, in his car.
Yeah.
And then, that bit where you have to drive off. Fell asleep.
Oof.
It sounds so specific that it has to be real, in my mind.
Massive tailback.
At Edinburgh, after the latest night ever, I saw Greg James looking ridiculously awake the next morning.
It was very
he's
depressing.
always full of energy.
He is actually.
Suspiciously.
Suspiciously
What's his
full of
secret?
energy. I'm going to say
Eh?
real. No real. No real.
I used to fall asleep during the songs.
Really? Any crazy situations you want to share?
Not really.
Anything odder than tailback in the Eurotunnel?
Not really.
Not
Just,
really.
Just they used to finish and there'd be a gap.
Rihanna.
Yeah. Real or no real?
I'm going to say real.
Real.
No real.
That one is real.
I love how he rolls.
What a villain.
And next.
Gemma Cairney loves avant-garde fashion so much, she once went to an East London party dressed as the Cat Bin Lady.
Wow.
How can you dress as the cat bin lady?
That is a bad thing to go fancy dress as. That's like Prince Harry levels. You get in
Yeah.
trouble. Cabin lady. World's most wanted.
So avant-garde.
I know she is. She's so East London. So, Cat Bin Lady, Gemma Cairney, fashion, real or no real? Chris?
No real.
No real.
I have seen her wear some gold trainers that like leak glitter as she walks.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cabin lady. Is what
It
you're
is,
saying.
but no real.
That one is no real.
She's on to us, by the way. I saw her tweets yesterday.
Yeah, she was talking
She's
about
heard
it
us
on her
mentioning
show.
that. She's heard us mentioning her avant-garde.
Avant-garde. Yeah.
Oops. And next.
Zane Lowe once got so enthusiastic during the introduction to his show, he announced to listeners that he'd broken one of his own ribs and would have to ask John Peel to take over while he went to hospital.
It can't be real.
He does. He gets hyped though.
It sounds. Zeno gets so excited. What, did he break a rib just from the excitement?
Just often at the beginning of his show, there's so much energy. I
Best
find.
song in the. Oh,
Yeah.
I think it's saying he thought he'd broken his rib, so he had to ask another DJ to step in. Whether or not it materialised as a broken rib, I don't know. But
John Peel.
the idea that there's even a suspicion of it is incredible. Have you ever injured yourself DJing, Scott?
Only my finger when I was warming up for Lady Gaga.
I injured
Phil,
myself last night.
How?
Seriously.
I almost gave myself concussion. I banged my head on one of these giant TVs.
Yeah.
That's
That
what happened
TV
right behind you.
That's what happened to Phil Taggart.
Must be a Phil thing.
Yes, it is.
Definitely.
Everyone called Phil bangs their head on TV. I broke my teeth once DJing in Lincoln.
How?
How?
On the mic.
Someone throw something at you.
No, not that time. So, anyway, Zane Lowe, broken rib.
I've seen Zane's insane energy. I'm going to say real.
No, real.
Real.
That one is real.
Yes.
Wow. At the end of that crazy round of real or no real.
Phil scored 20, Dan scored 20, I scored 30.
Bully
Well
for
done,
you.
Chris.
Yeah.
Hey, have you got a visual treat for us?
We do. It's a very good one this week.
We've been exploring the world of random webcam chats.
You know, those dodgy websites that you probably shouldn't go on.
So we were trying to see if there's any love out there for Valentine's Day.
On dodgy websites?
Yeah, just trying to see if people could give us gestures of love, like marriage proposals and hugs and stuff. I mean, obviously that's not all we saw, but you're going to have to go to the radio on YouTube if you want to see what else we encountered.
Okay. That sounds like a good one.
It's
It is
pretty
a good
funny.
one.
We asked people in the comments to give us their best chat-up lines as well, and there's some fairly horrifically funny chat-up lines being given by teenagers in the comments, so we need everyone to contribute.
Yes. So if you leave a comment on the video, then we'll read some out in the show on Sunday.
Sunday, 7 p.m. Go and have a look at that video. Visual treats for Valentine's Day from Dan and Phil. Wow, I just sent a tweet saying that Dan and Phil were on, what's this called? Real or No Real this afternoon. Sorry.
That's Scott Mills.
All becomes a blur after a while. And the response was incredible. People are crying and stuff.
Hey.
So, yeah.
Just so emotionally traumatised by the thought of Dan and Phil on the
I
radio.
heard they're happy tears.
It's happy tears. Hi, Dan and Phil.
Hello.
And now, I know that you played a video last night that me, Jamila Jamil, may have made last week for you.
Something very exciting.
I described you as Radio 1 juggernauts.
That's right.
Do you think that's an appropriate title?
Is that politically correct?
I'm pleased with that. I'm not sure you can call a girl a juggernaut.
Okay.
I don't think they like it.
It's empowering. Jamila the Juggernaut.
Is it
That's
okay
our
to call a
superhero.
Radio 1 presenter that's a girl a juggernaut? No, okay.
Okay.
Anyway,
Okay.
yes.
Yes, very excitingly, you are going to be making a music video for our show next week.
Yes, we are.
How are you feeling about that?
I'm feeling good because I have the plans. I've talked to Jamila and, yeah, we're going to do it tomorrow for you.
What song have you chosen?
Are we allowed to say?
I think so, yes.
We have chosen Labyrinth and Emily Sandé, Beneath Your Beautiful.
Oh, very nice. Which one's at Labyrinth and which one's Emily Sandé?
We haven't decided that yet.
Okay.
So we will be premiering that video on your show on Sunday night from 7 o'clock.
As well as all the other weekend DJs. That's the thing, you know, you're competing against, it's Hugh and Gemma and, was it?
Matt
and Alice Levine and Phil. And then, what is it? Alid and Molly from the Saturdays?
Yep.
I think it was. Yeah, which is a winning combination.
Since when was she a Radio 1 DJ?
I don't know. Alid and Molly from the Saturdays.
Are
Is
they
it
a
also-
couple now? They spend a lot of time together, don't they?
I think so.
I don't.
So there's a video right now on the Radio 1 YouTube with all the DJs in
Yeah,
some
so-
kind of mysterious court-like prison. So if you go to the Radio 1
Yeah.
YouTube, you can watch Scott in action.
We're in jail.
Yeah.
And so we'll all be coming into your show on Sunday night.
I'm excited.
Actually, I think that is cheating on Alid's part, though, because Molly has clearly done a lot of music videos.
She
before.
has.
She has worked in that field before.
So, yeah, I mean, we're new to this game. I mean, she's done loads, hasn't she?
We could
even
enforce-
one with Flowrider.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it'll be up to the public which one the DJ's videos is the best, won't it? Because I mean, you guys will be competing, we'll be judging you, and then there'll be a poll where basically other people listening right now decide whose is the best.
We're going to invite the world to become Simon Cowell's on your behalf.
Awesome. So you can listen and watch that 7 o'clock on Sunday on Radio 1 and on the Radio 1 website. I think it's fair to say that Molly from the Saturdays is a juggernaut.
Yes.
And now it's time for Real or No Real. So a selection of facts here. They might not be real, though. Now, I was going to say due to industrial action, he can't be here today, but it's not true. He's just on holiday. So Chris Smith has been replaced by another voice on Real or No Real, but don't let that put you off the enjoyment of the game.
It is traditional at German weddings for the bride to be kidnapped by her own family after the service. The groom then has to find her to prove how much he loves her.
That sounds kind of fun. That's like a grown-up hide and seek.
We were talking about weddings on Tap End today, and it would spice it up a bit, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Definitely, although you'd get those kind of overprotective families that would be like, okay, we'll hide her in the depths of the jungle somewhere in Brazil. Good luck, mate. And then it's like,
kidnapping, it's quite commonplace at a German wedding.
I think it's a lovely idea because then it shows that you're sort of dedicated to finding her if she did get lost.
Yeah.
There aren't enough epic quests in life, so I think that would be great.
The more Lord of the Rings style scenarios you can put yourself in. Yeah, definitely.
Also, weddings are pretty weird. I mean, Greek people smash plates and stuff like that, so...
Yeah.
German people might as well kidnap.
I drop trowel.
Yeah, he drops trowel at every wedding that he's been to.
Wow.
There's not been one. He's not been to many, but there's not been one wedding that he has been to where he's not been naked.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah. So Dan is saying,
I'm saying no real because that's ridiculous. It'd be very time intensive.
Phil is saying,
I'm saying real. I like that idea.
I'm going to say real. With this
That one is real.
actually, that happens.
Wait, hold up. That was real?
Yeah, do you want to hear it again? Let's hear it again.
Yeah.
It is traditional at German weddings for the bride to be kidnapped by her own family after the service.
I want to
The groom
get...
then has to find her to prove how much he loves her.
Get married in Germany.
Yeah.
Love it.
I'm going to marry a German lady.
Okay, here's your next fact. Or is it?
During 2012, a total of 13 people called 999, thinking their life was in danger because they'd swallowed an apple pip and were worried a tree would grow out of their head.
I would not be surprised if there's 13 people out there that are that dim.
Do you know what? I'd never seen it before. I was watching on More 4 the other night. I know. 999, what's your emergency? Have you ever seen that?
Yes.
It really annoyed me.
Why?
The things that people were calling in with, it's like, stop wasting their time.
I know.
Oh, it's
Busy
really
people,
annoying.
enough accidents actually happening.
Yeah.
Do you know what the problem is, though? It's mums. They tell you these things, then you believe them from being a child.
Exactly. That is who to blame here.
Yeah, I used to eat all the crusts on my toast because I wanted curly hair.
And when did you stop doing that?
I stopped doing that when I was about 16.
Oh, wow. So up to that point, you were just filled with lies.
Yeah, I was. And also ink. If you draw on your hand, you're going to get ink poisoning and die.
I didn't hear
Is
that.
that a thing?
That's what my mum used to tell me.
Into you. I think the issue here is that they're ringing 999 as if it's going to happen immediately. I mean, a tree takes a while to grow into the sort of size that it would take to explode your head. Yes. So it's kind of a bit before the event if they're ringing 999. They should go to their local NHS practice, I guess, or something.
Yes. Or you can ring NHS Direct. No, don't do that.
Not about apple
Don't
pips.
do that.
I think people are this stupid, though.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go real.
Real.
I'm going to say no real.
That one is no real.
Oh. Phil, did you say real or no real to that?
I said no real.
Dan, did you say real or no real to that one?
I said real that there were people ringing.
Right.
Have you lost interest, Chris?
I'm just keeping up with the scores here.
And next...
Before becoming a top Hollywood actor, Ryan Gosling turned down the opportunity to become one of the Backstreet Boys.
He's a heartthrob of everybody, but he could have been one of the Backstreet Boys. It could have gone so wrong. Ooh.
Aren't you a big Backstreet Boys fan, Phil?
A little bit, secretly.
I am as well, but I don't think he would have been seen in the same light if he was one of the Backstreet Boys.
No.
Now, do you know what I mean?
Serious acting.
So, Ryan Gosling, Backstreet Boys, what are we saying?
I'm going to say no real to that one.
Shockingly, no real. Here we go.
I might be really stupid by thinking this might be real.
I'm trying to think, would he be the right age?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. I don't know how old he is.
Right, go on. I'm going to go real.
That one is real.
Yeah.
What? Shut up.
Now, that is a brilliant fact.
That is. I'm so glad I came in today.
Thank you.
No, what? What?
I know. Let's all take a moment to process that.
Yes.
Good. And now we can move on.
An anti-obesity law has passed in Japan, meaning that it is now illegal to be overweight or fat there.
Illegal?
Illegal.
What?
Really?
I suppose it sort of makes sense, though, doesn't it? To have a law.
It's a good law. It's one of those things in kind of like a fascist kind of way. It's like, no, we'll force you to live a more
can't do
productive
it.
life. Yeah.
Would you go to jail?
I don't know.
I don't think.
Or
he
would you just be sent to some kind of exercise regime?
Rehab.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me. I'm thinking that's probably real in my mind.
I just think it's going to be one of those bonkers laws that some countries put in to try and improve healthcare.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I feel sad for them because that means they won't have the programme Embarrassing Fat Bodies anymore.
I know. What will they do?
What are they gonna do?
Sorry, you're
What's
worried.
Dr. Christian going to do?
Embarrassing fat bodies.
Also,
Everybody's favourite show.
Japan's got all the best sweets as well. They've got some crazy sweets.
I know, right?
They've got orange Kit Kats.
Yeah.
Well, that's how crazy
That's
we're talking.
because they're in the future.
Yeah, that's right.
Real or no real? Illegal to be fat in Japan, Chris?
No real.
I think real.
I think no real.
That one is real.
Hey.
I'm sure we're checking these. And finally,
The first ever web page was published in 1991 to test the World Wide Web and showed a picture of Carol Vorderman eating an ice cream, together with the lyrics to A Whole New World from the film Aladdin.
If that isn't a website now, please can someone make it?
Yeah.
Get on that right now. I need to make that my
the
homepage.
first webpage. Borders eating an ice cream while A Whole New World plays.
It's a lovely idea.
If I was Carol Vorderman, I would have agreed to that.
Definitely. I mean,
Which
was
has made history.
Yeah.
is the internet was it good enough at that point to have pictures?
I think it was.
Was it?
Well, you two control the internet, don't you?
Yeah, as an internet.
They took
expert.
over from Vorderman.
We did.
Yeah, basically. Welcome.
So, real or no real?
I'm going to say, unfortunately, no real.
As a qualified professional, I'm saying no real.
As much as I want it to be real, I don't think it is.
That one is no real.
Oh.
And at the end
please
of
make
that,
Look, I did my best with this one.
Okay.
Dan,
How hard can it be?
I just because I couldn't see them both. And Dan 20, Phil.
are you saying they
30,
sound the same?
And I scored 40.
So who won?
Okay,
So you won.
weren't really paying attention.
I call shenanigans.
I'll do better next time.
Right, yeah, thanks very much. What a pointless waste of time.
That fact, though, Backstreet Boys. What?
Ryan Gosling.
In shock for days.
I know. Have you got a video? Or is it just our ones?
Yeah, we actually played the Pokemon theme on the radio last night. Which
That
was-
actually happened.
Did it?
Yeah, cross that off the bucket list. Pokemon theme on Radio 1.
We had an epic medley made by all of our viewers, so you can watch that on the Radio 1 YouTube right now. It's
Yeah.
amazing.
People were sad that Pokemon lost one of the fan wars things that we did. So we were like, okay, we have to play Pokemon. So we got people to send in Pokemon clips and we played the Pokemon theme. And then next week it'll be you guys.
Yes. Can I just ask? You know the Fat Japan thing?
Yeah.
What about sumo wrestlers?
Oh, they'd be out of a job.
Are they importing them?
I think that they're probably exempt.
Probably.
I'd think so. Above the law.
They are a
like
national
the Queen.
treasure.
What's that real or no real? I can't remember.
It was real.
Yeah.
Wow, you've really kept up today.
What? Thanks,
Okay.
Chris.
Are we saying... I've got Justin Timberlake now. Are we saying brass?
100%. 100%.
The Scott Mills Daily.
BBC Radio 1.
And here's Dan and Phil. Hi.
Holla.
I only saw you last night
I know.
when I came into your request show.
It was weird seeing you at the other side of the desk.
I know, that was a bit odd, because you were in control. And I don't like not being in control. Anyway, so you can watch us now streaming on your phone, look, or on the computer on the Radio 1 website, bbc.co.uk/Radio 1. You can see us for a reason. Obviously, you can always see Dan and Phil because you watch their videos on internet.
Yeah.
And also on Sunday night, you can watch them. But we're all here gathered today for a moment that we're all going to have together before we play Real or No Real, where we let you see the video that me and Jamila Jamil have made to Labyrinth and Emily Sandé's Beneath Your Beautiful. What were your thoughts as you were playing this out last night on your request show?
It's a very special video, something I'd never
Yes.
experienced before.
The chemistry between you and Jamila is quite something.
It's
Yeah.
weird.
A
isn't
lot of eye contact and stripping.
it?
Yes.
She insisted on that. There is mild stripping, just
Yeah.
to make you
Mild
aware.
stripping.
Nothing really to be worried about. Nothing that you wouldn't see on, I don't know, E4.
It's a
No,
12A.
you should definitely get on the website to watch it, though.
Yes.
It's very special.
Is the chemistry genuine, or is this brilliant acting from you?
Oh, good question.
That is a hard question.
Watch out, Daniel Day-Lewis.
I would say probably... I just throw myself into it. That's all I'm going to say.
Whose idea was it?
Jamila is obsessed with the chicken suit.
Yes.
You may have noticed she's obsessed with one of two clothes items. One is the chicken suit, and one is the
Furry
polar bear
Yes.
thing, which also has mittens.
Yes.
Which millions of people would have seen in in the magazines because she wears it a lot.
Yeah.
I think it's like her comfort thing, you know, when like you have a favourite hoodie or something that you wear.
Yeah.
A hanky.
Yeah.
A big polar bear hat.
But in the video, you see her dressed as a chicken, dressed as a polar bear, dressed as some kind of sloth on top.
And you're kind of dressed as an egg, and you're just...
That's right. I don't know why I was an egg, but I can reveal that she has got loads of layers on because I'm taking them off to relieve beneath her beautiful.
I see it. Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
So if you go to the Radio 1 website now, we can all watch this together. We can cringe at generally how uncomfortable we all look at bbc.co.uk/Radio 1. Watch on your phone. You can stream this on your phone now or get to a laptop and watch it. I'm about to press play on the video remake of the year, even though we didn't win.
I know. I'm very sorry about that. You
However,
come second.
Phil and Alice off of Evening Show, they did a brilliant version of Macklemore. I can't take it away from them. They went to an actual thrift shop. They had it closed for the day.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
Phallus.
Or for an
Close that
evening
thrift shop.
or something. Like they definitely got it closed down, like Nicole Scherzinger style.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Stop we business.
Yeah. So that was impressive, and they just look ghetto. I mean, they have done really well, and they deserve to win. Anyway, were we second?
You were
you were
second.
and you
I'm happy
can-
with that. I'm happy with that.
You can watch all the videos on the Radio 1 YouTube as well.
Right,
You may
okay.
never recover from the experience of watching this video, so you really should be watching.
Also, you'll notice that no one really bats an eyelid in the Radio 1 office as this weird stuff is happening next to them. 'Cause
Typical day.
Stuff like that happens a lot. We should really explain why we've done this.
Yes, context, that would help with all the
Yeah.
embracing going on. Well, as people may know, some of the songs that we played during our show are actually music videos made by our listeners, which they then play out on the Radio 1 website.
Yeah.
All they have to do is make a music video to their favourite song, email it to Dan and Phil at bbc.co.uk. So as it was Access All Areas, we thought this would be a good opportunity to get the other DJs involved.
And that's why we made the music video, and
that's
lots of others
why-
did as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You can
forced
also see them on the Radio 1 YouTube, including the winning video, which is really good, of
really
Phil and
good.
Alice doing Thrift Shop by Macklemore. So that's why we did it. And if you want to send in any videos, Dan and Phil at bbc.co.uk. Some of the videos that people are sending in are incredible.
I know, we have no
They
idea
are.
what to expect, do we? I mean, it could be like a lip-syncing 8-year-old, or it could be a bunch of university students that make something so great it could be entered to a film festival, or sometimes it's just like really disturbing and kind of
Yeah.
odd and weird, which we like.
We do like
Yeah.
that.
So do your best, please. Dan and Phil at bbc.co.uk. Send in a video of your favourite song Sunday night, 7 o'clock.
Yes.
Should we play Real or No Real?
Let's do it.
Absolutely.
It's an Oscars special.
Hey.
Goody, goody.
Chris, my friend here, loves all things film. Doesn't know anything.
I'm a bit concerned about this game then, because you two have been up all night watching the
I
Oscars.
have not slept, but I know lots about the Oscars.
I
There
do.
you go.
Still haven't slept.
No. Do I look like I've been on a couch for a while?
No, it's all good.
Hey.
Wow, so you were at a house party last night?
Yeah.
It was an Oscars party.
Which sounds glamorous. It
wasn't.
It was totally glamorous, yeah.
Were you at the Oscars?
No.
No.
Was it like Elton John's party?
Yes.
Same.
I won't make any jokes.
Okay. Okay, so it's time for an Oscar special, Real or No Real. Some of these are guff, some of these are real. Which is which? Let's go.
All Oscar nominees are given a goodie bag as they arrive. Items in this year's bag include a $10,000 watch, a signed book of exclusive artwork by Meryl Streep, and a fresh bacon XL Whopper meal.
Now, I know one of the things you do get is a vampire facelift, which is where they remove the blood from the celebrity's face, remove all the platelets, isn't it?
Yeah, they
and
use
then put the
plasma
blood back
beams.
in again.
Why? What?
Yeah, it's
don't know.
apparently it's the latest thing in looking youthful. They
Right,
remove
I
blood
want
from
one.
you, they treat the plasma in the blood, remove the platelets from it, and then inject it back into your face.
Yeah,
I want that.
Vampire facelift. That's what all the guests at the Academy Awards got this year.
Just writing that down.
Yep, vampire facelift. Don't do it at home,
No.
please, dear God.
Oh no, I'll get a registered professional to do it.
Yes.
But it sounds great.
It does sound great.
absolutely.
So did they say a Whopper meal?
A Whopper.
Yeah.
I just love the idea of it coming to them all going pickles all over their faces, picking out the tomatoes and just throwing them in the aisle.
They do get good goodie bags. So
they're
real
not-
or no real?
Yeah, I don't think they're that good, though. So they wouldn't include a burger.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? I would love that.
Dan?
No real.
Phil?
No real.
I'm going to say
That
no.
one is
Oh, I didn't even ask you.
Yep, no real.
that one is no real.
Correct.
Oh, ding, 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 ding.
However, they do. I think they do get like thousands of pounds in watches and stuff. So yeah,
Bling,
but
bling.
not so much. I think that maybe the burger at the end gave it away.
Maybe
as a no real. Next,
In 1932, Walt Disney himself was invited to present the award for Best Animated Short Film, leading to an awkward moment when he opened the envelope to find that the winner was Walt Disney.
What? Why would that happen? It'd be like inviting Meryl Streep to give any award for anyone. Really.
Yeah.
Best actor, I win.
yeah, it's me.
That'd be a nice twist, though.
It would. It's kind of like a surprise birthday thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everyone's standing there like he knows it's going to be him. Awkward.
So the Walt Disney Award goes to Walt Disney. Chris,
I'm saying real.
I'm saying real.
I'm going to say no real. I can't imagine they'd let that happen.
That one is real.
Whoa, hey.
now this next one is interesting. But is it real or no real?
A sound engineer called Kevin O'Connell was Oscar nominated in 1983 for the film Terms of Endearment, but didn't win the award. He was also nominated in 1984, 85, 89, 92 and 95, but still didn't pick up the Oscar. He was later nominated twice in 1996, then again in 97, twice in 98, in 2000, 2001, 2002, 2004, 2005 and 2006, all without a win. In 2007, the man described as the most unlucky man in Hollywood was nominated for a 20th time. He didn't win.
Ooh, sounds like Leonardo DiCaprio. Boom! Boom! To that snub in the face. Yeah.
So, if this is true, definitely the unluckiest man in Hollywood. It seems
was a
too
lot.
much to me.
They can't nominate him 20 times or whatever that was and
And not give
him
it to
anything.
Once. That'd be the worst.
It turns into a cruel vendetta. I'd just stop going.
Yeah, I just stop altogether.
I would snub it.
Yeah.
Even the parties, I wouldn't. I'm not going to your party.
I'm the sound guy.
Elton
Stay
John.
at home.
Keep your vampire facelift.
Actually, I'd go for that.
Hey.
I'm going to say no real,
Why?
because I reckon he won it at the end. I don't know whether he won or not last night, so I think, yes, he was very unlucky up to then. 20th time lucky, that's what they say, isn't it? So,
Disney
no real.
Princess ending.
Yeah.
Dan,
I'm going to say that that's real. I think that it's true that they can be that vicious and horrible.
Phil,
I'm going to go no real.
why?
Just because I don't believe it would happen.
That one is real.
Oh, scandalous. Wow.
That's Hollywood,
That's harsh.
darling.
Seriously. Man, he's patient.
And one more.
In 1999, a power cut interrupted Elton John's legendary Oscars party. Most of the guests relocated to John Barrowman's house, which was just down the street.
Wow, I'd love to go to John Barrowman's party. Can you
I'm not sure I
imagine
would.
how amazing
I'm a bit scared. So, Elton John, you know what it's like. It uses a lot of power, that
I can
party.
imagine a lot of light bulbs.
And that's just what he's wearing.
Yeah.
So, there was a power cut in 1999. Everyone relocates to TV John Barrowman's house. TV's John Barrowman.
Are we talking about, where is this Elton John party? Is it here or there?
In Los Angeles, where the
it's
Oscars
there.
are.
So we're saying John Barrowman lives around that way?
He has one every year after the Oscars.
Oh.
Okay, so we're saying John Barrowman's got a house out there.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
this is real.
He's an American.
I can imagine they're neighbours.
Is he?
John Barrowman.
Okay, look, all I know of him is he does the lottery every now and then, doesn't he?
Not anymore, no.
and he does it with everyone in
Hasn't done it for about 3 years.
Okay, right. Well, I'm going to say no real.
I'm going to say real. He's a pretty well-connected guy.
Yeah,
I imagine him walking down the street just like, woohoo, next to the
I can imagine them being neighbours, and I could see that happening as a story.
borrowing milk.
Yeah. Real.
Real.
That one is no real.
Oh, I so wanted that to happen.
I wanted that to
My
happen.
dreams are dead.
And at the end of that round,
Dan scored 30, I scored 30, and Phil scored 10.
Oh, you suck.
I've had no sleep.
Get out.
The Scott Mills Daily.
BBC Radio 1.
BBC Radio 1, I'm Scott Mills. Dan and Phil are here. Hi.
Hello.
So, you have just watched the When Chris Met Mila Kunis video.
We have indeed. It's possibly my favourite thing that I have ever watched ever. It was 7 minutes long, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Of pure kind of cringing and celebrating on the inside.
It was just gold. The whole thing was gold.
They're really impressed, Chris, and you know
We
that
are.
they run the internet.
Yeah.
This is what I'm thinking. Get it out there, lads.
We know video, and I favourited that. Yeah.
They
I'm on it.
know video.
you need to retweet. That's the key, yeah.
That's the
Retweeting is
lingo
the key.
these days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the fear in your eyes at the very start of the video. You could just see.
I've never been so scared.
Yeah.
I like that. Can I play this bit again?
Yes.
The first bit is just. This is how you open up an interview with a big famous.
Seriously, I'm petrified, but shall we...
So far, you're doing a great job.
Really?
No.
She was amazing, though, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was really, really good.
I bet she was loving the questions, though, because she must get asked the same thing all the time. So I bet for her, that was like,
apparently it was the end of the day, so they sat there for a good 8 hours answering the same questions about the film. So I think she was glad of it. Do you, Chris?
Yes. Down the pub with his mates.
It's on the Radio 1 YouTube right now. It is, you're right, Phil, it's gold. Dan and Phil are here. And it's real. Hi, it's real or no real. Oh, have you got a video to tell us about? That's amazing.
Oh my God, we do an amazing one. So Phil was talking about how his mum recently got an iPad and has been down with the kids, technology and stuff like that. And we figured it would be interesting to ask the Radio 1 listeners to film their grandparents asking questions about the internet generation. So we were like, what is a hashtag? What is twerking?
We got interesting answers for that.
Yeah.
Did you?
It was hilarious. Yeah.
Where did you go? Was it just, people send them in?
Yeah, we just got people to send them in. So we've got grandparents from across the world talking about the internet.
That's quite good. We used to do a thing called "What Are Those Old People On About?" where we used to go to an old people's home.
Go to a nursing home.
Yeah, we did. But then they stopped us going because I think it was something that they didn't like the biscuits anymore. And they were getting proper rowdy with us. Yeah, they were getting really Larry. They were like, no, we don't want to do it anymore. So we had to stop that. And we never found a new place.
It's like Nicki Minaj in the dressing room.
It's exactly the same.
It's exactly the same.
Doris was getting proper diva-like. She's like, oh, don't bring them bourbons again. Get over it. Okay, it's time for Real or No Real. A selection of these are real, a selection aren't. But which is which? That's the thorny question, isn't it?
Until the first rubber erasers went on sale in the late 18th century, pencil mistakes were rubbed out using crustless bread.
Wow.
There must be some form of pre-rubber.
Yeah, there must be.
Okay, but what came first, the rubber or the crustless bread? The sliced bread? I mean, how would you make crustless bread? Surely the crust is just what happens.
Maybe they just cut the crust off,
Take the crust off.
Yeah, you can cut them off.
Yeah, but just for the sake of rubbing something out.
It'd be a strange school if everyone's like, get your bread out.
Get your bread out. Yeah.
Made a mistake in
Mouldy
maths.
rubbers. You'd have to change it every other day, wouldn't you?
Also, it would crumble.
It would.
On a purely logistical thing.
It'd just be a mess. You couldn't do that with seeded bread, could you, these days?
And the schools would be full of mice.
Maybe with pitta.
Maybe. Bit of naan, rub it on.
What's happening?
I say no real.
Tortilla, would that make the best eraser? That is the question. No real.
I'm going to say real.
That one is real.
Yes, Phil.
I took a gamble and it was worth it.
The world was stupid.
That is stupid. Serious.
I'm going to try it when I get home.
Yeah.
And next,
For the first 6 weeks after being employed by Waitrose, new staff are paid weekly in luxury picnic hampers.
That sounds nice.
Whoa.
yeah, but you don't actually get any money.
Oh.
No, just
some wicker.
You can then put them on eBay.
So you get paid in hampers for quite a few weeks when you join that supermarket.
I don't think they're allowed to do that.
No, I think that's illegal.
Yeah, but your mum would be loving it.
She
Like,
would.
Another
Grandma's
hamper.
everywhere.
Oh, I love a hamper.
And it's not just one hamper, it's weeks of hampers.
I know.
Yeah.
How many picnics could you have?
I know.
That'd be amazing. I think I'd do that just for that.
How much jam can you have in one house?
Not enough.
I'm saying no real.
I'm saying no real to that
No
one.
real, no.
That one is no real.
And here's a good one. Is this real or not?
From the year 1799 until last month, it was illegal for women in Paris to wear trousers.
I know this, but I won't spoil it.
Really?
You
Well, then
two,
that's
go
suggesting
ahead.
it's a fact.
Yeah.
Well, or is it not because of something that happened? I don't know. You tell
I'm
me.
confused. So it was illegal.
For women to wear trousers.
Until last month.
Yeah, but it might have been illegal, but they just didn't enforce the law because it was ridiculous.
But why would that ever be a law?
There's one of those English laws that's like you can shoot Irish people with longbows on a Sunday.
Yeah.
It's like one of those.
But
One of my favourite
Is that a
pastimes.
law?
I don't think that's a law.
I don't think that's real.
what? So a policeman could stop you and go, "Excuse me, love. Those trousers. No. Get them off immediately."
Straight to prison.
Walk around with scissors, just going.
Yeah.
There you go. Skirt now.
Real or no real?
I'd say no real, but Dan's getting me thinking that this is real because he's heard this before, so it suggests it's a fact.
I'm going to say no real because I can't believe that they left it till a month ago to change.
I'm going to say real.
That one is real.
Crazy.
Thank God. That would have been well embarrassing if I got that wrong.
Okay, right, I've just found this. How do you know about this?
Oh, don't know, just internet useless knowledge filling up my brain.
Yes, this is from the 4th of February this year.
Whoa!
The French government has overturned a 200-year-old ban on women wearing trousers.
Things are moving forward there, I
Yeah,
said.
slowly.
What is going on? It's
Just getting a bit progressive. Maybe they can vote in like 3002.
I heard that in Liverpool, in aquarium fish shops, that women can be topless legally.
That's the thing. That is a law. Yeah,
Yeah.
topless women in aquarium.
Is it a mermaid thing?
They're just allowed
Might
to
be.
stand in the windows of pet shops.
Only in Liverpool?
Only ones that sell fish, like aquarium shops.
In France, women needed to have the permission of local police if they wanted to dress like a man and wear trousers.
Dressed like a man is wearing trousers.
That's awesome.
Well, yeah, well, we know how dated that is. Come
Yeah.
on, Paris.
So well done to France, and especially to Paris.
Well done, France.
Well done to them for officially allowing women to look like men.
Yeah.
And next,
Cockfosters, the London Underground station, was given that name in 1948 when the Transport Minister made a bet that he wouldn't be able to get away with it.
I love that.
let's face it, we all have a little snigger every time we hear it.
No, it's like the new Londoner test, because when we moved down to London, everyone's like, Cockfosters, and our Londoner friends are like, shut up. you
Always raises a smirk every time you go by.
It does.
But is it real or no real?
I can't imagine they'd have made that the end of the line as a joke.
No, they wouldn't have done that deliberately. There's a lot of places, like pubs called like the Famous Cock and something like that. You know, it does mean other things.
Yes, it does. Mm-hmm. So it's funny though. Still, it's off. It's lol, Cockfosters. Okay, real or no real for the station name, just to see if you can get away with it.
No real.
No real.
No real.
That one is no real.
Well done, everyone.
Doing well today.
I am on a roll.
And at the end of that,
Quite incredible scoring. Everyone here scored 30 points.
that's very, very good.
That's all very fair.
How diplomatic and rubbish.
Yes. Thank you, Dan and Phil. Back on Sunday with the request show from 7 o'clock. Watch their video on the Radio 1 YouTube right now because it involves
Old people.
Listeners' grandparents.
Dan and Phil are here. Hi.
Hi, Scott.
You okay?
We're good, yeah.
A bit cold. It's snowing outside.
It's worst weather ever. It's snowing and it's really windy. It's the
Kind where, hi, you can hear me now.
Yeah.
You know when it's windy and snowing, it makes the snow not come from above, but kind of underneath?
It's actually snowing sideways.
It's snowing up.
I've
Yeah.
noticed that. It's horrible.
Horrific. Don't
Anyway.
go outside. Don't go to work today. Not worth it.
It's a bit late for that. I think people would have already done it.
Maybe.
So, can we talk about your video first of all, please? Is it the video that you're going to tell us about today? Is it the one where you teach Chris about internet, what the laws of the
Survival.
internet? Survival.
Yeah, because obviously Chris being the next big internet superstar, he has to adapt to a new way of life. Because,
Yeah.
you know, people are going to start treating him differently, and especially when he goes onto the internet, it's going to be a different world. So we basically gave him our qualified breakdown of how to survive.
Our top 5 list.
What was? Can you just give us a couple of highlights for people so we can watch it?
We talked about fan fiction and how people might start writing stories about Chris and maybe Mila. We were hoping someone would write one about Chris, Mila, and a burrito.
Yes,
We haven't received it yet.
Did that not happen then?
Not yet.
Not yet, no. Okay. Have you gotten the novel about Scott getting you pregnant in some weird alternate reality yet?
I haven't heard anything about this
Look
yet, no.
forward to that.
Yeah.
It's pretty inevitable.
Yeah. So that's on the Radio on YouTube now, so you should go check it out. It's very
Yeah.
funny.
Okay. It's time to play Real or No Real with Dan and Phil. It's our regular Monday treat, and let's see how people do today. Who is kind of winning at the moment? Phil seems to do quite well.
I'm doing quite well. Chris has won a lot, though.
Yeah,
so
this
he's
is
doing
true.
the scores.
Yeah, exactly.
And here's your first one.
There are now more checked shirts in the UK than people.
That would surprise me.
Wasn't expecting that.
No.
It's not a wholly unrealistic stat.
No, it's really not, is it? Welcome
I mean,
to Top Man.
Scott, how many do you own?
Actually, I've been quite a lot recently.
Ooh.
Just as they started to come on trend again.
Yeah. You only used to exclusively wear check shirts
That was
for
all
about
I'd
5
wear.
years.
Me too.
Yeah, I've got about 16. So there's the
It's
16
you,
of
isn't
them.
it? It's you that's making these
I think
stats.
it is me. Well, the 16 of them and only one of me in my house, so they're overpowering.
It's like sheep. They're
Yeah.
gonna take over.
Dan, do you own any?
I've never owned a checked shirt.
You're more
come
black,
on.
can't you?
Yeah, all I wear is black. I'm like a funeral that slid into a tar pit. That's basically my wardrobe. Yeah. Very weird mental image I just got there. Yeah.
Anyway, so real or no real, there are now more check shirts than people.
I'm going to say real on this one.
I'm going to say real because I own most of them.
Real.
That one is no real.
Oh, please.
And next,
It would take 76 working days for the average person to read through all the terms and conditions they agree to over the course of a year.
Terms and conditions are very long.
They are, seriously. Update iTunes. No, seriously.
no, yeah,
7 pages.
I'm sure it's fine, except
Yeah, I've accepted so many things. I don't know what I've agreed to.
So
over
No
my
one
life.
ever knows what they agreed to.
Yeah, one day an elephant's just going to arrive at my house. I don't know why.
Pay for it.
Yeah.
It's dangerous, these terms and conditions, isn't it?
Do you remember we did a stunt ages ago on this show
Yeah.
with somebody, and it was something to do with them not reading the terms and conditions? We really caught them out.
Yeah.
Because no one really does.
No.
Well, that's it. We went out on Stupid Street and read this form and said, you need to sign these terms and conditions. And they were like, yep, did that. Signed it. But what they didn't realise is they were agreeing to certain things like dates with Scott. And
Yeah.
there was all sorts on.
Didn't read them. I know. So, real or no real, terms and conditions take ages to read, Shock.
I think 76 days is a long time. So I'm going to say no real.
In this horrible dystopian future, I'm going to say real.
I'm going to say no real on this one.
That one is real.
Yes, Dan, you were right to go real.
Well done.
76 days, was it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Next.
Items found by scientists inside the bodies of sharks include a car number plate, a packet of cigarettes, and a full suit of armour.
I like the idea. Someone couldn't afford to go shark cage diving, so they just went, "Oh, wear a suit of armor." Ended horribly.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
That's a good point. What possible reason would they be wearing that in water?
Or maybe the shark ate someone in the past, like in the 12th century.
Yeah, maybe it's like a dinosaur shark.
Yeah.
Or it was a fun swim. Or, do you remember, I don't know if you ever had this at school, where you had to do personal survival.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Is that
for
like hard
bit-
mode?
Well, bizarrely, what they made me do is they'd make you dress up in your pyjamas to go and do swimming. I was like, when am I ever going to be in my pyjamas and needing these survival? I couldn't see. It's like when they get you to pick a brick up.
Oh,
from
the
bottom
brick.
of
Yeah, I did that, yeah.
When am I ever going to pick a brick up from the
Swimming
bottom of
with
the
brick.
water?
When you're trying to fend off sharks, obviously.
Yeah.
So you can hit the shark with a brick.
So imagine this person was wearing a suit of armour and smoking a fag. Is it real or no real? Items found in an actual shark.
I think the sea is a very strange place.
It scares me.
It scares me a lot. So I'm going to say real.
Do you know what I mean about that?
It scares you.
It is scary, the sea. Do you not think?
If you actually
it's
think
very unnerving, isn't it?
If you actually think about jellyfish, what even are they?
What is a jellyfish? Yeah, let's see. Yeah, no real. What? What about you, Chris?
I'm saying, I'm going to say real on this one.
And the answer is...
That one is real.
Yes.
Who else said shark?
Is that just me?
I said real too.
Next.
The guests on Andrew Neil's BBC One late-night political chat show on Thursday were former Home Secretary Alan Johnson, former Defence Secretary Michael Portillo, and the Cheeky Girls.
What?
What happened to the cheeky girls? What have they been doing for the last decade?
I don't know.
Were they from Transylvania?
Yes, they were.
Maybe they went back there.
Maybe
know
they
what?
did, just went back in their coffins.
Not immediately, because I did do a couple of student gigs with them.
I can imagine. Yes.
So they didn't go straight back to trams, but eventually I imagine they did. Well, actually, obviously not if they were on Andrew Neil's show.
Yeah, I think it'd make an interesting show.
It would, yeah. You obviously always need the cheeky girls' input on political matters.
That was the one where they were told to. They were telling people to stop throwing bottles at the stage, and then if you tell people to not do that,
That's
then they
just gonna
generally do.
happen.
So
Yeah.
it was a free for all. It was bottles of wee were on.
Like Harry Styles in the shoe. There's just been so many shoes at One Direction concerts ever since that.
Yeah,
Accurate.
because he got one in the.
In the area.
My thinking with this, if real, like the Cheeky Girls must agree to go on this show as well. Like
Well, they
must
didn't
have
just kidnap them.
You'd agree.
I don't
Yeah.
see why they have
Get in
such
the
a
back.
sort of political interest in. So I can't believe that this would happen.
I think if they were in charge of the politics of a town, it would be an interesting town to live in.
Yeah, I mean, you have Arnold Schwarzenegger in California. Who's to say the cheeky girls? New mayor of London.
I'm going to say no real on this one, Scott.
I'm going to say no real.
No real.
That one's real.
I need to see that now.
Okay.
Oh, my life.
So they weren't on promoting like a new single, sadly, or tour dates, but they were actually talking about politics. If you don't believe me, I have this for you here from that show last week.
Benefits you can get here on the health service, schools, welfare payments, housing, they're much more than you could ever get in Romania or Bulgaria.
Yes, it's true. The benefits are really high, so you get more like a normal income.
It's them! It's the
Wow,
Cheeky Girls
that's
talking
amazing.
about Romania.
So much respect for them now.
So, at the end of that, real or no real with Dan and Phil and Chris?
bizarre one, this. Very low scoring, 10 points each.
Oh,
wow. I'm going to try harder next week.
Make sure you watch their brand new video on the Radio 1 YouTube. Otherwise, you can get them back next Sunday at 7 p.m. Listen and watch on the Radio 1 website. Thank you, Dan and Phil.
Thanks, Scott.
Hello, Dan and Phil.
Hello,
Hi, Scott.
I like it when we all meet up on a Monday like this.
I do.
It's good. So, Dan and Phil do a request show after the official chart show every Sunday night. Just after the number one song at 7 p.m. You can watch it as well on your phone, on your laptop, on your computer, on your tablet at bbc.co.uk/radio1. Loads of videos made by you lot. What have you got this week for us on the YouTube channel?
Well, something very exciting. What we did in our Christmas show, because we've done shows on Christmas the last 2 Christmases, was we made a video and then reversed the footage, so it made it look like we were building a Christmas tree backwards, and it was really funny because there were things like me throwing up tinsel and then it going onto the trees, and Phil just kind of like summoning lights out of the sky. It was very weird. So we thought we'd do a collaborative version and ask people to send us footage of cool things that would look amazing backwards. So we've got people sliding demonically upstairs. There was someone that threw a Lego mansion off a balcony. They told us they didn't have permission to do that, so it was just destruction. Proper rock star.
So we set all this to Daft Punk One More Time.
Because what other song would you pick? And it's really trippy, actually. It's really funny.
Yeah, so you should check that out on the Radio 1 YouTube. It's on now.
Go there now. No, actually don't. Listen to us doing Real or No Real. And go
10
there.
minutes.
Go there directly afterwards to the Radio 1 YouTube channel. Just put Radio 1 on YouTube, you'll find it. Sounds kind of trippy, but it kind of works probably, right?
Yeah, a lot of demonic sliding up the stairs is very entertaining and painful.
Where did you come up with it?
It's weird, is it? Are you running out yet?
Not yet. No, it's really weird. We really thought we would have, especially because it's so wildly different every week, but it's still going strong.
Still on. So they're on Sunday nights and they join us every Monday afternoon for Real or No Real. Here's a selection of things that might be utter guff, but they might be true. Real or No Real, let's go.
Microsoft boss Bill Gates has incredibly powerful legs and can hurdle an office chair from a standing start.
Wow.
What? He's probably built those. Think about it, the money he's got.
Yeah.
If I had that much money, I would do the whole Iron Man thing.
You
especially with my name.
Definitely.
He doesn't look like the type, though, does he?
Who, Chris or Bill Gates?
No, Bill Gates
Neither.
hurdling. Think about it.
He's not the hurdler, is he?
I don't think so.
No, I would like to see it.
Who wouldn't?
If it exists somewhere.
The kind of antics. That's why Apple are better than them over at Microsoft. They're just hurdling over office furniture. Wasting time.
Hurdling over an office chair from a standing position, is that really that difficult?
Depends on the office chair. You know, it could be one of those like standing desk things, then it's like pole vaulting.
I think if you've got a good run up, you'd be able to jump over.
And suddenly we're all getting
Well,
on
no,
our chairs.
it's from a standing position, isn't it?
Yeah.
But then think about Bill Gates. Think about his face, and then think, could he do that?
He's quite tall. He's got long, thin legs. Powerful was the quote. Powerful legs by Bill Gates.
He's quite a serious man, though. I can't imagine him just suddenly
taking some time out to hurdle over some chairs. I don't think that's true at all.
Okay, so Dan says no real. Phil?
No real.
I'm going to say no real.
I'm going to say real.
That one's real.
And we do have some video footage.
There's not a video of this.
Is this on YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, this is amazing. Oh, this is amazing.
It's in slow motion. He looks like a gazelle.
Okay, just type into YouTube, Bill Gates leaps over chair.
He's a human frog.
And we'll put it on the radio.
What did I just see?
I'm sorry for doubting you, Bill Gates.
I like that was a fact. Powerful legs.
Yeah. And next,
Wiley is the proud owner of a Blue Peter badge.
I've got one. You've got one, haven't you, Scott?
Yeah.
I assume you've been on there, haven't you?
I've got a special one, actually.
Really?
Gold?
Yeah.
Got a gold Blue
No, you
Peter
haven't.
badge.
You need to save a life
I
for
haven't
that.
got gold. No, I just did the bring and buy sale once. So
I like the idea of Wiley like sending in a picture of him going, I baked a cake.
Yeah.
It's just like, well done, Wiley. Here's a Blue Peter badge for you.
I think that's the reason he'd have one for baking a cake.
Free entrance to Madame Tussauds. That's all he's ever
I
wanted.
wonder how many pop stars have got them. And actually, we were talking about this a while ago. We did a thing on air. Like, what does it get you now?
Well, we experimented, didn't we? We tried to see how much we could blag with the Blue Peter badge.
I think you'll find it's not much these days.
Not much these days.
It used to be everything. You used to be able to get into Buckingham Palace with it, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe not. And, like, the Tower of London, all sorts. Now...
I tried.
Yeah, you try getting into a zoo with that now.
Yeah, honestly, it's
Just
much,
laugh
much
at
more
you.
difficult than...
Anyway, does Wiley have a Blue Peter badge?
No, I'm going to say no real.
I'm saying yes.
I'd like to say yes. Real.
That one is no real.
Oh.
Oh. All my dreams are dead.
He deserves one, I think, just for Heatwave alone.
Yeah.
Next.
The American state of North Carolina has its own official state dance, which it adopted in 2005. A swing dance called the Shag.
Oh, okay.
The Shag.
I'm sure I've heard of this.
What does the Shag involve?
I'm sure I've heard of this as a dance move. So for that reason, I'm going to say real on this one.
I like the idea of an official state dance.
Everybody do the Shag.
Do we have one? We don't have an official dance
No.
in the UK, do we?
We should, but we don't.
We should make one they play out on the London Underground so everyone stops looking so miserable.
And they have to dance.
Yeah.
It's an offence if you don't.
Is Gangnam Style now the one in Korea?
I assume I like the idea though of a national anthem. You have a national dance move, and it's
So like God Save the Queen and Cha Cha Slide mixed together, then here we go.
I might pitch
done it.
that. I don't know who actually see on this.
Write that down for Mrs. Mead.
Gracious
Mrs.
Queen
Mead and
to
the
the
Queen.
left.
Put that down for Meaden. Okay, so North Carolina dance, real or no real?
I'm saying real.
I want the Shag to be real.
I'm going to say real.
That one is real.
Yeah.
Yes, I need to see what that is.
We need to. There's so much to look up today, isn't there?
I know.
So much. So many questions.
Knowledge quest.
And next.
Last Christmas, Arj from The Only Way is Essex was bought his own signet ring and now signs off his official correspondence with a wax seal of his own coat of arms.
His own coat of arms.
Just an orange shield. That's all it is.
That's awesome. I like pop stars and TV stars that have their own personalised stationery.
Yeah.
And it happens a lot. I got a letter from Will Smith once.
Wow.
I know.
Wow.
Sorry about that.
That's already impressive.
On the top. And Lily Allen.
Wow. Their own
I like it.
personalisation.
Yeah, I like it that people have taken the trouble to do it. It just says something. It's just a bit of class.
Am I wrong in thinking you've got your own?
No, that's not true.
That's no real, is
Someone did send some in, and I did the right thing. I don't think I'm the kind of person that should have it. Anyway, Arj signet ring, real or no real, plus the coat of arms.
Coat of arms.
I'm going to say real on this one.
I want to believe real.
Well, the wax seal, I think that's a little step too far, so I'm going to say no real.
That one is no real.
No.
Some good facts in there today. At the end
great.
of that...
Dan scored 10, rubbish. Phil scored 20, I scored 30.
No.
Chris, you're beating us every week.
Every week. Are you
Conspiracy.
making it up?
I'm not making it up, I'm just...
Dan and Phil will return next Monday afternoon, and of course on Sunday night from 7 o'clock on the Request Show. Listen and watch. And in the meantime, if you're a bit bored, look at their backwards video on the Radio 1 YouTube.
Yes.
Yes, it'll change your life. Hi, Dan and Phil.
Hello, Scott.
Hello, Scott.
Good to have you back, Phil.
Thanks.
What a tan from Florida.
I know, right? We were just saying I look even more like Voldemort than I did before. How did we do that?
Oh, it hasn't caught you at all, has it?
No, it was the coldest record temperatures that Florida has ever had.
You're essentially translucent, aren't you?
Yeah.
The coldest ever in Florida.
Yeah, I was at SeaWorld and people were in coats and the children were crying when Shamu splashed them.
Very traumatic scenes.
Dark.
Down in Orlando.
Yeah. So Dan and Phil are back on your radio every Sunday night, 7 p.m. with the Request Show. I heard a little bit about the online lounge.
Yes, it's very exciting. We had our first ever of the something that we're calling Online Lounge, which is basically where we get the biggest bands from around the world that have found their fame from the internet. So for our first ever one, we had a Canadian indie band called Walk Off the Earth, who are really, 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 really massive on the internet. They got several hundred millions of views and stuff like that. And they learnt a cover of Bruno Mars's Natalie just for our show.
She ran away with all my money. She did it for fun.
Quite good, the online lounge, because you can literally pick anyone from around the world. They don't have to come here at all.
No.
Hooray.
But this has got loads of views already, hasn't it? This
Yeah,
video itself.
If you want to watch the performance, it's on the radio on YouTube right now, which you should watch, if anything, just for the fact that Sarah, one of the lead singers, plays a toothbrush as an instrument.
Oh, I like that.
Yes, that was a first.
Yeah, electric toothbrush in her mouth.
There's also a link on the Radio 1 Facebook and Twitter as well.
Okay, good. So Dan and
Exciting.
Phil's video, Walk Off the Earth, their first online lounge. Is that on every week?
Yes, well, it won't be every single week because we'll probably run out after like 2 weeks. But whenever we can get somebody, it'll be a very special event.
Nice.
As and when.
As and when.
As and when.
TBC. So that's next year. So Dan and Phil, 7 p.m. Sunday night. Dan and Phil are here.
Hi, Scott.
I was just
Hi.
waiting for some
Again.
heavy breathing. I wanted that to be really ominous.
I thought you'd gone into Tom Jones screensaver mode.
I was. What? Oh, yeah. Buzz.
Yeah. Dan and Phil, real or no real? Let's do it. All right, Chris?
Ready?
Fact me up.
Keeping the score?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Here we go. Are these real or no real?
Beyonce is very keen that her unique life is recorded for the history books, and as such employs a cameraman to follow her everywhere she goes. The cameraman began work in 2005 and has captured practically her every waking moment, filming for up to 16 hours a day.
No.
16 hours.
Do you know
I've never
what?
seen him.
Well, whenever you see, there's certain pop stars that come through the building here at Radio 1, and there's always someone filming them. And I always wonder what they're doing, because it's never like a big budget camera or anything like that. It's a tiny little camcorder.
It's a fun camera.
Maybe they're stalkers.
But no, they're with these people, and it's
Okay,
like,
with
what
them,
are
with
you
them, okay.
filming here? Because they film all the way when they're walking up the corridor, and then
People-
is this for your own records?
Maybe.
I think so. That Beyonce documentary thing's on iPlayer. I watched that the other night, and most of it is just her walking around with a laptop filming herself really awkwardly. So maybe I think this might be no real, because actually Beyonce just holds the laptop awkwardly in front of her for 16 hours a day as she does just weird like chin faces. That was mostly the documentary for now. It's pretty good.
And also, has she captured everything?
Eating toast in the morning.
The
while she
birth of her
sleeps.
child? Probably. She's probably
Probably.
holding the laptop.
Yeah.
Yeah, laptop, end of the bed. Okay.
Okay, so
Beyonce, though, so it's-
Beyonce has a cameraman. I'll tell you who else does it, Peter Andre. But then you see all that on
I've seen
ITV
that.
too.
Yeah, but that's
Whack.
proper film crew.
All the
isn't it?
time. Beyonce, full-time cameraman, real or no real?
I'm going to say real.
I'm gonna say no real.
No real.
That one is real.
What? I know.
Wonder if he films her sleeping.
He just has to stand there.
That'd be off-putting.
Pretty much everything she's done since 2005.
Whoa.
Next.
The BBC insists on keeping a backup presenter on standby at the National Lottery studio each Saturday and Wednesday evening, in case that week's main presenter is taken ill at the last minute. For the last 4 years, June Sarpong has filled this role.
I was
Always the bridesmaid.
I was looking at you, Scott, for any hints in your eyes.
Yeah, is that you? No.
No,
it's not you.
I'm not the backup, no.
No.
No, but do you have a backup?
Presenter's been in a coma.
I'm
for
not
a
going to tell
long
you
time.
that. But it would be awkward, because it would just be the draw master there, pressing the buttons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing to say.
Who's your favourite drawmaster? Mine's Sean Fleet Mills.
Milne.
Milne.
Is it the technique?
I know my favourite machine is Lancelot.
Yeah. I would say
That's a
my
good
favourite
one.
machine is... oh, that's a hard one. I can't say my favourite machine. Drawmaster Matt is my favourite.
You like Drawmaster Matt, don't you?
I like him.
You've said about him before.
Well, sometimes Sean Fleet Milf. Anyone else?
Wow. The lottery fandom confined
No.
to this room.
No. Yeah, just us then. So real or no real?
No
Backup
real.
lottery presenter June Sarpong
I can't imagine she's done that for 4 years.
waiting in the wings.
No real.
No real.
No real.
That one is no real.
Oh.
Yes.
It's a sensible precaution, though. It
is,
yeah.
Maybe they should think about that. Next.
Rudimental are giving away an exclusive remix of their new single Waiting All Night to fans who are prepared to wait all night outside their record company's HQ in central London.
Very good idea.
Yeah.
Very, very clever, whoever's thought of doing that.
What, so you have to wait all night for a Rudimental remix? I'm not being rude.
Oi.
It should be waiting all night and having to listen to that song all night long as well.
That's a
Yeah,
long time.
if you survive, if you don't go insane, then you get to keep the song.
You wouldn't want the song at the end of that.
Or they
ordeal.
just play the first 30 seconds for like 12 hours, and then you get the song as closure. Because you know
Yeah.
when you have a song stuck in your head, you need to listen to the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
No, I think Phil's onto something here. I think that actually, if this was the case, it would put you off the song, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
They're trying to promote it.
Like, you have to go through an ordeal if you want to listen to my song.
Yeah.
Like Saw.
Yeah.
Yeah. Real or no real? Rudimental Waiting All Night remix giveaway.
I'm going to say no real on this one.
I hate the idea, but I think it might be real.
Possibly real.
That one is no real.
It's not innuendo bingo, guys.
Had it with these facts.
Boff. That's what they say in France. Boff. When they're fed up. Boff. Next.
The makers of Barbie dolls sued the record company who released Aqua's Barbie Girl in 2002, claiming the song had damaged her brand. The judge dismissed the case, saying, "The parties are advised to chill out."
Chill out.
I like the sound of that judge.
Just a
illegal.
song. It's just a song. Just a lady with a song.
Yeah.
So,
Ooh.
Real or no real Barbie suing the song Barbie Girl? God, I would.
Yeah, I think I'm going to say real with this one.
The lyrics get a bit like hanky spanky, don't they, at some
Yeah, they
point?
do.
It was a bit weird for a Barbie-centric song. Kind of sexy, though. The video. In an odd way. I had to go there. We're all there. Yeah.
In an odd way. Okay, so real or no real?
I'd say real.
I totally sue them real.
I'm going to say real.
That one is real.
Yes, everyone right to go real. That's a good fact.
Doing well today.
So, Lauren and Devon was playing along, so was Dylan, so was Shona on her school holidays, loving Dan and Phil today, and at the end of that round...
I've just remembered that these are the boys that complain about the scoring every time. You both got 20, I got 40.
What?
And there is no... Honestly, this is just how it works. It's the game. You're not very good.
Well, I'm deeply offended.
Boff.
Maybe I'm just stupid. Boff.
Thanks, Dan. Hi, Phil off of Dan and Phil.
Hello, I'm on my own today.
Does it feel weird?
I feel a bit scared and lost.
Don't be scared. It's all absolutely fine. It's just real or no real.
Okay.
Where's Dan?
He is actually making a video with David Mitchell.
Sure, as you do.
Yeah, I think he's secretly replacing me with him.
So why aren't you there?
But you come as a pair.
Yeah.
We do come as a pair, but I think he's branching off for a new sidekick.
Oh, no, I hate it when they go solo.
Don't say that, Phil.
David Mitchell's going to be the new Robin, I guess.
I don't like it.
No.
You're always together. It's weird. Anyway, welcome back. Real or no real is on now. A selection of facts for you. Some real, some really not. You and Chris's job here is to work out which is which. 10 Scott Mills points if you're playing along at home.
The entire crew of Taylor Swift's Red tour were rapidly mobilised last week when her cat Meredith escaped from the We Are Never Ever 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 Getting Back Together singers trailer. Taylor and Meredith were eventually reunited after a panicked 2-hour separation.
Awful.
Meredith is a good name for a cat.
It's a good cat name.
I like human names for animals.
Yeah. So Taylor Swift, all was going really well. You know, all the millions of people she has with her, and you know, on set, all fine. But then she gets in the right mood when her cat Meredith goes missing. All of the people are instructed to find Meredith.
Yeah.
Or else.
Now, do you remember on the breakfast show I was doing the sort of showbiz news, showbiz roundup?
Oh, yeah.
I'm fairly certain this was one of the stories from the week. I can't be sure because it was very tiring, wasn't it? Like I was quite...
I can't remember what I said or whose cat it was.
Points of last week were a bit of a blur.
Something involving a cat.
But I seem to remember a story about Taylor Swift and a cat.
I can imagine Taylor Swift freaking out if she lost her cat.
Absolutely.
And sending her entire entourage to find it.
Get me the cat now!
Yeah. So I'm going to say real on this one.
I'm going to go real as well.
That one is real.
Yes, you were right, Chris. Not everything was a blur early mornings last week. And next...
The latest government information campaign in Nigeria is a series of roadside billboards telling people not to gossip and to get back to work.
Okay.
So that's a kind of directive from the Nigerian government. Stop gossiping and get back to work.
I wouldn't think that's one of the most important things that they have to put on a billboard. Stop gossiping.
No, I agree. It doesn't strike you as the most important thing, but brilliant all the same. Like I think Great Britain could do with a bit of that as well. Do you know what I mean?
Get back to work.
Back to work.
Get a job.
Stop gossiping. Do you know what I mean?
I worked in a stationery store and all people did was gossip.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I made the chocolate orange pyramid, they were gossiping about me. Wasn't as good as when Angela did it.
Yeah.
Oh, Angela.
It's the gossiping bit that I quite like about it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
But is it actually happening in Nigeria? Real or no real?
No real.
I'm going to say real.
That one is real.
Yep. Oh. Massive billboards everywhere telling people to say no to rumour mongers and let's get back to work.
Brilliant.
Good one. I really like that.
Amazing.
Yeah. Stop gossiping. Is this one real or not?
Television's Alan Titchmarsh, star of Ground Force, The Great British Winter and The Alan Titchmarsh Show, once posed nude for the Radio Times with only a set of pruning shears to cover his modesty.
Oh.
Think about it.
Horrific mental images.
Think about it.
I don't want to think about it.
Think about it. So, Titchmarsh, there he is.
Nude with shears.
Nude. Oh, hate that word. Just with a pair of shears to cover his modesty there.
No. I know my mum has a bizarre crush on Alan Titchmarsh.
I think a lot of ladies do.
So I think he'd be my surrogate father if my dad wasn't around.
Okay, that's weird.
Yeah, so I can't think of him in that way.
Right, okay, so Titchmarsh is there on the Radio Times. Not normally a magazine with that kind of content.
Right,
But on this occasion, they made an exception for Titchmarsh.
But wasn't there one last week again on Real or No Real or No Real, where Graham Norton was nude? I know you don't like the word. Covered with 2 large glitter balls.
Yeah. If this is false, then the person that makes up the Real or No Real fake facts has got something's going on there in the mind.
But I also think most celebrities have to do one of these nude photos at some point.
Yeah.
And they have to cover up with a relevant thing. So, as I've said, if you were naked in a photo, it would be a microphone.
It has
or
been.
a compact disc.
Yes.
Just
a microphone there. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I understand.
Yeah, I can see that.
Thanks. So, Real or No Real about Titchmarsh?
I think as I said, I think they all have to do it at one point. Shears is the obvious choice. I'm going to go real.
I think that would stop people from buying the paper, so I'm going to say no real.
That one is no real.
Oh, phew. Didn't happen. Just in his head. Strange, isn't it? And next...
At certain restaurants in America, there is now the option to select your own cow when ordering a beef dish.
Oh, that's incredible if that's true.
I've just got back from America and I didn't see any cows in the restaurant.
No?
No.
Like, because sometimes...
is this like when you
can pick a crab?
Yes, in a really posh restaurant. Some foreign supermarkets, they seem to like that as well. Yeah. I went to this supermarket in France where there was like a fish tank, and then I think you select the crab or the lobster if you're having that.
You like the look of it, and then in it goes.
Yeah.
So, can you pick your own cow though in a restaurant?
I'd feel so terrible looking it in the eyes.
Yes.
No.
I wouldn't even pick the crab. They've got little innocent eyes when they look back at you.
I'm going to say no real on this one.
I'm going to say no real.
That one's real.
Yes, it is. And was featured on an episode of Man vs. Food.
Oh, legend.
I liked him when he came in. He's such a good guy.
The greatest guest we greatest man I've ever met. Yeah.
Wow.
In fact, I'm going to go and say that. The greatest guest I've ever met through this show.
Adam Rickman. I mean, you literally could hear him talk for hours, and he's got so many good stories.
Legend.
Yes, that is true. You can pick your own cow, but there's a bit of a delay after you order. There's a few days delay.
Okay.
It's not like I'll have that one, please, that Frisian or whatever it is, and then like 2 minutes, or half an hour later, it's on your plate. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, just wanted to clear that up. At the end of that,
it's a draw. 20-all.
Oh yes. Is Dan back next week?
He's back next week.
Okay. What's going on? You got any videos for us?
Yeah, we've actually uploaded, or going to upload, the entire show onto the Radio 1 website this week. So you can look at it in the Dan and Phil tab. It's quite a good one. We had to put on as many high visibility jackets as we could possibly do.
That's actually harder than it sounds.
It was a lot harder than it sounded. Also, we had Fan Wars, which was Nicki Minaj versus Linkin Park.
Awesome.
Which was a clash of the Titans.
So all on the Radio 1 website very soon. The entire Dan and Phil show. If you missed it, if you couldn't watch it last night, it's going to be up there soon. Thank Not out of breath at all. Dan and Phil.
Hi, we're totally on time.
Definitely.
Didn't just run up the stairs and
You
stuff.
guys.
Dan is not on time.
Hey. I've heard that a lot in my
Phil
life.
is late.
Crap Phil.
Crap Phil.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Very
Good. How are you?
Just witnessed 2 cars crash into each other in front of our taxi. No one was hurt, though.
But it was very dramatic and slow.
And very slow.
Was it one of those ones where it's like, no?
Yeah.
It was, seriously, our taxi driver had no compassion for the accident. He was just like, oh, he just talked to himself for about 10 minutes. It was really weird.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't. It's like they don't really care. As long as it hasn't hurt their cab in any way.
In any way.
So better not be a dent there.
At one point, he said, "I hate cars."
Yeah, I was like,
maybe you're in the wrong line of work.
Yeah.
So, I remember a day where, like, you used to be here, like, an hour before, and now you're busy media professionals now.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, you are. Let's play Real or No Real, and then we'll talk about your show and some exciting news about your show, which I have. I'm actually not allowed where I'm not sure I'm allowed to share it or not.
Oh.
Is this about
that
the video?
thing. Well, it's that thing. We can talk about the Daft Punk thing, but maybe not that.
I don't think we can talk about that thing.
Yeah,
okay.
Oh, no.
All I know is I know about the video.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Now it's Real or No Real. Sometimes I forget what I'm allowed to say and what I'm not. Is this real or not? Chris is playing with Dan and Phil today.
You are 10 times more likely to be bitten by another human than a rat.
Who's that footballer?
Suarez.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
check me out with my football facts.
I think that you and I, Dan, are on the same level of knowledge with football.
Really?
I think so.
Mostly none.
Yeah.
That guy.
Bitey dude.
I've been bitten by quite a few humans.
Have you?
But I've never been bitten by a rat.
Do you want to talk us through that, Phil?
My little cousin, just likes to bite people. I think she's a vampire.
Probably. Cannibal in the
So
making.
I'd say I've been bitten by her about 8 times.
Right. How old is she?
3.
Oh, okay.
Fair enough.
26.
Yeah. That's no joke, actually, because I was bitten once by probably someone who was 19. A gig in Belfast at university. I wasn't giving her enough attention, apparently.
Oh, right.
Had to go to the doctor for that in the end.
Rabies.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You never know, do you? Could
No.
have rabies.
Definitely.
So, real or no real? More likely to be bitten by a human than rat.
I don't think anyone here has been bitten by a rat.
No.
Right? So, going by that, I'm going to say real.
Yeah, based on the facts here, real.
Real.
That one is real.
Good work,
Yeah.
strong start, everybody.
That's
Science.
Yeah, there are 10 times more human bites reported in the UK than rat. Next.
In central New York, you are never more than 7 metres from a sausage.
I thought that was going to be rat, but no,
Yeah.
sausage.
It's like
out of nowhere.
the two facts that got mixed up there or something.
I think
More likely
so.
to get bitten by a sausage than a human.
Good point.
Now, Phil, you've been to New York recently.
Very recently. I
Yeah.
didn't eat any sausages.
Did you feel that you were never more than 7 metres away from one, though? Did you smell them? You're like, definitely a sausage in the vicinity.
We were
Yeah.
in a helicopter at one point, though, so that would have been a bit weird if we were
Aye.
7 metres away from raining sausages.
Why were you in a helicopter, you busy media professionals, again?
Just having fun.
Yeah.
Just not working. But yeah, also Empire State Building, no sausages up or down there. I mean, seriously.
There is a slight scent of sausage meats
Around.
It's a weird thing
Yeah.
to say.
See, this is what they do when they go on holiday. They
Never
get
been in a
They
helicopter
get helicopters.
myself.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so what you're saying about sausages being never more than 7 metres away?
I'd like to say that's real.
Based on my experiences, no.
I'm saying no real.
That one is no real.
No.
Made up. And next,
This weekend, Pop's Rita Ora tweeted a picture of herself enjoying a Coke float at a beer garden in Croydon.
Wow.
We love a Coke float, don't we, Scott?
we do actually. Nothing says summer like it.
Scott was once spotted, and we were outside. I remember this. We were outside in a cafe, and we'd just done some dancing with a group called 6D. Do you remember?
R.I.P.
R.I.P.
They're not dead,
They're
they
not
just
dead.
need to get
I mean, their career is
No, that's
is
dead.
Very much
I
dead.
think.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Lovely lads and ladies.
celebrated by having a Coke float,
Yes, we did.
Wow.
which is something Scott introduced me to.
Yeah.
And I believe it was then in a Spotted thing. It was
Yes, it
like a
was.
Spotted
Ah,
Scott
embarrassing.
Coke float drama.
It wasn't a drama, it was just like spotted having a Coke float outside a cafe. Not that exciting.
I've never
Wow,
had one.
Scandal.
You've never had a Coke float?
No, I want to try one now.
You do, definitely do.
Yeah, you see, so I like to think we're trendsetters, and now the cool kids are taking over. Do you know what I mean with the Coke
Yeah.
float?
Rita Ora in Croydon.
Do you follow Rita Ora, Dan?
I don't, but now I do want to.
What about you, Chris?
Does she have Rihanna levels
On
of
Twitter?
Instagram?
Yeah.
I don't think I do actually. No, which is
Awkward.
I do.
Awkward.
I do. I like to know what she's up to. Also, this is a bit like the Beyonce thing where she was spotted in mother care in Newbury.
I know, right? Most
that
random
real?
thing that's ever happened? Probably not. No. What?
Because I was seeing Twitter messages from people like going, "Oh my God, she's just been in Next in Newbury."
Definitely wouldn't happen.
Why not though? She might just fancy a bit of Next.
Maybe.
But did Rita Ora have a Coke float? Is that one?
yeah. I'm going to say real.
Entirely real.
No real.
That one is no real.
Yeah, we made it up that she was in
What?
Croydon. And next,
This weekend, former Spice Girl Geri Halliwell tweeted a video of herself bursting into a pub and singing her 1996 hit Say You'll Be There at mildly annoyed drinkers.
Mildly annoyed.
Do you follow Jelly
Halliwell.
Jerry Halliwell?
yes, I do, and her tweets are incredible.
Yeah.
Can
Really?
we just talk about this?
Crazy.
I've heard.
Like the best tweets ever.
Oh. I need to follow
It's
them.
like you should follow her now until someone teaches her what you should do on Twitter.
Okay.
Like
before
share.
she gets advice.
I'm
you know?
starting to think this will be more likely now.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
I'm listen. I'm saying this is real. This is the kind of weird. She's a little bit odd, isn't she, on Twitter?
Yes.
So I think it's fair to say that this is the kind of thing she would do.
She's completely sane in real life. It's just that she likes to make you think that she's on Twitter, but she's not at all.
I saw a picture of one of my friends on Facebook who was with Emma Bunton over the weekend, and she was dressed as Baby Spice.
That's right.
What?
Because
That's a bit weird.
Mel C and Emma Bunton went to a fancy dress party dressed as themselves from back in the day.
It wasn't a joke. I was like, no, that can't be real.
That's sad. Like she's just regressing back to her glory days or something.
It's a bit like Big Up Yourself, isn't it? It's like, I'm going to go as me.
Yeah, fancy dress as myself.
But did Jerry Halliwell burst into a pub?
I'm saying real.
Real.
No real.
That one's real.
Yes. Is this the best I've ever done?
And here it is. Here's Jerry singing in the pub.
I'm giving you everything, all that joy can bring. Yes, I swear.
Oh,
Yes,
no.
I swear. And all that I want from you is the promise.
Oh, man.
No one's even looking at her.
No one cares.
People still talking.
Do you know why? Because she's got nothing to do.
Nothing.
So much free time.
A lot of time.
And money.
So, at the end of that round of real or no real.
Come on.
Do you know what? I actually haven't won it this week. Phil, you lost 20 points.
Oh.
Dan, 30. I scored 30. So draw.
Draw.
You're about to celebrate.
Have I ever won? Ever?
Never.
You robbed it from me.
Oh.
Gonna beat Chris one day.
I hate you, Rita Ora.
Do you know what, though? It could actually be worse. It could be worse.
Oh, so sad.
I feel better now.
Everyone's just still talking.
All that I want from you is the promise you will be there.
Why?
Oh,
Actually hurts with
I like it that she tweeted the other day, I'm on the tube, and had a picture of her on
Did
the
you see that?
on the tube.
It was like, I'm mingling with the peasants.
I know, yeah.
It's my favourite thing that's
Look at
ever
me.
happened.
Ooh, not been on this before. So, the video from this weekend, please.
Well, the chart show got in a bit of a tizzy because, you know, back before the days when the chart show wasn't visualised, they didn't have to worry about things like what to do if an artist didn't make a music video.
know.
But now what happens? They come to me and Phil, you know, because our show is all about getting people at home to make music videos to their favourite songs. They can control the playlist in our request show. So when Daft Punk didn't make a video to get lucky, they asked us to make a music video completely compromised of clips sent in by Radio 1 listeners. And we just, it's a cinematic masterpiece.
So we've made the ultimate collaboration video featuring loads of Radio 1 listeners, and it's on the Radio 1 YouTube right now.
I just saw a clip of it. It looks amazing.
It's really good. I've seen the whole thing. Amazing.
Features a dance-off between us and Greg James.
Oh yeah, so seriously, if there's any Greg James fans out there that are, you know, into his Beyonce pins, then it's good. You get some proper close-ups of Greg James's butt in that video.
And some tinfoil.
And some tinfoil. Yeah.
That's good. And lots of our lovely listeners. So that's the Get Lucky music video, because Daft Punk can't be bothered.
No.
It's the Dan and Phil official chart one on the Radio 1 YouTube now. See you next.
Hello, Dan and Phil.
Hello, Hugh.
Hi, Hugh.
It's nice to see you both. You're right.
Yeah, good, thanks.
Normally, we say hi on a Sunday.
Yeah.
That's when you're on, 7 till 9. Sunday nights have never been the same since you arrived.
Oh, no.
It's
that
a beautiful
poor request
thing.
show.
It's a beautiful thing. And you are looking smarter than I've ever seen you before.
Yeah, I mean, it's not for any reason. We just decided that we're going to wear full suits from now on.
Come on now.
Yeah,
Come on.
We may be going to the Radio Sony Academy Awards.
Ooh.
Exciting.
Are you excited about it?
I'm a little bit scared.
I hope we win, otherwise we'll just have loads of disappointed people staring at us from Radio 1 like, why did we give you a job?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I've got good vibes.
Okay, good.
I've got good feelings. You're up for like, is it Golden Headphone Awards?
Yeah, it's people have to vote to win it, so it's like the only one that's kind of less important because, you know, it's not decided by an academy, it's just people voting. But, you know, you could consider that the most important
Exactly.
one, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
So, hey, I'm very, very excited and terrified.
I think voting's closed now, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a bit like, we can't do an on-air last-minute appeal.
2 hours before it happens. No,
Better not.
please.
And I like yours, Dan, because you've got some sort of leather in your
Yeah,
suit.
that's just how edgy I am.
We need a
Leather
photo.
tie.
We need a photo of Dan and Phil online, ASAP, I think. So you come in every Monday to play this with Scott.
Yep. I've never won.
Have you not, Phil?
No, I've never won once. We think it's Chris doing the scoring. We think that he just cheats horribly or is just bad at maths. But I guess we'll find out now.
Yeah.
Well, Chris is on his £25 budget holiday.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter about Chris Stark. We're doing it in a Scott Mills style. And here we go. Now, there's 10 Scott Mills points each. I'm going to play along as well.
Okay.
So it's 3 of us, isn't it? Dan, Phil, and me. 10 Scott Mills points. He left the box open with the points in. So
Brilliant.
we're just handing them out willy-nilly.
Wow.
Why not? Okay, here's the first one.
The cast of Glee have had more songs in the charts than the Beatles.
A depressing but probably true fact. I think.
Yeah, I know they released like 5 Glee albums at the same
There's
time.
probably at least 8 or 9. There's like 3 Christmas albums, aren't there?
It's so easy though, isn't it? Because all they've got to do is choose any song from ever, record it again, and it's a new song.
But would they all go into the charts?
Well, I don't know. Everything. I love how the Beatles are the benchmark.
The biggest selling artists ever in the history of anything ever.
Yeah, until Adele and until Emily Sandé, but until Glee. Oh, I don't know.
I used to like Glee a lot secretly.
Yeah, at the beginning, so exciting.
I liked Glee so much I went to see Glee live, the arena tour. That's how much I liked it at one point, and then just broke my heart.
What was that like?
Just went live, amazing. Seriously, I was screaming just like all the 8-year-old girls that were there. Yeah,
awesome.
Good memories.
Have you still got Glee albums on your laptops?
No. I haven't, no.
You sure?
I didn't stoop that low at any point.
So what are we saying? I'm going to go real, because we live in a crazy world, Dan and Phil.
I'm going to say no real.
I'm definitely saying real.
Let's find out.
That one is real.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. More than the Beatles. Unbelievable.
Wow.
But let's be fair, the Beatles didn't just take any old song and recover them, did they really?
They made them.
They just made them from scratch. Okay, here we go with the next one. Real or no real?
Vampire Weekend celebrated signing their record deal by going back to vocalist Ezra's house and looking at a slideshow of their gap year trekking across Southeast Asia.
Oh man, that sounds like something that would happen.
It's good, isn't it?
Love the indie bands.
Because they're from New York City, aren't they, Vampire Weekend?
Yeah.
And they're kind of, I can see them on a gap year doing things like that. So they've signed a big record deal, fame and fortune awaits them. Do they go back to watch a slideshow?
They're very collegey, aren't they?
Yeah.
So I think, going back to watch the old Gap Year memories.
Gap year.
That's what you're calling it. So I'm going to go, I think they're more rock and roll than people give them credit for. Ooh. I think they went out on like a 24-hour bender around New York City. So I'm going to say no real.
Maybe they did that and then started watching the slideshow afterwards.
Yeah. That's what you'd do if you're on the edge, wouldn't you? Yeah. Really. I'd like to think that that's too indie to be true, so I'm going to say no real.
I'm going to say real because I want to win.
I'm going no real as well. I'm sticking with Dan.
Okay.
That one is no real.
No.
Hang on, who got that right?
Me and you.
Yay! Okay, 10 Scott Mills points for you and me. Good news. And here's the next one.
A$AP Rocky says his track Wild for the Night was inspired by an incident when a baboon broke into the American rapper's Johannesburg show and ran amok in the gig venue.
Wow.
Wild for the night, going wild tonight. Do your monkey again, Dan.
No, that was good. It was a one-time thing.
Little baboon. So, A$AP Rocky's on stage. Baboon breaks into the venue. Goes back.
Throwing poo everywhere.
Pens wild for the night. I think that's real.
That was amazing as soon as they said baboon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to believe.
Anything involving a baboon has to be good.
Yeah. Do you think A$AP Rocky needs a baboon breaking in for inspiration?
I think I would.
Yeah.
Very inspiring. You could write a whole album based on that, couldn't you?
You could.
Yeah.
Glee would turn it into a musical.
An entire show dedicated to the monkey incident.
One time I woke up in the night and there was a cat on my legs, and I don't own a cat.
Wow, that sounds traumatizing.
And that kind of inspired me to write a song.
Whose cat was it, Phil?
I think it was a neighbour's cat, or a wild feral one, I'm not sure. It was terrifying anyway.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That sounds traumatic.
It was. I'd like to say it's real.
I want to believe real.
I'm going to say no real.
That one is no real.
Damn it. That's what I get for having an imagination.
Okay, last one. We're doing well here. Last real or no real for today with Dan and Phil in the Scott Mills style. And we've got this one. Now, this is related to somebody who's going to be on the Zane show from 7 o'clock tonight.
Daft Punk member Guy Manuel is part of the French aristocracy and is descended from knights who rode against Henry V at Agincourt.
Wow.
Oh, this is good. Do you love Get Lucky? Do you like that?
I love it.
Well, I mean, we spent so long editing the video for the chart show for it that it kind of became traumatizing. Imagine if it's like Chinese water torture. If you listen to a song again and again and again, you always ruin your favourite songs by doing that, don't you?
I still kind of love it, though, even though we edited the song.
It's just that good.
Yeah.
So catchy.
Still funky. So, do you think he was... Can we just listen again? Because it was quite a historical one.
It was.
This is about Daft Punk.
Daft Punk member Guy Manuel is part of the French aristocracy and is descended from knights who rode against Henry V at Agincourt.
How's your French history?
Not that great.
Have you seen Les Miserables?
I haven't.
I have. That's as good as I get with French history.
Was there any men in motorcycle helmets in the background?
No. No.
Oh, damn, that would have
And
helped.
on that basis, thank you very much for helping. I'm going to go no real.
I want to win, or at least draw with you, so I'm going to say real, so I have something different to you.
I'm going to say no real.
Can't be. French aristocracy. Daft Punk. Well, I guess we can find out with Zane Lowe tonight from 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Discussing the new album. And we can find out now as well.
That one's real.
Yes.
Well done, Dan.
So 10 Scott Mills points for Dan, and Cara, the producers, totaled it up. So Phil, 0.
Oh.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, no. Oh, man.
Next time, I'm going to win.
And Dan and myself, 30 each.
I will take that. Yes.
It's a tie. Hey, talking of ties, you're looking lovely.
Hey, thank you.
And enjoy the Sony Awards tonight. Will you be tweeting as the night goes on?
I probably will. Although I hear there's no reception in the hotel, so I'm not braced for this emotionally. I could have a breakdown if there's no 3G.
No
we'll see what
internet.
happens.
Take a satellite dish with you. And Charlie Sloth looking dapper, and Greg James as well. So good luck to everybody, and have a brilliant night.
Thanks, Q.
Thanks for coming in.
And now it's time for Real or No Real. Normally, Dan and Phil, you know them, Sunday night, Radio 1, big stars on the internet. They're normally here on Monday to do this. They're not here, they're in LA, yeah? So, it's a Dan and Phil special. It's about them. But I'm playing along with Chris. Here we go. 10 Scott Mills points, play along at home. For each one you get right, give yourself 10.
Amazing Phil holds the world record for stacking 2-pence piece coins at speed.
Wow, if true.
So, you stack up the 2p's. I could never do it myself. I've tried several times.
Do you think that's how he got known? So he put a video of himself doing that on the internet?
Well, maybe. It's a bit like Conor Maynard put those covers of him doing Neo on YouTube. Boom.
See, that's what we've never explored with Dan and Phil. At some point, that has started. Do you know what I mean? At some point, one of them has decided, right, I'm going to put a video online.
Yeah, but what video was it?
Yeah, exactly.
Same as all the greats. Justin Bieber, Conor Maynard, Dan and Phil.
And I'd love to know what that video is. And I've got a feeling it could be something like this, because I would share that. Well, maybe.
I think I would.
Speed stacking. So, on that basis, I'm going to say real.
I can't see him being the first person ever to do that. It must have been done years ago, surely. 2p's? I'm going to say no real.
I'm saying real.
That one is real.
Oh! Wow.
Really?
You got the video here?
Was that the video that started off their fame on the internet?
Is that Dan? I'm looking at a video of Dan. That's very long hair, isn't it?
Oh, it's definitely him. Wow, that's incredible. I did not know that about
What a
them.
skill.
Aren't they dark horses?
Yeah.
Next.
An entirely blank video that Dan is not on fire accidentally filmed from inside his jeans pocket has just reached 1 million views on YouTube.
Oh, so he didn't even mean to film it. A bit like when you pocket call somebody.
Yeah.
Only it went viral. 1 million views coming up.
But the thing is, because they're so hugely popular, that's the kind of thing that can happen, isn't it?
They could do a blow-off on the internet and people would watch it.
That's what I'm saying. It's like when a band gets really, really, really successful, they could, I think, release anything. And
it's like Rihanna. Like she is doing that at the moment as well, isn't she? She's literally going, bleh, and it's like, whoa, it's on the radio, it's on the internet. Yeah.
So I can imagine,
make a song what we know.
I can imagine
chorus.
People liking this kind of thing. I don't know why.
But it's just a blank video.
I know.
I'm going to say no real. What are you saying?
I'm saying real. They're very popular boys.
That one is no real.
No. Next one, please, on our Dan and Phil special.
Dan and Phil are obsessed with being in the audience on the Jeremy Kyle show, and their fans hawkishly watch every episode in case they catch a glimpse of the internet stars seated at the back of the studio.
So is that suggesting that they've been on before in the audience?
No, I just think they want to be on.
Right, and the fans are looking out for it.
And maybe they say, like, oh, we might be on soon, and tease the fans so they have to watch it every day to see if they eventually appear.
Okay, well, I'm waiting for the day that they have a domestic and they end up on the Jeremy Kyle show.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because they...
What, DNA and all that?
No, I don't. No, I don't think it's like that. Maybe a lie detector.
All right, cool.
But what a lovely thought. I mean, we've both talked at length about wanting to be in the audience of the Jeremy Kyle show, haven't we?
We have. We've been obsessed with that for a while, but we never actually got round to it. And even when Jeremy Kyle himself came into the show and just said, yeah, come on, Haven't got around to it.
We still haven't done it. And
I don't know why. I'm such an idiot.
I'd love us to do that. But yeah, maybe this is... I don't know why. I can just imagine this is the kind of thing that they've said they're going to do.
But also, a lot of their fans will be at school when Jeremy Kyle's on, so how can they watch every day?
Good point. So, what are you saying?
I'm saying no real.
I'm going to say real.
That one is real.
Oh. Really?
Wow. Really?
So they've been in the audience, have they? Yep. Look, I'm
they've been
at a
on.
picture here. Yep.
Well, I'm jealous now. I've always wanted to do that.
Oh, they've even managed to get a close-up of Phil with the caption. That's what I've always wanted, a picture of you in the audience with the caption.
Let's see. Are you already pregnant, or have you cheated?
Yes.
That's awesome. Yeah, with the title of today's show on.
Yeah.
I always wanted to be on one of the American ones. There's one that I always wish I was on just for the subject title, and you see a quick, like a screen grab of my face in the audience, and it was, "My daughter is a hoochie mama." And I think that was on... I can't remember which one. It may be Jerry Springer, actually. And next...
To save money when travelling, Dan and Phil only ever book a single hotel room and go top to tail in bed.
Now, what are we saying about this?
I'm saying it's economical.
It is. Is that how it works with double acts like that?
Yeah, well, we've never done it, have we?
No, absolutely not. What do you mean? No, we've never topped and tail. But I mean, they're very much a sort of...
They are a double act.
Yes.
You know, like you don't get one without the other.
No. So, to be economical, yes, I can believe that. So I'm going to say real.
Do you think? All right.
No. Real.
I'm also saying real, yes.
That one is no real.
And at the end of that, real or no real?
You scored 10, I scored 20.
I very much enjoyed that. I only got 10?
Yeah.
Dan and Phil, hi.
Wow, that was intense.
Are you allergic to us, Scott?
Whoa. It's my allergies. I've been in New York. I suddenly got allergies.
What are you allergic to?
I don't know. But you know, like everyone in America's like, oh, it's my allergies. It's like, really? So that was Jason Derulo on the other side, and here's Dan and Phil.
Hi.
It's good to have you back on.
I know, it feels like about 10 years.
It's been a while since we've played in Real or No Real together, but you've been a bit busy.
Big weekend. Took out most of my soul. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I saw Phil's tweet going, "It's taken me a week, but I think I'm now back to normal."
Finally recovered.
After a mild coma, just to reset things.
It was good though, the big weekend. We enjoyed.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to play Real or No Real now. Have you got a video for us this week?
We have a highlights video of us being flamingos and tidying up the green room.
At Big Weekend?
Not a Big Weekend, no.
Oh.
Just generally in our show.
Oh, cool.
Big Weekend was like so last week.
No.
It's actually very hard to hop around a green room picking things up without falling over. I think I fell over 4 times.
Actual danger.
And we had head cams on as well, so it's very entertaining.
And that's on the radio on YouTube now.
Yep.
Okay, real or no real then. So, these facts, are they real or a load of guff?
Astronomers have concluded that the centre of our galaxy tastes like raspberries and smells like rum.
What
even is that? Right, okay, that's making my head fizz a little bit. So, the centre of the galaxy...
Which is just a giant... What's the centre of the Milky Way? Is it like a black hole or a giant star? Who knows?
I don't know.
We need some physics up in this studio.
So it tastes like raspberry and smells like rum.
It's making me hungry.
Tastes like fire and vacuums, probably.
Yeah. I wouldn't think space would taste like raspberry. That wouldn't be my guess.
Quite specific raspberry, isn't it? It's a specific item that's composed of lots of things. Centre of the universe.
So what were they saying it smells like?
Rum.
I can understand how they could bring something... I mean, how are they sniffing? Do you know what I mean? So, there's not someone up there who's opening a window and sniffing space.
Smelloscope.
Can you smell if there's no air as well?
Whoa.
I can smell Bacardi.
This is getting deep. I'm saying no real.
I think it's really stupid, so it has to be real.
I'm going to say no real.
Okay.
That one is real.
No, it's not.
That's not real.
It is, though.
How can it be? That's rubbish.
Look it up.
So space smells like rum.
No. Smells like rum and tastes like raspberry. That's a good one. And next...
Steve Brookstein is the only person Simon Cowell follows on Twitter. Cowell has told reporters that he wants Steve to know he is keeping an eye on him.
That's the first ever winner of the X Factor there, Steve Brookstein.
How's he doing?
Yeah, I have an occasional spat with him on Twitter, which I quite enjoy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He likes to have a go.
drama.
I know. Just because I'm bored, and he's really easy to annoy.
celebs. Yeah, good.
So Steve Brookstein off of X Factor.
Yeah.
Simon Cowell, only person that follows him on Twitter just to keep an eye on him.
See,
like he cares.
I think Simon Cowell was quite new to Twitter. I mean, he only joined up in recent times, I believe.
True.
Like, let's say he's only been a year or something. But I think he would follow more people. I don't think he's joined up just to annoy Steve Brookstein.
No, I don't think so.
I think he's got better things.
Yeah, he's quite a showbiz guy, a lot of connections. I think he'd follow everyone he works with.
Yeah, imagine only having Steve on your timeline.
Does he know how to follow them? That's the thing.
Yeah, probably has people to do that.
True.
Yeah.
So are we saying Steve Brookstein's the only person that Simon Cowell follows on Twitter?
No real.
No real.
No real.
That one is no real.
Okay. What about this, though?
The first website to be given the .co.uk domain name was a fan site for the 1994 TV show Joe Brand Through the Cake Hole.
Wow.
That's something I would like to be real.
Oh, I've got a feeling this is real.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
So the first ever .co.uk domain was for a show, Joe Brand Through the Cake Hole.
I don't remember that one being 3 at the time.
Yeah, you were, yeah.
.co.uk was pretty early in the internet, though. I can't imagine the king of the internet being like, have .co.uk.
Random Joe Brand fan.
Yeah.
No, but
it's
it's got to start somewhere, hasn't it? I mean, that's the thing. It's got to start somewhere. Why not Joe Brand?
But surely before Joe Brand.
Something.
Was she funny then?
No.
I mean, like, was genuinely?
No, I don't think so. It was the same jokes.
Yeah.
So she had, but she had a TV show.
Oh, I'm fat. Oh, I eat cake.
Yeah.
The end.
Okay.
Oh, men are rubbish. Oh, I might have a cake. Oh no, I'm fat. The end.
Oh my word, Scott! Turn down the drama.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to say real.
It's true, though, isn't it? Real? Yes. Okay.
I so want it to be real.
I was born on the internet, and I do not think that is real.
Ooh, here we go.
That one is no real.
I'm actually getting some points this time. This is new.
Did you say real, Dan, or no real?
I said no real and lost. Oh no, I said real and lost.
Yeah.
This is going to be the first time you might win, Phil.
I'm in there now.
It's a good day.
Yeah.
Okay. And next,
Wayne Bridge proposed to Frankie from the Saturdays by dressing their dogs in bride and groom outfits.
Oh, wow.
No. It's one of those you don't want to think might be happening, but probably did.
That's horrific.
Oh God.
I'm almost certain this is real.
Oh.
But the thing is, I don't want to say it and then get. And I'm not just. I almost think I've heard this as well.
Yeah. It's one of those
Why
things.
would you have heard that?
Well, as in it was reported. Do you know what I mean? Like, it seems like the kind of thing that they would do.
Do you think?
Yeah.
And it's like that they were dressed as the bride and groom, so it's not just like a little doggy tuxedo. It's like a proper gypsy wedding dress, I like to think, with all the fairy lights and the 30-foot trail.
Proper
right down
outfits.
Yeah, proper dog.
Okay, so what are we thinking about this? Chris thinks he might have heard this.
I'm going to say real on this one.
Yeah.
I like the idea of a dog spinning around, then puking up and being like, "Will you marry me?" So real.
Mm-hmm.
Real.
Did Wayne Bridge dress up the dogs in bride and groom outfits or not for Frankie off of the Saturdays?
That one is real.
Amazing.
Wow and wow again. So at the end of that,
I scored 20, Dan scored 30, and Phil scored 30.
Yes, Phil!
They've won.
done it!
They've both done it.
That counts. You're still good.
It's a joint victory, but I'm glad I finally won.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Dan and Phil back with your videos on Sunday night at 7 o'clock. If you head to the Radio 1 YouTube, you'll see them being flamingos.
Yep. That's it.
Right.
Yes.
That's all we need to say.
That's all that needs to be.
It's Dan and Phil.
Hi, is that our jingle?
Yes.
I liked it.
I like trumpet intro.
I've got actual trumpets if you want those.
Please.
Just take me a while to find the horns. Just tell me how you've been in the meantime.
You usually have the horns to hand, don't you?
I know, but today I just don't. I'm not with it today. I'll be honest. I don't know what's going on with me. It's a Monday. Tell us about your video first of all before we play Real or No Real. What have you got for us?
We have a full extended highlights of our show, including a dad-off in Fan Wars, where we got some dads to make animal impressions.
I saw this on Twitter
It was
last night.
spectacular. Seriously, when we said sad owl, someone's dad delivered in ways that we couldn't expect.
Wow.
So it was magnificent. Yeah, so if you always see us coming onto the show and you're like, what the heck is this guy's show about? Then you can see it on the YouTube channel and maybe you'll want to watch it. Or maybe you'll hate it. Who knows?
You won't.
I think they'll love it.
Probs.
Go to the Radio 1 YouTube now and check out Dan and Phil if you haven't already. All the highlights from the show are on there, including the dad off. Found it. That's quite good.
That was worth the wait.
Bit horsey.
A little bit. Okay, so it's time for Real or No Real. Here we go. A selection of things that might be real, but might not.
A motorist in the village of Sonning Common in Oxfordshire has caused severe damage to a traffic island after colliding with a sign reading Sonning Common welcomes careful drivers.
Scott Mills.
See what I mean? But I don't know what's going on today. I can't
I like
do
it. Making Real or No Real a bit more funky.
So I just can't do the radio today. Can Greg come and do it? Or do you want to take over or something?
You don't want me to do that.
No.
That's just how we
Hang on.
go.
I'll step
Even more wrong.
No, Chris, that's
Plan
worse.
B.
Not yet.
I don't know why I can't do it. Hopefully normal service will be resumed tomorrow. That's what I wanted.
Hey.
Okay, so the motorist crashes into welcomes careful driver sign.
I've been to Sonning. I've seen that sign. Whoa, that doesn't help in any way.
Did it
to
have a
do
dip?
with this right
What
now.
are the chances of that?
I know.
Why is that a memorable sign, though, Dan?
I just remember
Because most
seeing it.
towns have that kind
Yeah.
of. So what I'm saying is, it got flashing lights and a car's come through and sort of.
Have they made a tourist
distracted.
attraction out of
It's
it?
just a particularly dull sign. I
Did
think
it-
it's just the only ironic thing that's happened this week.
Did it have a giant dent in it?
No, not when I saw it.
Where is Sonning, please?
Didn't they say Oxfordshire? Just kind of you're there.
No, I'm
you
not
know.
with it.
Yeah.
Don't know what's going on. Anyway, so Real or No Real? Phil?
I think that's real.
Totally real.
I'm saying real.
That one is real.
Yeah.
Imagine if they said no real, that'd be like, wow, good fact.
Next.
British parents contribute nearly £1 billion each year to their children's gap years. Only 3% of them expect to be paid back.
Ooh.
So parents who pay $1 billion to gap years, but not many of them expect to actually ever see it again.
Have you two been on a gap year?
I worked at Asda during my gap year. That
you?
was glamorous, yeah. Saving all the third world countries. Yeah, that was me.
I didn't go on one, but I used to get £1 pocket money a week.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, what was that like?
That's
Please sponsor Phil. Just £1 a
Look
week.
into his eyes.
Just £1 a week.
I got £1 a week as well. It makes you sound old saying £1 a week.
It does, it does.
Back then, that was 10 Freddos. Not anymore.
No, really not. So, what you're saying, 3% of parents expecting to get it back, the money they pay for the gap year.
Was it £1 billion as well?
1 billion.
That's a lot of pounds.
It is, but
It is.
Yeah, but it is because lots of people take their gap years and go find themselves at a time where they can't really afford it. Because they do it between sort of school, sixth form and uni often, don't they? So I'm saying they're going to need that money and it's going to come from the bank of the parents.
I think it is.
Whoever expects the children to pay back the parents, that's just...
It very rarely happens.
Never happens.
Okay, so real or no real?
It has to be real.
I'm going to vote real as well.
I've got to agree. Real.
That one is real.
Oh, everyone's
Doing well.
doing really well today.
Journalistic.
What about this?
In Australia, irritated girlfriends can now buy dog-style neck cones to place around the necks of their boyfriends in order to protect them against unwelcome advances.
Wow.
This is I'm imagining like a neck cone that you might see on a dog.
Yeah, exactly. Like a lampshade upside down.
Yeah.
When it's
you
been
see
to the
it out
vets.
of it.
Yes, is that so they don't scratch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So boyfriend neck cones available in Australia. I told you the story before about one of our bosses that used to work here that sleeps in a travel pillow every night. You know the ones that
No.
you're supposed to use on planes.
They don't work though, do they? They're just
No, they don't work. But he
uncomfortable.
wears that to bed every night.
I thought you were going to be like he used to wear a traffic cone every day.
No, it's just
Why does he do that, please?
doesn't work anymore.
Why?
Because he finds them comfortable. So he affixes the travel pillow only normally for use on planes in his bed. And
What
goes to
a
sleep.
freak.
I know, what a freak. No. So, what are you saying? Boyfriend neck cones.
I think that'd be dangerous in Australia if you looked at the sky and then a spider fell into the
Seriously,
cone.
I've seen so many videos of people unflapping their like mirrors and then like huntsman spiders falling onto their heads. Apparently this happens like all the time in Australia. So if you're wearing one of these neck cones, A, you probably shouldn't be driving, but it would also like trap the bugs that would inevitably try to kill you in your neck.
In Australia, a snake fell on my mum's head from a tree, and I witnessed it.
Was
That
your
sounds
mum okay?
horrendous.
It didn't bite her, but she was scared.
She lived, so it's funny.
The one time I went to Australia, I said to the lady when I arrived, I was like, all my friends are saying you should shake your shoes out and your clothes every day.
Yeah.
Oh, they're just having a laugh at me. She's like, no, you definitely should do that. And check under the toilet seat. I was like, oh, my God. So, real or no real?
I think it could be one of those novelty products that you see in a shop. So I'm going to say real.
Like that shop you go to to get all your presents.
Yeah.
They've all been too real so far, so I'm going to say no real, just to be edgy.
I'm going to say real.
That one is no real.
Okay, final facts coming up. Now, first, listen carefully to the words in this.
Okay, so you're Brad Pitt. That don't impress me much.
Back to Shania Twain's hit, That Don't Impress Me Much, from the late 90s. But she does say in it...
Okay, so you're Brad Pitt.
Now, listen to this.
In 2011, Shania Twain emerged from the premiere of Brad Pitt's film Moneyball and said, "Brad's such an amazing actor. I absolutely love all of his movies. He is still such a heartthrob."
Shania lied.
So she is impressed.
Is she impressed by Brad Pitt? Despite claiming in her song from back in the day that she really wasn't.
So what's the real or no real in this? Is she impressed?
Is she impressed by Brad Pitt?
Right, okay.
Did she say those things?
What do you think?
I'm impressed by Brad Pitt.
But she said it in a song.
She did.
You're not Shania Twain,
I'm
Phil.
not. I wish I was.
I know. I just sometimes have that as well, don't you? And then it goes again.
Yeah.
Does Shania write her own music?
I don't know.
Maybe someone was just venting all of the things they hate, and maybe Shania is impressed by most things, and it was just the writer that's responsible for all of this.
Probably.
So is the theory then, if Brad Pitt tweeted her, she would be impressed?
Would she
and
favourite it, though?
the tweet?
Yeah. That's the question.
I think she would. But what do you reckon?
I think she is impressed by Brad Pitt.
Yeah,
genuinely.
it's hard to imagine anyone not being impressed by Brad Pitt.
So you're saying
all I'm
real?
thinking.
So I'm saying real.
I'm saying real.
I'm going to do a tactical no real.
That one's real.
She is impressed. She's impressed.
Who wouldn't
Lies.
be?
It's all lies.
Bad
So
gamble,
at
Phil.
the end of that, real or no real?
Okay, I scored 30, Dan scored 40, full house wow, and Phil scored 20.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Dan and
First
Phil
one
are
ever.
back. Yes, I
I
know.
know.
Back on Sunday night at 7 with the Chris Show. And don't forget to watch their video on the Radio 1 YouTube now. See you next week then.
And it's time at 4:45, at 4 to Greg James for Real or No Real with the wonderful Dan and Phil.
Hello.
Good afternoon. How are you both?
Very good, thank you.
How was the show last night?
It was really good, actually. We did a Dan versus Phil that was Glastonbury themed. We thought that we'd maybe try to pitch up a tent, but then we could have been there forever, theoretically, so we didn't do that. Instead, Phil came up with the idea that we'd put ourselves in sleeping bags like caterpillars and have a race across the green room.
Oh, what a great idea.
Yeah, I didn't really want to do it because it sounded a bit degrading. It was the lowest moment of my entire life.
I'm still exhausted. It was like an army training exercise. Yeah.
I bet you got nice sleeping bags, Dan and Phil. Can we see them anywhere?
You can. They're on the radio on YouTube right now. Watch it. It's very weird.
I can't describe it. It was literally the most degrading experience of my entire life. It's hilarious and amazing. Just trying to watch us desperately crawl across the floor with our arms in sleeping bags. It's so weird.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I might try it at Glastonbury.
Just for the lols.
Right across the field.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Across the campsite.
Yeah, that'll be good. Have you got slinky sleeping bags, like futuristic astronaut ones, or have you got like cotton ones, which are a little bit stiff?
Yeah, we had the ones that took about 4 hours to pack back into the...
Yeah.
That wasn't fun.
No slinkies for us.
Annoying. Well, it's lovely to see you both. And I've got the video up now.
Hey!
I'm going to have a little look at your sleeping bags. Oh yes, it's brilliant.
I know.
Weird, actually.
Oh, it's
so
great.
weird.
Everyone have a little look. Just do what I did. Put in Dan Phil sleeping bags, Radio 1 YouTube.
I can't believe we did that. That's on the internet forever.
And there we have it. It's amazing. It looks like they've kind of escaped from somewhere. And they're trying to get away.
Great escape.
It looks like you've got too much time.
Yeah.
This is their job, Chris.
Yeah.
This is their job.
Yeah. Molly from the Saturdays was watching as well, which didn't help.
Oh, yeah, she was taking pictures through the glass, so that was great.
I wouldn't do that in front of her.
No. No choice.
Oh, yeah, she was on the surgery, wasn't it, with Aled?
Yeah, Phil suggested that they could move in together because they have a similar OCD live on air, which was a bit an oops.
It's a bit forward, but she didn't turn me down, so...
She's not.
No.
You and Molly. Oh, so I think that'd be lovely. Film it. She could add to the YouTube videos. I feel like I've already exhausted the real or no real music. So should we do it?
Okay.
Okay. So is this how it works, Chris? It's you versus Phil and Dan today.
No. It's
a
me
three-way.
versus Dan versus. But yeah, think of it as a three-way.
Okay. Here's the first one.
Top of the range Rolls-Royce cars come with branded silver umbrellas fitted into their doors.
Totally true. There's just no reason to think that's not true.
Fitted into the doors, though. That's a bit odd. I mean, how does that work?
No, I
You just press
suppose
the button and it goes, and then you're just like swag when you come out, not getting moist.
Right.
Yeah.
It's actually a good idea. I like it because that seems like quite an obvious cheap thing to put in a car, which costs so much money, but makes all the difference.
Yeah,
Definitely.
like a £3 umbrella in a 300 grand car.
Yeah.
Have you ever been in a Rolls Royce, boys?
No.
Have you, Chris?
No, I haven't. You?
No, I've seen them. I've been pointed them out on streets.
Yeah, on the internet.
Talking of which, I was walking down the road near to here. I saw Lord Sugar. Which one is it? I don't know. One of them.
Lord Alan Sugar.
Lord Sugar.
Yes.
Alan.
Yeah.
You know the one I mean. Anyway, I saw his car because it's got that recognisable number plate. I saw it parked up just down the road.
What's his number plate?
And the thing is, obviously, I had to have a little sneaky look in. It's similar to his company name.
Oh, okay.
But I had a little sneaky look in, and nothing to report.
Nothing
really.
in there?
Well, no, I was just hoping that there'd be something of note, but
No umbrella sticking out of the door magically.
and no candidates from The Apprentice either. It's just
in the back.
to be around there. But no.
I don't think he actually interacts with them.
The umbrella thing, though, I've got a sneaky suspicion that this would be a good optional extra. I'm going to say real.
I'm totally saying real.
I'd like to say real as well.
Real all round. Let's find out.
That one is real.
Hey.
Useful.
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Here's the next one.
At Muse's 2010 Wembley Stadium gig, the band's encore was longer than their main performance.
That's good. I didn't go and see Muse on that tour, but they love a bit of extravagance, don't they?
Yeah, me and Phil were there, which
We
is
were.
something we just remember.
Don't give anything away to Chris.
I'm trying to remember what the answer is, even though I was there.
You were at the Muse gig.
Yeah.
I remember they released giant eyeballs into the crowd that you had to
They
pop.
did.
Yeah, of
And there was that
course.
woman in the giant floating sphere that hung upside down. Typical Muse gig.
Yeah.
Woman in giant sphere floating above the crowd.
Apparently, Matt Bellamy's suit, which he wears live in Muse gigs, cost £1 million.
Probably.
It's rubbish.
No, I heard
£1
this over the
million
weekend.
pounds?
How?
Well, it's got like
Lights and
LED
stuff, yeah.
lights all over it.
I could make one of those.
With light bulbs.
Yeah.
Just fairy
Christmas
lights.
lights.
In a Primark jumper.
£1 million. So they they put a lot of money back in. Encore as a lot. So the encore is when band goes off. Do you like encores? As the jury's
I
out.
just don't really see the point, because when you go to a gig now, you get about 20 minutes in, and then you're given disappointment because they say, right, that's it.
It's my last song. Bye.
And then that disappointment, I think the point of it is to make you feel really special that you're getting some really long encore.
Yeah.
Actually, there's a fine line, because if you're finishing 20 minutes into or saying you're finishing, there's massive disappointment early doors.
I know what you mean.
And there's always that awkward moment where they haven't turned the lights on and you don't know whether there's going to be an encore or not. Because everyone's just like, waiting. How long are they going to make you wait?
Yeah, because it's so early now that you then have an encore and you expect at least a few more songs after the encore. So it's that awkward thing where you're going one more song, and then the lights come on. You're like, oh.
I think they're a waste of time. I think we should ban encores.
Right here.
As JC said, encore, do you want more? No! What are we saying, real or no real? Longer than the actual gig for Muse?
They're pretty extravagant, but I think I'd remember that, so no real.
I'm going to say no real.
I'm saying real.
That one is no real.
Well done, Dan and Phil. Okay, next one.
Ryanair are so keen on cutting costs that they never buy pens, encouraging their employees to pick up the free ones from hotels.
What?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Every company's got to get a pen, though. It doesn't matter if you're like a multi-billion-pound airline or if you're like a little kind of rubbish cafe. You got to have your own pens.
You need a pen. I want my own pen.
Have you not got Dan and Phil pens
No,
yet?
we should release
That's the
them.
next big thing.
Well, you're missing a trick.
Have you got any merchandise, you two?
We have T-shirts.
With faces on.
Yeah.
Really?
Are these? Can we have one for free, please?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Can you bring one in next week?
Sure, there's plenty of BBC merchandise, as well as other merchandise available from every brand in the world.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Hasn't got my face on it.
What you need to do, though, is you need to branch out, lads. You need to get your faces on other things.
I think so.
Oh, I've seen your T-shirts. They're cool.
When you can have
Thanks,
the
you.
Chris Stark pants off the back of the Mila Kunis thing, though.
Yes, exactly.
Did that not happen?
No, we didn't.
You really missed
no
the boat
one,
with that
no one
one.
really was keen on making.
Not much actual demand.
Chris Stark pants. So does Ryanair make their employees pick up free pens in hotels rather than making their own ones? What do we think, boys?
I want to believe, but I don't think that's true. Something no real.
No real.
I'm saying real.
That one is real.
Come on, that was a joke.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Oh.
The last one today. Everything is riding on this. Well done if you're getting them all right at home. Here's the last reel or no reel.
When not presenting on radio or television, Matt Edmondson is frequently seen wearing a Bluetooth headset, enjoying the freedom the device gives him to make large hand gestures.
Okay. I've seen Matt's video is on YouTube. Highlights from Radio 1's Big Weekend in Derry, Londonderry. It's very good.
So funny.
You're all in it.
Yeah.
Hey.
Everyone's in it. All the stars are in it. Have a little look. It's online. He loves a hand gesture.
He
doesn't
does. He's a good gesticulator when he was on The Apprentice thing.
Yes.
Yeah. I was trapped in a car with him on the way to Big Weekend when our flight got cancelled.
I like to say
I was trapped for about 3 hours to Birmingham, and he didn't have a Bluetooth headset on.
Insider knowledge.
Inside knowledge there.
Dan?
I just think he's a big fan of the hand movements from what I've seen of him, so I'd like to think that's true.
Yeah.
And Chris?
I'm gonna say real. I just like the idea of him walking around with a Bluetooth headset.
Yeah, real.
Looking good.
No real.
That one is no real.
Okay, so Chris is totaling up the scores. Oh, we got to say best of luck to Matt Edmondson. It's his stag do this weekend.
Hey.
Good luck, Matt.
Good luck. Good luck. Yeah.
Lads.
Good luck, Matt.
I really want to know more. All right, I scored 20, Dan scored 20, Phil scored 30.
Yes.
Phil wins.
Well done,
Congrats.
Phil.
Thank you.
And have a little look at the new video. The
Caterpillar sleeping bag.
Challenge.
Type it in.
You see, that was such disdain. Caterpillar sleeping bags. It's online now.
Hello, Dan and Phil.
Hello, Scott.
Hello there. Oh, there's a bit of echo.
Oh, wow.
I was echoing then.
Hello. Off the back of the song.
I quite liked it.
It's a deep voice.
So, missed you last week. What's been going on?
Well, it's been quite a fun, odd show for us last night. A bit casual. We had Vince Vaughn and Owen Wilson with us on the show. That happened.
What?
Yeah, that was a thing. We figured because they got that new film, The Internship, coming out, which is all about them getting jobs at Google. And we're internet people.
Yes, you
we
are.
thought we'd do an internet interview with them in a hangout.
Did they know who you were?
No.
No, they didn't. Unfortunately,
Well, that's bad research on their part.
I know, seriously. Unprofessional.
But it was a very fun interview.
It was.
They said that they'd embrace the fact that giant ants were going to take over the world if it happened.
Yeah, we were asking them typical job interview questions that were really bizarre.
Right.
And there were
Yeah.
some good moments.
But you can watch it on the Radio 1 YouTube. It's on now.
I quite like that they got involved in your crazy internet world.
Yeah.
Briefly.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They were
for me.
very scared. I don't think Owen Wilson goes on the internet much. So
No.
we found the fact that he was even talking to us through a computer quite terrifying, I think.
So
Yeah.
how does this work? When you do one of these internet hangouts,
Yeah.
how does the lady who sits in the corner kind of go, wrap it up now, or looking angry? How does she get
I
involved?
think there was just an angry Hollywood lady lurking in the background that would glance in the corner. Yeah.
We had a glance.
So she was like, you have 15 minutes. If it's longer than 15 minutes, I'm going to cut you off. And we were like, oh, God.
Yeah.
No, this is like Weakest Link or something. Oh, no. Yeah.
Because with the internet, it can just turn you off and then you just disappear.
Yeah.
And you know that they will. As
They
well.
will,
they will do
indeed.
that.
Yes, they will.
We survived.
Okay, have you got anything for us video-wise to watch this week?
Well, yeah, it's just if you go to youtube.com/BBC Radio 1, you can watch our interview where it will remain forever. So, yeah, check it out.
I always get a bit scared of talking to people like Owen Wilson.
Why?
I just find him a bit odd.
They were, he
A little
was
bit odd.
exactly like the comedy character of Owen Wilson,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
is good, reassuring, because then it doesn't throw you off. but
Before the
awkward.
interview started, he asked if it would be possible if you could have some green tea. And I was like, well, I'm in England. I can't really provide you with the green tea. But I'm sure it's there where you are.
He came into this show once and he didn't look at me. He couldn't look at me. He just looked right down, like, yes, and then I made this film, and then, like, no eye contact at all.
Oh,
I think he might be a bit shy. Oh, I'm watching the video now. There they are.
There
Aren't
they
they
are.
handsome?
They look relaxed.
Yeah, don't they? Right, it's time for Real or No Real with Dan and Phil and Chris. Yes, it's back. Is this real or no real?
At Glastonbury in 2004, more football fans gathered to watch England lose to Portugal in the European Championships than anywhere else in the world.
Wow.
Wasn't this really controversial because loads of people wanted to watch the football and there was a worry that it wasn't going to be shown at Glastonbury? I
Yes.
seem to remember something like this. So in my head, I reckon they did show it because there would have been such a demand, and based on that then, the amount of people who probably did go and watch it would be huge because there's loads and loads of people at Glastonbury.
Yeah, I think that would happen.
I seem to remember this story.
Yeah, I was at Disneyland once when the World Cup was happening, and they showed the game in all of the Disney.
Was there a real demand? Was
People at Glastonbury feels at Disney
There
World.
were people in Mouses not going on any of the rides and just watching the football. And I was like, what are you doing? Space Mountain's over there.
Guys, on the Dumbo ride. What's happening?
So, what we're saying, Euro 2004 at Glastonbury, did it happen, and therefore making the biggest crowd ever?
I'm saying real.
I would literally have no idea, so I'm just going to copy Chris. Real.
Real.
That one is real.
Hey, thanks, Chris.
Once again, I would no idea myself. Okay, what about this?
XXXXXL size is to be introduced for men at department store Debenhams, a 3x leap from its former largest size, XXL.
Is that spherical? I think, basically.
Yeah. So is that twice as big as the XXL?
I imagine it is.
It's stupid. It needs rebranding.
Do they cost more, really big clothes? Because it's like 4 times the fabric, isn't it?
I don't.
Or is that discriminating? So you can't,
I don't think you can do that. It's like, you're fat, so you have to pay a lot more for your clothes. No,
yeah.
I mean, that's big. XXXXXL.
Yeah. No, but it's getting silly now, isn't it? Because we've got S, M, L, XL, XXL, and at that point, I think we need to stop and get new letters involved.
Yeah, just awkwardly long to pronounce it now.
Because there's too much. There's too many X's. No, it needs to now be a new phrase instead of large, huge.
It's huge.
H.
Large, huge, then gigantic.
Stop with the X's.
Okay.
X. It needs to go
Just
L,
call it huge.
XL, XXL, huge, massive.
And then you're dangerously unhealthy. It can be that. Okay.
Yeah.
But are Debenhams introducing this range?
I don't think that. I don't think they'd fit it on the label. I'm
not sure there's anyone that big.
No real from me.
No real.
What's this going to be? Some kind of launch?
Or their biggest clothes ever.
The XX to perform? That would be good, wouldn't it?
That would be good.
I'm
5
saying,
times.
I'm going to say...
Or maybe just a huge tribute band.
What are you
the
both?
XXXXXX.
We both said no real.
I'm going to say real then.
That one is real.
Wow!
What? Are you kidding me?
No.
Wow.
It's happening.
That's huge.
Next.
During a 2001 appearance on a Swedish radio station, Stephen Fry accidentally hypnotised up to 3,000 listeners by telling a 3-minute-long anecdote about a bread maker.
Wow.
He does have a very hypnotising voice.
Yeah, to be fair, I think most people watch Stephen Fry programmes just so they can zone out and listen to his voice. Because no one understands what he's saying, because we're all too stupid, so it's just the sound.
But how do you accidentally hypnotise someone with a story about a bread maker?
Another person I find very intimidating, because he's considerably more intelligent than you.
Yeah.
He's intelligent and he knows it, if you will.
Dangerous combination.
Yeah.
I actually ran off from him once. Not that long ago.
Why?
Because I was too scared to meet him. He was approaching in my direction. I was
Really?
like, I will run.
We did that with The Wanted last night.
Yeah.
We
yeah,
tried
same.
To awkwardly run past them because we don't want to introduce ourselves.
That's irony there.
It's
Isn't it?
incredibly awkward. Hey.
Back to Stephen Fry hypnotising people with his story about the bread maker.
I'm saying no real.
Real.
No real.
That one is no real.
Oh.
He'd have a much better subject than that.
Yeah.
And next,
Lily Allen's 2007 Glastonbury Pyramid Stage performance included cameo appearances from many of her dad's celebrity friends, including former Defence Secretary Michael Portillo, 2 members of All Saints, and actor Brian Blessed.
Wow.
I wonder what they did on stage. If it happened.
Weird things happen at Glastonbury, though, don't they?
Yeah.
Bruce Forsyth was on at the weekend.
Really?
I think so.
Where
Was he?
and why?
Did he sing?
I missed that.
Oh my God, he sung.
Wow.
Really? Oh my word.
I thought that was a rumour. I wasn't aware that was...
Because there's always rumours. There's like, Rihanna's going to be playing, but no, if someone told me Bruce Forsyth was going to be there,
Forsyth
I
was
would
on.
not believe them.
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
Oh,
Really?
We're looking at it now. It actually happened.
Oh my word.
Oh, it did. And he's in it. He's doing the trademark. And
Wow.
he's in a waistcoat, and he says it was one of the most
40 of those.
40 of those. One of the most emotional experiences of his life. What a
Emotional.
legend!
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, due to that fact,
Where does one find a member of All Saints like 15 years after their career, though,
don't
is my
know.
question.
So Lily Allen and all her dad's mates. Her dad was a bit of a pop star for a while. So did they all go on stage together at Glastonbury 2007?
Brian Blessed, that's so random. I'm going to say no real.
due to the Bruce Forsyth thing, I'm going to say real.
I'm saying real.
That one is no real.
Oh.
Hey!
40 of those. 40 of those. Do you know what that's from? That's from a documentary a while back where Bruce Forsyth was telling people how he keeps in shape at such an old age. And he does this like weird exercise. 40 of those. It's just him slapping his leg.
40 of those.
I can visualise that now. Thanks for explaining it.
Yeah. Sounds painful.
At the end of that round of Real or No Real.
Okay, Phil scored 20, Dan scored 20, I scored 30.
Boo!
Oh,
congrats.
Right, go and watch that video of Owen Wilson and Vince Vaughn.
Yes.
Having a chat on the internet. It was new for them.
Yeah.
You can see the scared, terrified look in their eye.
Fear.
Yeah. That's at Radio 1 YouTube channel. Thank you, Dan and Phil.
Thank you.
We'll
Good luck
see
with the
you
show.
next week. Dan and Phil, hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Is it a comeback?
Kinda.
Kinda. Just new.
Just new.
Yeah.
But it's been a while, I suppose. A great comeback.
Yeah.
Dan wearing particularly impressive shoes today.
Yeah, they're very spiky, aren't they?
They're very good. Would they
Self-defense.
actually hurt somebody?
I think they would. Yeah, I can't kind of like touch my legs or cross my legs without injuring myself.
As he walks along the forest, woodland creatures just die on them. They're that spiky.
Impaled. Yeah.
They kind of, what are they, like high tops but with spikes on?
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Awesome.
So like one of those
spiked
cars with Roman like wheel shredder things on the side.
Is that fashion? Did you design them yourself?
No.
Are these like a new range?
I think it is fashion though.
Yeah.
100%.
I'll have to take your word for it because I'm not really sure.
Okay, so Dan and Phil are here. They do a show every Sunday night on BBC Radio 1 where they ask you to send in your videos for songs. So if you've got any, like maybe you and your mates are making a video for a song and you thought, I'll send it in to Dan and Phil. How do they do that?
Well, all they have to do is make a video to their favourite song and email a link to it to danandphil@bbc.co.uk. But it can be anything. I mean, it's a way that people can control the playlist right after the chart show on our show. But it can be anything, can't it? We have people lip-syncing songs. We have people that have sent in their A-level media studies stuff. And then sometimes it's just bizarre, isn't it?
Well, you could just film your animals doing weird stuff and put it to music.
Had too many of those recently.
When we did your show a while back, I was so impressed with the level of quality of the video.
They're actually really good, aren't
really
they?
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So send them in. Have you got a video for us this week you can highlight for us?
Well, in a fan wars, we had Taylor Swift versus Ed Sheeran.
Yeah.
And we found some unofficial beef between the two of them.
Okay.
Yeah, we had to stretch quite far, but then someone managed to find some totally legitimate, real, actual beef between
That's
them.
right.
Totally dissing each other, and it's totally real.
And where is it?
It's on the radio on YouTube right now.
We'll have a look. Okay, Ed Sheeran and Taylor Swift. Remember, kids, it's actual beef.
Yeah, it happened.
And that's on the YouTube channel now. Okay, Dan and Phil are playing Real or No Real with Chris. You keeping score, Christopher?
I am indeed.
Okay,
yeah.
good. Let's play.
The Swedish love dance music so much that a new craze for lunch hour raves is sweeping the country.
It doesn't surprise me if that's true. having just been to Sweden, they love it.
I swear every female electro act in the entire world is from Sweden. Seriously,
Yeah, it's true.
Iconopop, Robin, blah, 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 blah,
And
blah,
a lot of really quite good pop stars.
Yeah, I know.
When you went there, Scott, was everyone raving?
With their paninis.
Well, it was a constant rave, Chris, because it was the Eurovision Song Contest.
Oh,
of
wow.
course.
What a time.
Yes.
Maybe that inspired this new thing.
Don't know. But do the Swedish rave in their lunch breaks?
I like this idea. I like this idea that it would be a craze that sort of sweeps the nation, and maybe it could be a trend of things to come. You know, towards this part of the world as well.
Yeah, I think people like to do yoga during their lunch breaks, don't they, in offices? So I think that lunchtime raving could be a new kind of Zumba, you know?
Yeah.
Whack on some Loreen.
Tune.
Best song ever.
Absolutely tune. Now, Sweden's only 1 hour ahead of us, so maybe people in their lunch break use this show to rave to in actual Sweden. Let us know if you're out there, you Swedes.
I'd like to think that's happening.
Raving to new whistle kicks.
Yeah.
So, real or no real?
I'm going to say real on this one.
I want it to be real.
I'm more about a 3-hour power nap than a rave, so I'm going to say no real.
That one's real.
It's a huge thing in Sweden. Hundreds of these clubs at lunchtime all over the country.
That's amazing.
But the DJs have to stop after an hour, obviously.
Okay.
Get back to work.
Turn the lights on.
And now, another one. But is this real or no real?
Ollie Murr's house contains 5 bedrooms and 1 hat room.
A hat room.
He's got a lot.
He does.
He's accrued them over the last 3 or 4 years.
If you've got the monies there, you would set up a hat room, wouldn't you? Or shoes room. I've heard of someone else who has a hat room. I can't remember who it was.
Bruno Mars.
It was literally someone just has a room for their hats.
Must have so many hats to have an entire room for them, though.
Charlie Sloth's got a whole shoe room.
Yeah,
doesn't surprise me.
Wow.
I know, shock. But does Murs have a hot hat room? You don't really ever see him in the same one twice.
No, it's true. Maybe he throws them away straight after wearing them.
What do celebrities do with clothes? Because they wear something different every day. Do they just keep it? Because they'd have to buy houses just for clothes. Do they send them back?
I know that I read an interview once, I think it was with Kylie.
Yeah.
And she said that she takes them all to her local charity shop. So if you live in an area where you know there's a pop star there, get down the charity shop because all their stuff will be in there for like cheap.
Yeah. That's good.
Well, you vacuum. You got me onto this thing, didn't you? It was this
Vacuum pack.
Yeah, this way of cramming in as much into your luggage as possible.
Oh,
but it's
yeah,
also
yeah,
good
yeah.
for storage. Is where you sort of vacuum pack your clothes.
Wow.
Can't do that with hats though. That'd ruin them. You need a room to display them.
So does Mers have a hat room?
I don't think he has a hat room.
No, I wouldn't. No.
I'm saying real.
That one is no real.
You know he will at some point.
Yeah.
What about this?
You have a mini brain in your stomach. It's the same size as a cat's brain.
What? No, what?
Well, because it's like, ooh, I'm hungry. See, that's your stomach brain.
Oh, your stomach brain. But it's an actual thing that is
I thought
existing.
that just sends signals to your actual brain as opposed to having an actual cat-sized brain in your stomach.
I kind of think you might be right.
Am I on something?
I think this is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I was quite good at biology.
Were you?
Yeah.
I'll take your word on it then.
I got a B.
Over to you, Phil, with the B in biology. Would you think this is something that might happen?
I don't remember drawing a tiny brain on that body diagram in the stomach. So I'm going to say no real.
This can't. No real. What?
No real.
That one is real.
No, it's not.
Okay, it is.
What are you on about?
Okay, can I just say it's basically real?
Okay.
Right,
But the science around it is a little more complicated. So your stomach has neurons in it, like the brain.
Really?
And there are as many in there as in a cat's brain. You know when you get like butterflies when you're nervous?
Yeah.
That's your stomach brain.
That's so weird.
I see.
I know.
I don't feel comfortable
all
anymore.
Technically wrong. That's the worst kind of wrong.
Yes.
Yeah.
But tell your friends, your brain's got a stomach. And finally, on today's Real or No Real with Dan and Phil and Chris.
Bradley Cooper and Gerard Butler brought a shared picnic box to the Wimbledon men's final yesterday, which contained cucumber sandwiches, strawberries, cream, and protein shakes.
They were the best thing about it, weren't they?
Everyone was talking about them.
That was so
Everyone is
cute.
talking about them.
I know, because they were just doing a selfie like normos.
Yeah.
But why were they together for one?
Because
Like,
they're Hollywood actors.
And they like tennis and stuff.
Okay, and that's the only reason, or was it coincidence?
I've got this theory that all of those people in Hollywood know each other and they all go around to each other's houses all the time.
Yeah, I think they do that.
I think it's a very close-knit community.
They can't talk to real people.
No, and I think exactly that. That's why they all go out with each other, because I think it's a very close-knit community of the circle of trust.
Yeah.
You see? And they can't speak to normos because what if you can't trust them? So keep it within the circle of trust.
Yeah. Then they take selfies to remind us that we're still like them, so
That's
they're not
right.
so alienating.
Yeah,
the truth.
let's make the general public think that we're like them.
Take some selfies in our fancy blue suits.
So what was this one? A picnic that they brought with protein shakes. And
Yeah, and your average, normal stuff you get in a picnic hamper at Wimbledon, the cucumber sandwiches, the strawberries,
Yeah.
but added protein shakes.
I imagine they have to take protein shakes
'Cause
with
they're
them
so
wherever
buff.
they go, always. Yeah, or they'll deflate.
I've never eaten a cucumber sandwich.
No, nor have I actually. It sounds awful.
No, it's really good.
Watery and gross.
No, it's really
Have
good.
you ever had a protein shake?
No.
No.
Can you tell?
You never had a protein shake, Phil?
No.
They vary.
Can you tell?
They vary in quality. So, Gerard and Bradley having a picnic hamper, real or no real?
I'm going to say real.
I want to believe because they're my ultimate dream couple, but no. What? No.
No real.
That one is no real.
Oh!
I don't think I got any points.
Oh.
No, you did.
Oh.
I got 20 points. Phil got 10 points, only the 10, and Dan got 30, which makes him winning.
Yes, Dan. Okay, go and have a look at the beef between Taylor Swift and Ed Sheeran on the Radio 1 YouTube channel. Dan and Phil back on your radio Sunday at 7 p.m. and here. Dan and Phil, hi.
Hi.
Hello. Are you all right?
Good, thank you. Yeah.
Warm. Yeah, how was your downstairs after the ice?
Couldn't feel anything for a good half hour.
Can you feel anything yet, or is it still
there's
slow recovery?
starting. It's a slow recovery. But
Okay.
it's starting to come back. I'm feeling.
Just bear in mind, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Isn't that the phrase?
Kelly
So,
Clarkson.
There you go.
Does that apply to this particular
Guess so, yeah.
act, though?
Yeah.
Assume so.
Permanent damage.
So we've got a little proposition for you. Have you seen the Carly Rae Jepsen video of the first pitch that she threw?
I haven't yet. I heard you talking about it.
It's
with
great.
the awkward throwing.
It's so good.
How awkward is it? Okay, I'm looking at it now.
Okay.
Pre-roll ads.
This is
the bane
on-
of the. I'd be homeless if it wasn't for them, though. So please don't get ad block. That's okay.
At BBCR1 on Twitter if you want to see Carly Jackson's fail.
Oh no! Oh, that was the worst throw I've ever seen.
I think she did better than I would.
I like that she sticks her leg up in the air like.
Do watch this, please, because it will brighten up your Monday lunchtime and afternoon. It really will.
That is why I'm never going to do that ever in my entire life.
Well, here's the thing. We're waiting for Colour Jepson to come over next time to invite her for a game of rounders.
Okay.
But I'm thinking that we just get all the really bad people at sport and have a little match on Friday if you're free.
You can put our names down.
Friday
We're
morning.
looking for bad sports people.
Well, no, I'm also there. We're going to invite Charlie Sloth. We're going to have a great time because we'll all be really bad and we can film it. What you're saying?
sounds great.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind, I hate that at school when it's just like, there's always people that are better and I'm always the last to be picked. We are all the last ones to be
Equally
picked.
bad. I like that. Yeah.
Okay, so I mean,
nightmare team.
there's no one that will be any good. So I mean, that makes it easier, right? It makes it less awkward.
Yeah.
I had a fake broken toe at school for 8 months.
Just to avoid doing
Just to
PE.
avoid doing PE.
Wow, Phil. That's good.
Really?
Yeah. I used to hobble when I walked into the changing room and then just walk out afterwards.
Did you used to forge your mum's signature?
Yeah,
as well?
a few times.
I've done
Broken
that.
toe.
Yeah.
Well,
Also, Chris, are you going to be there? I think you should commentate.
Yeah, I just don't. Listen, I'm not going to big myself up too much here, but I'm saying that I feel that I could at least throw in a straight line, so I don't know if I qualify for the Friday.
if you
Sports
can
Season,
throw in
so-
a straight line, you probably don't qualify.
You need to commentate
Yeah.
and just be generally annoyed with us because you will get annoyed.
Yeah.
Are you going to do that on Friday? Are you free?
I think
so.
Yeah, there's going to be a few critical accidents, I think.
Well,
yeah.
Also, someone just told me that rounders isn't a real sport. It is.
What?
It's competitive,
That's unfair.
and I was always bad at it, so that's sport, in my opinion.
So Friday for rounders.
I'm saying Friday around, nice and about 11.
OMG.
Okay, so it's Real or No Real with Dan and Phil. What about this lot?
The sunglasses worn by the character Tony Stark in the Iron Man films were computer-generated in post-production after Robert Downey Jr. complained that he looked too tired in some scenes.
Wow.
So CGI sunglasses.
That wouldn't surprise me, to be honest. It's like when you see the adverts for the Harry Potter tour and you realise the entire thing was just in a green room, like Dumbledore just waving a stick on a chair.
It's really disappointing, and sometimes when you go around, like, I don't know, one of the big studios like Universal, sometimes I don't want to know how it did it because it really ruins it.
It does. It ruins the magic completely.
But Iron Man shades, are they computer generated?
I just don't think. I mean, I know he's the man. Surely you can't go, oh, I look too tired, draw me on some sunglasses.
You can if you're that famous.
Yeah, he takes about 0.0001% out of his check, hires a team to do it for about 5 months. You could do that.
He is the most well-paid Avenger. I know that much. So he might have had some special demands.
Yeah.
He has his own sunglass team.
But, like, if you're if you're a pop star or a Hollywood actor, you can pretty much demand what you want. And if you feel tired and you don't think you're going to look good, draw him on.
Yeah.
I just
CGI.
I just think this would be a step too far. I'm going to say no real on this one.
I think it's so possible that I want to say real.
I'm going to say no real.
That one is no real.
Oh.
I really thought that would be real, actually. What about this film-related one?
James Cameron originally planned Avatar to be released in 1999, but got so into it that the film was only ready in 2009.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? Because I think it's like when you realise that most directors spend like a decade planning every film, and it's like, what?
I know he put a lot of effort into it.
Generally speaking, he tried.
Thanks, Jane.
Like he tried hard.
Yeah.
Didn't he do Titanic?
Yes.
Yeah.
Am I right in thinking that?
Yeah.
But that was like 99, wasn't it? So surely you'd just be lapping up the glory of... No, I don't mean it like that. I don't mean lapping up the glory of the Titanic. Like
Decade victory lap.
I don't mean like that, but you know what I mean?
The
It was
film was
very
good.
successful.
Yeah.
You can work on more than one film, though, can't you?
Yeah.
But did he finish Avatar 10 years late? Got carried away?
Do you know what? I still haven't seen it.
What? You haven't seen
I
Avatar?
haven't seen Avatar. And
What?
to be honest, I'm probably going to get hate for this, but I have no urge to go see it.
No, I know what you
whatsoever.
mean. I know what you mean, but it is really good.
Is it, though?
You had to see it for the sake of seeing it, because everyone in the world went to see it.
I went in with your kind of thoughts, Chris, and then I cried.
Yes.
Did you actually?
Yeah.
Well, at the bit, yeah.
Yeah, at that bit.
At the bit with the tree. Spoilers.
No, spoilers.
No, spoilers.
Hey, it's good that none of us know about films. You guys probably do. But
Kinda.
like, Grimmy doesn't.
Really?
As we're finding out this week on the Radio 1 Breakfast Show. Tomorrow he's got Vanessa Hudgens in.
Wow.
Oh.
He probably doesn't know who that is. Do you know who that is?
No.
Chris.
Which one's that?
Okay, let me show you a picture. Are you more interested now?
Okay.
Oh, okay, that's
So
the
who's-
picture of Vanessa Hudgens
right,
you're
so
showing. Yeah.
Who's that?
That's Vanessa Hudgens.
And she's been
off
in.
of High School Musical.
High School Musical, Zac Efron's girlfriend. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Have you
yes,
seen
I
High
do
School
know
Musical,
her.
Chris?
No.
No,
I can't.
no.
I couldn't say if I did anyway. But it's. I know the one you mean.
Yeah, you do know. So she's on tomorrow.
Really famous.
She is famous. She's on tomorrow with Grimmy. Real or no real? James Cameron finished Avatar 10 years late.
I'm saying no real.
I think that's real.
I'm going to say real.
That one is real.
Yeah.
10 years. What about this?
The so-called voice of God voiceover artist, who has voiced 1/3 of all movie trailers in the last 20 years, is female.
No way.
1/3 of all movie trailers.
No.
Rich.
So, I thought this. Because it's always that guy with a really deep voice. That's the one I'm thinking of, right?
Throughout history, man has marveled at the vast complexity of the universe.
Come on. Are we seriously saying that that's a woman?
That can't be a woman.
1/3 of all of them.
Are we debating whether it's 1/3 of all of them or whether it's male or female?
Male or female.
So it is true that it's 1/3 of them?
Yes.
What?
I want that guy to narrate my life.
I know, right?
Money.
And you know what? He probably does it all from his shed, like the bloke of X Factor.
Emails it over.
Yeah.
Does it all in his shed. All that live from London in his shed.
That annoys me, actually.
Why?
1/3. Because that's a con, then, isn't it?
Why?
I know you get paid to do a job and stuff like that, but that.
Why is
when
it a
I hear,
con?
well, when I hear him, it's not sincere. He doesn't mean it.
Oh, I bet he's into the films. You'd have to be.
Oh, you really thought he cared about the films?
No, now I know he probably
Just
definitely.
sits there.
In fact, he definitely doesn't he?
Hang on a second. Are we
Rolling
really
through.
thinking that when you hear someone do a voiceover for a car or for a,
Yes.
a washing up
Yes,
liquid or for
Look at the
a
things that-
newspaper?
Are you seriously telling me that you would lend your voice to something if you didn't fully endorse it?
Absolutely.
Are
Yeah.
you kidding?
You
Yes.
remember when that girl band, what they had that song out called "He's Fit," Love Bites or
Love
something.
Bites, yeah.
Now you only gave your voice to that, I'm sure, because you fully endorsed it.
I've got to be honest.
Scott,
I've
what
got
are
to
you
be honest.
saying?
I didn't care.
Oh my word!
I got paid.
Oh.
But I think it might be the same for other voiceovers. I don't think they necessarily care about the products. They just sound good.
I thought that toy that always comes out at Christmas was your favourite toy. That's why you do
that's
the voice.
different. It is.
Oh, okay.
But with the girl band, not so much. Anyway, this one.
Throughout history, man has marveled at the vast complexity of the universe.
Is that a girl?
No, it's not.
It's like, why? This is
Oh,
such a
Dan,
stupid
come on.
thing. You know what I mean? It's like, why would you even suggest the idea that it's female unless it might be real?
But
you know?
they could have changed it, you know? Real or no real?
No real.
Real.
No real.
That one is no real.
Damn it!
Oh.
No!
Oh, Dan. Oh, Dan.
Taking risks today, Dan.
The Muppets movie was censored in New Zealand on the grounds of gratuitous violence.
Yeah, but it is New Zealand.
True.
What goes on in the movie then?
Well, there's a couple of fights.
A couple of Muppet fights.
Puppet on puppet action.
Yeah, but censored in New Zealand, they just didn't think it was acceptable.
They censor everything there, don't they? Australia gets
They
no
do.
games, don't they? Because like someone sneezed. No, bad for the kids.
Yeah.
But gratuitous means lots of blood everywhere.
Yeah, gratuitous is like
all over the
whoa.
Muppets.
I don't remember the Muppet movie, and I have seen it. Have you seen that one?
No.
Don't remember it being gratuitous violence.
Was there any cartoony violence?
No, because it's not
Cartoon
a cartoon.
violence is allowed, though.
Yeah.
The itchy and scratchy is like
If- when you-
horrific sometimes.
No, but that, I don't
Let's not
just
get
mean
into
itchy and
that.
scratchy. I mean just any. It seems
Yeah.
to be more acceptable if two cartoon characters.
If it's not real, it's okay.
So what do you reckon?
I'm going to say no real.
I'm going to be sensible because my day's been ruined. No real.
No real.
That one is real.
What? No, explain. You can't just say real.
Okay,
You need to
right.
explain it, Scott.
So the censors in New Zealand took a particularly dim view of a fight between Fozzie Bear and a pirate.
Oh,
So it was censored. So again, I said different rules in New Zealand. And at the end of that, real or no real, Dan's had a shocker.
He has. He only scored 10. I scored 20, and Phil wins. Scored 30.
Yes,
Congrats.
right.
Thank you.
Hey.
Got any videos for us?
Yeah, we did the latest YouTube craze, which is called the Cotton Ball Challenge, where you have to get a blindfold on your head and try to scoop cotton balls onto a bowl balanced on you, and you're supposed to not know if you're picking them up or not because they're so light, and you look really stupid.
They're running out of ideas for these challenges.
I know.
But we gave it a go, and it's going to be on the radio on YouTube later on today.
Okay, and see you for Rounders on Friday. Hi, Leash. who's been on saying, I'm so excited for Real or No Real with Dan and Phil today, seeing as though I'm already bored of the summer holidays.
Wow.
First day. Bored.
Good start.
Also, loving the Royal Baby coverage. Thank you very much. I like to think we provide an awesome alternative. To BBC News channel. Dan and Phil, hi.
Hello.
Now, before we do Real or No Real, do you have any good videos that we could occupy ourselves with this week and watch?
Yes, we do have a video. Is it good? It's more me being traumatised.
Well, it was horrific for Phil, but it was hilarious for everyone else involved.
Yeah. Okay.
We've now started to do the album chart challenge on the official chart with Jamila Jamil, which you can watch from 6 o'clock on the website.
They're
on
only there
Sundays.
for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, and what we're trying to do is learn to be better presenters.
Yeah,
so
basically.
We're reading out the album chart with a distraction, and this week's distraction was Dan putting ice down my back.
See, ice is... it's not as good as you think it's going to be.
No.
We made the mistake of putting it down our pants last week. Oh, it burns.
It burns. Like, somehow it got down my shirt and down my pants. So I had to do our whole show with wet boxers.
We just didn't think it through, did we? And then we had to go to the loo really quick, and it was like, oh, get these off me! Get these off me!
Really hurt.
Really hurt.
Cold burn.
So don't do that at home.
No.
But if you'd like to watch Phil doing it, go to the Radio 1 website. Down his back, not his pants, I'd like to say.
It was very bad because Rod Stewart was probably quite offended that he messed up the Rod Stewart album.
I didn't say it right. I wasn't thinking
He was
straight.
mostly screaming. Number 3, Rod Stewart.
Yeah.
It's horrible. That's on the Radio 1 YouTube now, and Dan and Phil are on your radio and available to watch on the website every Sunday from 7 p.m, right after the official chart.
Hey.
Okay, I'd like us to do a Real or No Real today. Because breaking news! The royal couple have just been presented with a baby grow. That's just come in now from BBC News.
That's huge.
That's
huge.
big. Breaking news. And so now it's Real or No Real, given the events that are about to happen, maybe in the next few hours. Chris and Dan and Phil, are you ready?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Okay, here we go.
According to a family history website, the new royal baby will be a distant cousin of Beyoncé and Jay-Z's child, Blue Ivy Carter.
What?
Hang on.
Obviously.
How distant? Because going by that, everyone in the world must be linked one way or
Yeah,
another.
we're going to be like 6 degrees related. I mean, could that be anything? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
But it's real or no real, you know what I mean?
We're-
Is it fact or not?
We're all technically related to each other at some level.
Yeah,
Of course,
but...
you're more slightly inbred than most people, as your grandparents were.
Cousins.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
That's true.
Oh, that's a bit strange, isn't it?
Yeah,
it was in the family.
It was legal at the time. I don't know if it is now.
I think you can go out with your cousin.
Yeah.
I think you can marry them. No, I think you can. I think you can.
They were first cousins.
It was a while ago.
Back in the day, it's all fine.
Back in the day.
Smiling away there, Phil.
You know when
I'm proud of
Beyonce was promoting her tour?
Yes.
And she was all like, oh, I'm Miss Carter with the royal crown and stuff. Maybe she knew. Maybe they had the inside scoop, which is why she's all been like, king and queen, blah, blah, blah.
So we're saying that obviously everyone's related, kind of, but we're now saying on this Real or No Real that the royal baby is a cousin of Blue Ivy Carter.
Breaking news.
Okay, look, I'm going to say no real on this one, I think.
I want to believe, but no real.
I want to say real. I want the baby to have some cool friends to play with.
That one is real.
What? Right, explain. Okay, elaborate.
Okay, so technically the royal baby is related to Beyonce. They've calculated that the royal child will be the 23rd cousin, twice removed, of Blue Ivy Carter. What? They've got some shared French heritage.
Wow.
Not only that, but the child could also be a distant relative of Celine Dion, Jake Gyllenhaal and Ben Affleck.
Wow,
Yeah, it's just-
good selection.
Yeah.
I wonder who I'm related
The,
to.
the experts have been on saying that that's true. Imagine being related to Celine Dion. Happy days.
Wow.
That's a good fact for the pub,
That's
one.
an amazing
great
fact.
Okay. What about this one?
The royal birth will be attended by Kate's team of midwives, Prince William, the Home Secretary Theresa May, and the Queen's Poet Laureate Carol Ann Duffy, who will record the moment in verse.
That's the last thing you want at that moment, isn't it?
Someone
Doing a poem.
doing a poem.
Can you not just go outside?
I'm in labour. Could you not? Could you stop rhyming everything?
If you were giving birth, who would you want to be there?
This is a
If I
strange
was giving
question.
birth,
Yeah.
not many people.
No.
Not as many as that. You've got your Home Secretary there. You've got the Poet Laureate.
I can't imagine the Home Secretary is going to be there.
If
I don't want Theresa May to be there. I've got to be honest.
No, it'd be off-putting.
Who do you want there, Chris? When you give birth?
No, just thinking this. I'd probably want someone to sort of lighten the mood a little bit.
Get the lads in, wouldn't you? Chinese, Chango.
Yeah, I'm sure they... Well, no, actually, that'd be a bit weird.
Yeah.
But I would like some form of sort of entertainment there. Do you know what I mean? To sort of...
Like a clown?
No, not a clown, but maybe like if I had the monies or... If I was royalty, I'd probably get, a decent band in or something.
J-Lo, private concert.
Could put Avatar on the TV.
Yeah,
just
whack on Avatar, it's long enough.
Something to take your mind off it.
Just something in the corner so that, everyone can sort of... Although there's a lot going on, you need to kind of put your mind elsewhere and maybe having, I don't know, just at the top of my head, Nina Nesbitt or someone like that playing a few songs in the corner would be...
Can she do songs?
She'd do it.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, the birth attended by lots of people... Later on today, or maybe tomorrow, attended by the Home Secretary and the Poet Laureate, to name but a few. Real or no real?
No real.
It's going to be a small thing. No real.
No real.
That one is no real.
No real, but until 1948, it was the custom for the Home Secretary to attend royal births.
Really?
No one knows why,
way.
but they had to be there.
It must be so awkward for them as well. Like, I kind of got to be here.
Sorry, Mum, the Home Secretary's going to join you now. Oh, brilliant. And next...
According to press reports, the last two songs played at Kate and William's wedding reception were Tiny Temper's Pass Out and Kings of Leon's Sex on Fire.
Oh,
yeah, man.
Oof.
The final song.
The last two songs. Tiny Temper, Pass Out. I hope they had the radio edit, because that is not suitable for royal ears.
I don't think it is.
No, it is not.
But the young'uns in the royal family here in England are up for quite a laugh, aren't they? So they have the sense of humour. So
Well,
I think
they
it
do.
could have been Sex on Fire.
But I'll let you into a secret, Dan. I did play Pass Out by Tiny Temper on stage at Radio 1's Big Weekend in Derry, Londonderry, forgetting that I didn't have the radio edit with me, and then had to kind of dip it every time I knew there was a swear coming.
Did you know when the swears were coming?
Oh, yeah.
Thank God.
Oh, yeah.
I can see
awkward.
this happening. There's nothing better than being at a wedding when Sex on Fire's on. Because that's when all the dads and uncles and that come into their own.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Royal dads and army generals.
Especially as it's drawing to an end.
What, like you were saying, like Charles singing Sex on Fire?
Like, whoa! You can
My
imagine it.
sex is on... no.
Just like that, him in the middle of the dance floor after they turn the lights on. Charles by himself.
That's always where the majority of those kind of photos from weddings come from afterwards, is Sex on Fire. Because it's that song that it unites sort of everyone there. Do you know what I mean? Young and old. It's a real, like, the next day when you go, you went for it last night, didn't you, Uncle? Whatever. It's
Uncle Charles?
Yeah, it was Sex on Fire.
Camilla, you loved Pass Out. So were they the last songs played at the wedding reception?
I'm saying real.
I'm saying real.
Real.
That one is real.
Oh,
Hey,
wow.
yeah.
Let's not forget, their favourite song is I Like the Way You Move by Body Rockers.
Classic.
William and Kate's favourite song there.
That's intense.
And what about this?
Once Kate and the new baby have checked out of hospital, Prince William will fly his new family back to the Middletons' hometown of Bucklebury in an RAF helicopter which has been renamed Air Force One for the occasion.
Air Force One. As in air to the throne.
Can babies go in helicopters?
I don't see why not.
Yeah.
Phil going straight in with the science there.
I was wondering.
What's the regulations?
Yeah.
So yeah, Air Force One. It's going to be renamed just for the new royal baby when it arrives.
If you had just given birth, would you want to get in a helicopter? Or would you just want to lie, sit, car, maybe? Is helicopter car?
They've got to go at some point, haven't they?
I would just want to watch Doctors and have a bit of a cup of tea and lie down. Do you know what I mean?
10 hours. Yeah.
Well, maybe not Doctors, because I've just been through all that.
Yeah.
That's the last thing you'd want to watch.
Emmerdale.
That'd be nice.
So, will the baby fly on Air Force One? Real or no real?
I'd love to think it's real, but I'm going to say no real.
The pun is too good to be true, so I'm going to say no real.
No real.
That one is no real.
Well done, everyone. Oh, I've just found out the Home Secretary had to be at royal births to make sure it was actually a royal baby and not one that was smuggled in.
Oh!
That used to happen back in... I mean, we're talking back in the day. Back in the day.
Or not a secret alien.
Political.
At the end of that, real or no real, royal special.
Well, Phil's won again. I think you won the last few times.
I have.
Phil scored 30 and me and Dan both scored 20.
I'm on a roll.
He's doing well. Dan and Phil fans, Dan's not on.
He's not well. You've just
Dan is
got
not
me
be well.
today. No.
Dan is not be well. Phil is still here.
Phil is fine.
Phil is fine.
Phil is fine.
Yeah. Hey, Phil.
Hi. I'm quite excited.
I know, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, when did this sickness from Dan come on? Was he spewing over you last night?
I didn't hear any being sick in the night because the toilet's quite far from my bedroom.
Right, okay.
But
not on air or anything?
Not on air.
The show was fine?
He looked a bit green this morning.
Oh, okay.
Which wasn't good.
Well, get well soon. Dan is not very well. And Chris is the new Dan for you today.
Well,
the
yeah,
new Dan.
well, I can
Just
I
for
can step
today.
in. You've ridden solo before, though, haven't you, Phil?
I've ridden solo.
Yeah, we all have. I was for most of the show today.
Are you resentful?
No, I enjoyed it.
I was on my own for large parts of the show on Friday.
Well, there
and
we are
indeed
then.
the night before.
Well, oh, yes, we need to talk about that. Anyway, so are we ready?
I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Ready.
Should we play Real or No Real?
Let's play.
Yes.
Here it is. It's a football special today.
What?
You've had enough, haven't you?
Dan, would he have been any good if he was here?
No, I'm even worse. I don't know anything.
Okay, so we're not...
That should be
okay,
fun.
that's fine then, because I thought Dan might know everything. Which
I know.
Okay, good. Right, here we go then. Football, real or no real? Are these real or not?
In 1995, a Manchester City fan was banned from bringing frozen chickens into the club's ground after he repeatedly used them to celebrate goals by swinging the birds around his head.
Maybe it's one of those things that's good luck for him.
They have funny rituals, them football fans, don't they?
They do.
Yeah.
Is this one of them, though?
I don't know. It's an odd one, this, because I would have thought I would have heard of it.
Yeah.
But equally, it's a really weird one to make up.
That is weird. Though my grandma always used to kiss the light switch before she went on holiday and left the house.
Well, that's a new one.
Yeah.
Kiss the
Apparently-
switch?
Kiss the switch. Apparently that's good luck in some parts.
Kiss the switch before going on holiday?
Yeah.
The light bulb or the switch?
The switch. Not the actual thing you press. But, you know,
a bit hot.
Kiss the bowl.
Kiss the bowl. So, did Man City fan, or this one in particular, did he wave chickens around his head every time there was a goal? Real or no real?
I love these kind of stories if true, so I'm going to have to say real.
I think that would be real because people are insane.
That one is real.
Oh, amazing. What a legend.
What about this football fact?
In 2004, there were 39 children christened Aston to parents of different Mr. and Mrs. Villas in the West Midlands area, and none in the rest of England and Wales.
Oh, come on.
You can't call your child Aston Villa.
No, but think about it. I mean, they are both... That's not a ridiculous name to think of, is it? I mean, in the sense that Aston is a normal first name. Villa, slightly Spanish, but decent last name.
Villa. Oh, Spanish.
I suppose you pronounce it Villa.
Villa.
Don't you?
Aston Villa.
Aston Villa.
That's quite a nice name, isn't it?
Would you do that to a child?
No.
No.
In the West Midlands, though, you surely would have...
What are you saying about the West Midlands?
No, I'm saying that they, of anywhere, would clock the Aston Villa.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people are very dedicated to their teams, though.
Aston Villa. Real or no real? 39 Aston Villas in the West Midlands, but none anywhere else.
What are you saying?
I'm saying no real on this.
I don't know. Again, I want it to be true. I'm saying real.
That one is real.
No, it's not.
It is. Well done.
Incredible.
Can we try and find them all?
Yeah. Next.
The TV chef and Norwich City Football Club director Delia Smith has been known to secretly dress up as the club's mascot, Captain Canary, and hug the players as they leave the pitch at full time.
Yes,
Delia does do some ridiculous things.
Are you searching for this on the internet?
No, I'm not. What I'm trying to find here is a brilliant video of Delia Smith where she's she's come on to do. I think it was a bit of a sort of I don't know, to G up the crowd.
She was rallying the troops.
She was,
and I think she might have had some wine. But it's a brilliant video.
It's so good on YouTube. Just type in Delia Smith, where are you? And it's her. Just, where are you?
Brilliant.
Come on.
Dan is a massive fan of Delia Smith, so he'd have been good in this section.
Why is he a fan of Delia Smith?
I don't know, but we've got
That's quite odd.
Her cookbooks at our house.
Where are you? Yes.
Oh,
I'm
there we
watching
are.
it now. Watching it now.
It's one of those where she must have woken up the next day gone, oh no, I did.
Yeah, I did do that. But does she sometimes be the Norwich City mascot just so she can get a hug off the players?
I don't know. I think I'm going to have to say no real on this one.
I'm going to go with real.
Before we do that.
We need a 12th man here. Where are you? Where are you?
Go on, Delia.
Come
I want
on.
that as my ringtone.
She is amazing. I love her.
That one is no real.
Yeah. What did you say?
I said real. I could have
Going well, the
cheated then.
football one, isn't it? Phil?
Great.
Next.
In 1993, Congleton Town FC were forced to call off a minute's silence to mourn the death of the club's oldest fan after he walked into the ground and asked what was going on.
What? I mean, especially if he doesn't, you know, he's walked there for the game. Do you know what I mean? So his picture's on the big screen or something.
No one was more surprised than him.
Right? What? He stood there, sort of.
I'm still here.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so what we're saying here is that it is a minute's silence for a not dead man at Congleton Town.
Who's since turned up. Now, I don't want to be rude, but I haven't heard of that team.
I've heard of Congleton.
Have you?
Where is that?
I believe it's in the north of England.
Oh.
I think it's near... Oh, no. I'm going to get it wrong if I say that. I think it is near Manchester.
There you
Is
go.
that right?
Brilliant.
Because I'm sure when I used to work in Manchester, I remember Congleton.
And did you support Congleton Town?
Not much.
No.
No.
Okay. I'm going to go real on this one.
Yeah, it's more Cheshire way, isn't it? Yeah. Sandbach. Yeah. Posh.
I'd like to say real. I think that's a nice story.
A lovely story. But is it real or no real?
That one's real.
Wow. Incredible.
And at the end of that football special...
Phil only scored 20. I scored 40. Good
Full
result.
marks. Result for the first time today.
I've won something.
Yeah. Rudimental Foxes right here on BBC Radio 1. Quite traumatic now, hearing rudimental songs.
Well, we had to lock the door on that one just to make sure.
When Dan and Phil actually arrived, I thought, oh no, here they come with a fresh cup of wee. It's just something that happened at V Festival at the weekend.
That sounds traumatic.
Aren't you at Reading this weekend?
Yeah, we are. I think I got hit by a bottle of wee at Reading once as a teenager. It's just when the liquid hits the back of your head and you're like, is it warm?
Well, it was too warm to be anything else.
Is it warm beer or is it? That's the question. Don't think about it. That's what you do.
I had to make my excuses and leave the rudimental set yesterday for that very reason. It was happening too much, you know what I mean? Like once, okay, fine, I'll start it out. Second, third time,
It
no.
happened twice.
Bail.
It's time to leave.
I told you I'm a target.
I didn't realise.
Was it you or Rudimental they were targeting?
I don't know. So tell me what's happening at Reading.
Well, it's very exciting. Me and Phil are going to Reading, which is going to be weird because I went to Reading, I think it was 6 times as a teenager, so I'm just going to be freaking out the whole time. I'm going to be the fangirl hyperventilating in the corner. But we are doing interviews in tents with the artists. We're actually bringing a tent and we're going to force them to come inside. And what's it called?
The intent of you.
Yes. Do you see what we did there?
Very good.
It's going to be good. Yeah. So we're going to force all of these artists and possibly bands with many members to get inside these tiny tents with us where we do our awkward interviews. Should be good. We interviewed the vaccines on a golf cart a big weekend and it was hilarious just seeing how do you do an interview in an awkward situation.
I think because there's a lack of personal space going on there.
Yeah.
And that's really odd.
So they're going to be tiny tents.
They're going to be tiny tents, and to make it even better, we're going to adorn them with fan art. You know, on the TV behind us in our show, we have like pictures and stuff that people have drawn. We are going to ask people to send in fan art that they've made of the bands at Reading, and then we're going to decorate the tent like a creepy shrine.
Very good. Oh, that's really weird.
Yeah, okay.
So they get in there and it's just people who've done art of them.
Pictures of their own face, probably mostly naked. Yeah, so if anyone's listening to this and they've ever drawn fan art for any of the artists at Reading, look at the lineup thinking Imagine Dragons, Fall Out Boy, Skrillex, then tweet them with the hashtag #IntentOfYou. You have until Wednesday at 6 p.m. and we're going to search it and then we'll print out the ones that we want.
Yep.
And we'll stick them behind the artists' heads.
Oh,
Okay, beautiful.
Right, so tell us the little hashtag again.
It is #IntentOfYou.
Okay.
Like intent of you.
So have a look at the Reading lineup. If you want to do some fan art for any of those artists on there, let us know, and then we can put it up in the tiny tent and really freak them out.
Indeed,
Yay.
that is the idea.
And when are you at Reading? When we can see it all weekend at the website, right?
Yes, it will be going up on the Radio 1 YouTube channel and on the website. We're actually having a Reading special show this weekend, which is going to be crazy. We probably won't have slept for about 3 days.
They're the best shows.
They are.
Yeah.
On Friday, we had to cover we did the Radio 1 Breakfast Show and then covered an hour of Sarah Cox's show.
Wow.
It was Friday.
Endurance.
And the Endurance was on. I was talking absolute nonsense. But it made for quite good radio, I think. So that's what people are telling me. Right, let's do real or no real. It's good to have this game back. It's good to see you, Dan and Phil, as well.
Long time.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a selection of facts. Some of them are real, some of them made up by us. All you've got to do for 10 Scott Mills points is tell us which is real and which is no real. Play along at home if you please.
A survey of customers at British coffee shops found that only 27% had their name spelt correctly on their cup, while 42% had the wrong name altogether.
Yes, I think that's entirely possible. They never get it right.
It does happen a lot.
How can they get Dan wrong?
Yeah.
Someone spelled Dan wrong once, didn't they?
They called you James.
Yeah, that was okay, right. So this person obviously wasn't with it. They're either just pranking me or they weren't paying any attention at all. Because Dan doesn't sound anything like James, does it, to be honest?
You do look like a James, though.
Do I?
You could be a James.
Well,
Could be a James.
Yeah.
Are they supposed to just go with what they think you look like then?
I got a feel, which was F-E-E-L.
That's a good one.
Which is nice.
Because some of these coffee shops have the thing where they get people from like Italian countries, so they have the authentic accents, which I think adds to the coffee experience. But then they don't know how to spell some English names. Like we have a friend called Fawn, and they spelt Fawn, F-A-W-N, as F-A-O-O-N. Faun.
That is an unusual name, though.
Yeah. Do you know anyone called Faun?
No.
No.
I'm sometimes called, I'm Scoff.
Yeah, but I always give myself a new name in the coffee shops.
Really? That's a fun game.
Yeah, just for my own sort of amusement. It doesn't even need to be rude or anything. I just give myself, like a sort of Spartacus.
Yeah, you see a lot of people that ask for Beyonce, don't you?
So, real or no real, 27% spelt wrong, 42% wrong name on coffee cup.
I think that is real.
Yeah, personal experience, real.
I'm going to say no real.
That one is no real.
No!
Felt real to me.
Felt real.
What about this? What about this real or no real fact?
According to one law firm, Facebook is given as a reason for a third of all divorces.
Whoa.
Facebook?
That's high.
Reason.
Why would you divorce because of Facebook?
Well, because I suppose it's the arguments that have been caused from Facebook. Am I right with this? The idea is it's to blame.
Yeah, it's what people find out, I'm sure, as well.
You've been caught out, or you poked someone else. I don't know what it is.
You can't poke someone when you're in a relationship.
No.
Oh, no.
No.
Or you could change your status to "it's complicated."
That is the worst thing.
That's a weird one.
I hate
Who does
that.
that?
I don't know.
Strange.
We had a listener on Breakfast ranting on about Facebook last week and how it's
really?
nothing but trouble. So it's not that bad, though, surely. In all third of divorces cited as a reason why.
That's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of divorces happening around the world. Are that many people on Facebook? It seems like a very extreme fact, but no, in this stupid game, it's probably true.
I can see it. I'm saying real.
I'm going to say real.
It's no real.
That one is real.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Wow.
A third?
Yes.
Where did this fact come from?
Did you
Nothing
say
but
no
trouble.
real, Dan?
Okay.
Did you say no real then?
Yeah, I said no real, so I was wrong.
Yeah.
Failed.
Next.
The can opener was invented 48 years after the can.
What? How did they open cans before that?
Just smack it against their forehead.
Their
until it
teeth, of
opens.
course.
Just decorate the room with them.
That's a bit odd.
That is weird.
48 years after the can.
That's a lot of years. That's almost half a century of being unable to open a can.
True, Phil. Good observation.
Thanks.
Do you know what? I do think this is true because I reckon it was, I reckon you would have opened it with a knife. I mean, without this being too, it's an easy way to store something, isn't it? I don't want to go all educational on you here, but it's like the can opener probably solved the problem that was caused by the can in the original. Do you see what I mean?
I think Chris is absolutely on it. People were opening it in awkward ways and it was created for industrial purposes.
There we go.
Yeah, Chris, yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm saying real.
I'm saying real.
I'm going to say no real.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the can opener, it came along and it was a bit of a luxury for people, yeah?
I think so, yeah.
So we have all your answers?
Yes.
That one is real.
Yeah.
Hey! Yeah.
You're correct. Correct in your thinking. And what about this one? This is the last one today and revolves around our guests from earlier.
When Molly from the Saturdays was asked by a teen magazine to name her greatest fear, she replied, "Getting my toenails snagged on the end of the duvet."
The greatest fear.
Yeah.
Nothing could go more horribly wrong in the universe.
How do you do that?
Or just like if it gets caught on the edge of a duvet and it's like, oh no, I have to exert mild force to remove my toe from the duvet.
However, if you're a Saturday, life is pretty much perfect. It's got nothing to worry about.
Something like that. It's a big
Probably
tragedy.
married to a rich footballer.
No, that's where you're wrong, because the rules change, isn't it? Because they are living such a sort of great, lovely life like that, then minor issues become big problems.
Yeah,
like
that's what it is.
In her world, probably that's big stuff,
Is it a bit like on the show Married to Jonas on the E channel, where someone's
Which
married?
everyone watches.
Someone's married to Kevin Jonas, and the only thing she had to worry about that week was whether to have paper or material napkins for the party they were having.
Big
it
question.
was really stressing her out. That was a whole cliffhanger at the episode.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like Sweet 16, isn't it? Just
Oh,
anything
I
that goes
love
wrong, it's like, Mom, I
Yeah.
hate you.
I love that. Is that all that Molly from the Saturdays has to worry about?
Oh, she seemed pretty content when I met her, so I'd say that's a pretty big problem if I was her.
Yeah, I'm going to say no real.
Yeah, I'm going to... So, Dan, you're saying real, are you?
Yeah,
No,
why not? Reel me
I'm
up.
going to go no real.
That one is no real.
I've done
She's got
brilliantly
far
today,
many
lads.
more things to worry about than that, obviously. At the end of that round of Real or No Real...
Dan scored 10, Phil scored 20, I scored 40.
Oh,
yes!
My word!
It's been weeks since I've seen Dan and Phil.
I know.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, you okay?
Do I look
good.
older?
Have we aged
Have I grown?
in 2 weeks?
Nah.
No.
I've got a bit of a neck beard going on.
Oh,
Just
is that
growing.
attempt at
Dating
growing?
whether he's
Yeah.
technically a boy or a man yet. What would you refer to him as?
I'm saying...
Jamila has progressed to calling us men, which is exciting.
Oh, really?
Usually she's like, hello, boys, whereas yesterday she said, I've got 2 men with me, and Phil's like, hey.
Yes.
That's quite
Finally.
nice.
Made it.
You've been called men by Jamila. That means you're a real
That
man.
means so much.
Don't you think Phil would really suit like a big moustache?
Really?
Handlebar moustache. Yeah.
Actually, yes, you would a little bit, Phil.
I might try it. Maybe in November. No shave November.
I actually have,
Gandalf.
if you need it, I have a number of a club quite nearby where they do moustache growing competitions.
Oh, really?
I actually went once for fun with a stick-on one, but they didn't believe that was mine because it fell off in my beer. But
Is
if
the
you want-
entire place dedicated to just having moustache competitions?
Yes.
That's a bit weird.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So if you need that, then let me know.
might sign up.
How does that work? Because they're not, you can only grow so much within a couple of hours.
No, not in a couple of hours. These are people that have been growing them for months, and then they all get together. And one guy was from Germany. He came over just for this meeting. It's in a pub down the road. Had the biggest moustache I've ever seen. Where literally unfurled it.
Wow.
Over the course of the evening.
It's like my dream.
Over the course of the evening.
Yeah. Anyway, let me know. Where have you been?
We went to Zurich.
We did our radio show in front of a bunch of people for the International Radio Festival, which was awkward and fun. Yeah, Switzerland's nice.
It is well nice.
They've got a lake in the middle of the city that you can swim in.
I know.
We'll do that in the Thames.
Come out with like 50 diseases like in the Thames.
Yeah.
Do you have to get shots if you swim in the Thames?
I'm not sure.
I think it's probably best.
It's not advised.
Don't do that.
Yeah. And now it's Real or No Real with Dan and Phil. It's even more music month, which means they're all about music this month.
There has not been an instrumental track at number 1 in the official UK singles chart since 1999.
Wow, intense fact.
I'm trying to think what that instrumental would be in
Yeah,
1999. I mean, it's a while ago, isn't it?
Was it like the Big Brother theme or something?
Back in the day, all the instrumentals used to be on.
Yeah.
So, like...
I don't have...
This is number 1. So is this.
Remember that one?
When was this number 1?
You don't remember it, Dan.
I was like 4.
You're unborn.
And
I was a fetus.
And this one.
What?
This is...
They're
What
obviously
is it?
sarcastically in adverts now, aren't they?
Yeah. These were all number 1s decades ago, but all instrumentals.
Wow.
Okay, so we need an instrumental. So there's not been one since 99.
Let's just keep playing this behind us.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
I like this.
I think this is real because I mean I can't think.
I can't think of a single
I can't
example.
remember any. So I think that's real.
Was this really number 1? Amazing.
But then if we're saying since 99, that means there was one in 99.
Yeah.
There was an instrumental in 99, and I can't even think of that. But that was ages ago.
Let's just go for it. Okay.
That's not an instrumental.
That's not an instrumental. What? What does that count? Okay, we need some
Sort of.
rules here.
So, real or no real?
Real.
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 That one's real.
Yay! Points for everyone.
Yes. And the last one that was an instrumental that was number 1.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Wazzo Flatbeat.
Yeah,
Love Mr. Wazzo.
Since then, hasn't happened. Okay, next. Is this real or no real?
Naughty Boy, the La 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 hitmaker, sometimes still uses the famous garden shed recording studio at his house where he made some of his early hits, and has invited artists such as Alexandra Burke, JLS and Cheryl Cole to the bottom of his garden to lay down a vocal.
Okay, so we're all picturing shed, but I think you would have de-spidered it by now, wouldn't you? Because you can't imagine Cheryl Cole getting in something with cobwebs sticking to her head.
It's not going to be the shed that we've got in our head.
No. All our dreams.
No, but it's a winning formula, that, isn't it? I mean, that's where he made hits. He did make them in a shed.
Yeah, maybe that was the key. I wouldn't move if I got a number 1 from a shed. Yeah.
The studio in the shed, made from the money, of course, as we all know, from Real or No... not Real or No Real, Deal or No Deal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That would be good if you made money from this.
To make.
So, is that true? Does he still invite pop stars to record in his shed, including Cheryl Cole?
I would.
I'm sure you would.
The shed.
Cheryl in my shed.
I'm going to say real.
Yeah, what does shed mean? I'm saying real.
I'm saying no real.
That one is no real.
Yes, Phil.
Oh, yes. Wasn't having any of that.
You'd think, because it's a winning formula, he'd have them all back in the shed, wouldn't you?
Doesn't. Not anymore. Next.
Arctic Monkeys guitarist Jamie Cook used to work as a bathroom tiler, and in 2005 had to return early from the band's sold-out tour to finish a really important tiling job.
When you need grouting doing, you can't be going on tour halfway through. It needs to be done.
That's very true.
What year was that?
2004.
Quite early then.
I'm trying to think when they first came out.
I'm not sure.
Was it...
What is that thinking noise that you're doing right now?
I don't know, just generic thinking
That's just
noise.
Dan's thinking noise.
Yes.
When was I Bet You Look Good on the Dance Floor? It was around that time, wasn't it?
It was.
It
So
was
they
around
were
that time.
only just, like, hyped out, wouldn't they? But would it actually... I mean, if I'd played one gig, I'd be like, forget the grout. You know what I mean? I'm a rock star now, even if I played in front of 10 people in a pub. So.
I ain't do no tiles anymore.
I remember my uncle did some tiling on Christmas Day, so some people do find it important.
Relevant, yeah.
Why did he do that,
Cool
please?
fact.
Because his bathroom wasn't finished, so as a Christmas present to his wife, he decided to do it on Christmas Day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
What are you saying about Arctic Monkeys, though?
Minute, though, isn't it? As
A little bit.
present.
Yeah.
I think that was early enough. I want to believe that's real, personally.
I'm going to say no real.
I'm going to go real.
That one's real.
Oh,
Hey! Yeah!
Still finds time to do the tiling in between gigs. And finally,
the famous video for Coldplay's single Yellow, in which Chris Martin is seen walking in slow motion along a British beach, was filmed at Studland Bay, a naturist beach.
Oh, yes. Here we go. Been talking about this today.
we were talking about Chris wants us to both go to a nudist beach together.
Really?
Well, it's because I'm sort of interested to see how it works.
But we made a deal that if we do, we're not going to look down.
And that's the thing, you do sort of want to go with a friend because...
Yeah, because if you went by yourself, you'd be really scared.
By yourself,
strangers, more inappropriate.
But we said
friends-
we won't look down, so it's fine.
That's the thing, it's just making sure there are set rules in place. The other... someone texted in suggesting we could wear sunglasses and just, like, sort of colour in the
Shade out the bottom half.
Oh, that'd be good.
Really good idea, that.
Which,
That's a business.
Which could work
You
as
probably
well.
trip over all the time, but it's either that or looking downstairs.
Do you think that is a business, Phil?
I think it might be. Nudist beach sunglasses.
Or
Write it down.
awkward-proof glasses. for
Deborah
nudist
Meaden.
beaches.
Yeah.
Get mead on.
Yeah.
So, Coldplay, the beach used for the video, was full of people with it all out.
I remember, I know the bit of the video you're talking about, and I can't remember seeing any naturists or
No, I don't think they
Any
were
bits in the
walking
background.
past at the time.
That'd be,
They would have been edited out, to be fair, so we wouldn't know either way, because it's not as if Chris Martin just walked past some old guy whipping off his leopard print thong. They wouldn't keep that in, would they? No,
I'd
they'd
like to see
remove
the
it.
outtakes.
Can you
Or
imagine?
would I?
No.
Real or no real?
no real.
Real.
I'm going to say no real.
That one is real.
Top fact.
Oh, that is a good fact. That is a good one.
Should ask Chris Martin about the sunglasses.
At the end of that,
I scored 10, Dan scored 30, Phil scored 30.
Good one.
Clap.
So what have you got for me, please?
Well, we just launched season 3 of our show, which is our totally meaningless way of saying that we've basically made all the features super exciting and made it all next level and stuff. So if you've never actually watched or listened to our show before and you don't know who we are or what we're about, we put a video on the Radio 1 YouTube channel called What is the Dan and Phil Show that explains everything. So just check out the video, What is the Dan and Phil Show on the Radio 1 YouTube channel.
So maybe you've been missing out on their show until now.
Yeah.
Find out what it's all about on the Radio 1 YouTube, explained in a few handy minutes.
Exactly.
There we are. And we'll see you next Monday. Dan and Phil.
Hi.
Hello. Were you stuck in a lift?
Yeah.
Kind of.
Every floor it was stopping on, and then no one was getting in. There was ghosts pressing the buttons, I think.
I hate that.
Yeah.
Apparently there's a special key, which you only get if you're someone like Rihanna.
Mariah Carey or someone.
All the way up to the top.
I hear Lady Gaga wears it around her neck.
I hear that there's secret lifts all around the BBC building for when Lady Gaga comes in, yeah.
I've heard secret lifts.
Covered in glitter.
Apparently there's one that's very interesting to me on the 7th floor.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But I still haven't found it. Been here like nearly a year.
May or may not exist.
So, Dan and Phil are here to play Real or No Real, and I bet they've got an exciting video for us as well.
Oh, yes.
Tell us a minute. Okay, let's play the game. Now, I'm just trying to remember, who is doing quite badly at this at the moment? Is it you, Phil?
I'm always doing badly at this. I'm going to try my best this time.
Okay. So it's all about the music, because it's even more music month. So it's about some of your favourite pop stars. 10 points for everyone you get right.
Justin Timberlake dips his Oreo biscuits in milk for exactly 7 seconds.
That's it.
How specific. Wow.
7 seconds. I usually go for about 7 seconds. I don't time it, though.
There is a science to this, I've heard.
Yeah.
There is a point where it will
Before
go
it drops.
soggy. Yes,
Because it's all about the stuff in the middle, isn't it? It has to get soggy enough to kind of absorb the water, because if it's too soon, then you'll just have nothing in, but then obviously too long, disaster, Oreo all in the milk.
I'm all about twisting and licking.
Sorry?
Twisting and licking.
We are talking about Oreos,
Yeah.
just specifically.
Oh, actually, yes. I get that.
Yeah.
So just Justin Timberlake, is he dunking for 7 seconds with the Oreos and the milks?
do you know what? I'm going to say real on this one.
He's got quite intense eyes. I think he'd be down to the seconds on that one.
Yeah, it seems like a man that knows his biscuits.
Real.
Saying real.
Everyone's saying real.
Yeah.
That one is real.
Yes.
Hey.
I knew it.
One of the many shocking revelations in an interview he gave to People magazine in the US.
Wow, how relatable.
I know. He's just like us. Next.
Sam Smith, the Latch and La 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 featured hitmaker, was given his name as his dad is a big fan of the beer of the same name.
Well, everyone's got to choose their. How did you choose your name? Your name, Scott Mills.
Scott.
It's not a showbiz name.
Not a showbiz
Is it not?
name.
No, it's my actual name.
Oh, I just
I'm your
assumed.
friend. You know it's my name.
I just assumed it'd be a showbiz name.
Get out your ID. You're called like Xavier
It's really called
Quentin
Barry.
Forth or something, aren't you?
Yeah. I used to beg my parents to rename me Zach for the first 10 years of my life.
Did you, Phil?
Yeah. They
But
never
why?
did, though. I just wanted to be cool. I wanted to be like a snowboarder or something.
Did you want to be? You wanted to be like American.
Yeah, I wanted to be American. I wanted blonde hair, dyed my hair blonde.
I get you.
Are
So
you
there.
both actually Dan and Phil?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Actual.
made my middle name James after a cool guy in school who was like the coolest guy in the year in like
Did you?
year 4. So I was like, I want my middle name to be James, and then he was like really horrible and then moved out of town like a month later. So I was like,
I was
so
almost,
use my middle name forever. That's good.
I was almost named after my dad, so I'd be Nigel. But
Oh,
that'd
strong
that'd
name.
be so
Strong.
good. Dan and Nigel.
yeah, almost.
So that's quite cute that Dan named it after the cool kid in school, and you wanted to be Zach.
I wanted to be Zach, but I never was.
Wow.
But is Sam Smith named after the beer?
No.
I'm
That's really
Quite the
stupid.
game,
Who would do that? No.
going to say no real.
I'm going to say real.
That one is no real.
Hey, of course not.
That would be stupid. What about this fact about Example, though?
Example, real name Elliot Gleave, is obsessed with microwave ovens and recently stayed in all day waiting for a new top-of-the-range model to be delivered.
We can't specify delivery anytime between 8 and 8.
No.
Even for Example, those are the rules.
He has to wait for his microwave.
You don't know when it's going to come, Elliot.
He's blatant. I mean, this, by the sounds of it, this is probably something he's tweeted. And he
likes to
tweets
tweet.
a lot.
Yeah.
Which is making me think this might be real because...
Mundane tweets.
Mundane tweets,
Are something to expect.
He probably called them salads as well, because that's his...
You salad.
it's his thing, innit?
Definitely his thing. So, example, is he actually obsessed with microwaves?
I'd like to think he is. I'm going to say real on that one.
Is he at the level where he can have someone to wait outside his house waiting? Because, you know, if Gaga orders a microwave, I guess she has people that wait for the postage all day.
They just build it for her right there.
I think example's still at the waiting at home level. I
think only just, though.
Okay.
I'm 50-50.
on the border?
I think he's on the border. He might have people's, but not quite yet.
Yeah, I like this idea that there's certain celebs who still have to, because I do like the idea of example.
Waiting.
Yeah.
And waiting some more.
As you said, between 8 and 8.
Example, obsessed with microwaves, real or no real?
Real.
Yeah, I'm going to say real.
That one is real.
Yeah.
On a roll.
Yes,
All right.
Example was recently good enough to update his Twitter followers as he waited for the microwave. He was very pleased with it in the end because it had a built-in grill.
That's good.
Relatable.
Yeah. He's just like us. But what about this one?
Former Spice Girl Emma Bunton insists on checking into hotels as Emma Bunton RSPB, as she is a fellow of the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds.
Oh, that's so Emma Bunton.
Is it?
Why would she check in a hotel with that, though?
It's not really a name or a title, is it?
I think it's that thing of, like, having letters after your name.
Oh, I see.
Emma Bunton RSPB. Makes you sound more important.
Gets you a better room.
Yeah. Probably does.
Yeah.
Is she a fellow of the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds? Emma Bunton, RSPB.
I think if she was checking into a hotel, she'd just use a completely different name. You wouldn't just add a title, especially not that one.
That's true.
How many people are trying to stalk Emma Bunton at hotels in 2013, though?
Probably quite a few.
Still quite a few?
Do you think?
Yeah.
Long-term Spice Girl crazies.
Yeah.
She also has the face that makes you think she would save a robin if it was in danger.
Yeah, I see that.
She's got kind eyes.
Leaving it to die.
She has got kind eyes. In the same way that Justin Timberlake, as kind as he is, does have slightly killer-esque eyes, doesn't he?
Yes,
like
his
he
resting
might kill you.
face is very scary.
Yes, scary resting face. Emma Bunton would, if a little bird was needing some help by the roadside, she would definitely help.
She would help.
She'd put it in a matchbox or something. Do you know what I mean? Like
She
make
would.
a little bed out of
Yeah, she would. She'd make a bed, yeah. So, real or no real?
I'm going to say no real.
I think she's that zany. I'm saying real.
I'm going to say no real.
That one is no real.
No, she's too busy being another judge on another talent show. So, at the end of that round of real or no real with Dan and Nigel and Chris.
Right, I scored 30, Dan scored 30, Phil scored 40. Winning.
What I said at the beginning helped you out.
It did.
Yes. So, what have you got for us this week, please?
Okay, well, you know the band The Vamps, hot new boy band who are technically a band because they hold instruments.
Right, wasn't there like a mental crowd outside yesterday?
Yeah, people aren't supposed to cause a scene. They caused a scene, and we nearly died coming into the building through their crowd of fans yesterday. It was crazy. But anyway, yeah, they're coming in a couple of weeks to do an exclusive live performance in our online lounge, which is mega exciting, and we have people getting involved in it in another crazy way. Basically, we're getting people to mime playing instruments, and then they're going to tag it with Dan and Phil Vamps on Instagram video. And when people have sent in these clips on Instagram video, we're going to mash it over the online lounge footage, and it's going to be this crazy band plus listeners thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Whoa!
And there's a video on YouTube with the Vamps explaining it themselves right now, so you can go check that out on the Radio 1 YouTube.
So if you love the Vamps and you want to be part of this, get online now to the Radio 1 YouTube. They will explain. Dan is not here. Phil still is.
Dan is not here.
What's going on?
He's knocked our front door handle off.
What?
I don't even know how you can do that unless you're the Incredible Hulk. So he's stood fending people off from robbing our house at the moment.
Right, so he's... Hang on a minute. So he's outside the Dan and Phil mansion trying to stop people going in because he's broken the door handle off.
And the door just swings wide open so anyone could just come in and steal all my things.
So beforehand, anyone could have just moved the handle and it would have fallen off anyway.
It was very loose, and I worried this day might happen, and it's here.
It's here.
Dan isn't a handyman, though.
No, he's not. I think he's got a handyman to come to fix it, hopefully.
Of course he has. He'll just be ringing someone going, hi.
Yeah.
OMG, my door's fallen off.
I'm stuck.
Hashtag handles fallen off.
So, it's not Dan and Phil today. It's just Phil, but that's good.
Phil.
Well, this is something to bring up in your confession session on Friday, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Do you know what I mean? And you made the door handle loose.
And you ate all my cereal.
I know, I heard that.
Yeah.
I heard that on the surgery, or before the surgery last night. You were talking about that.
We were.
So we're each having to do these confessional things this week for Talk It Out, persuading you to, you know, even if it's an awkward situation, just to talk it out and you'll feel better. Mine and Chris's is today at 4:30, streaming live on the Radio 1 website. We have to spin a roulette wheel and then we have to say whatever's on it. and it's
Ooh.
like truths, nothing but truths. And you're doing one later in the week with
I'm
Dan.
doing one on Friday, yeah.
Definitely mention the handles.
I'm going to mention
Just say how annoyed you are with it, you know?
I think my favourite category on this roulette, though, is you don't think I know, but I do know.
Ooh.
It's potentially really dangerous, this. So that's happening today at 4:30 on the Radio 1 website. When's yours, on Friday?
Ours is on Friday. I'm going to be revealing some big things.
Oh, God. Right, okay, let's play Real or No Real.
Let's do it.
What about these facts? Are they real, or did we just make them up?
The cider pitch seats in the dugouts at Manchester United Football Club have now been fitted with phone chargers for the use of players who want to tweet mid-match.
Oh, that would so be me at the football.
I'm dead against this.
Why?
If
Really?
this is true. And, well, because they shouldn't be, tweeting during the football.
Why not?
Which makes me think this might be no real. Only because it's just like, what manager would allow that?
Do you just want them to focus on the match?
Yeah, I'm a bit old school in how I view this.
Shouldn't be using them smartphones.
It's the kind of thing you would do if you'd taken over Manchester United.
Absolutely, the first thing I'd do is put the chargers in.
You always need a charger. I hate it when you get on a train and there's no charger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Or in a hotel where it's not near the bed. First world problems.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Isn't there a Twitter account called, Complaining DJs
Yeah,
and stuff?
it's my favourite on Twitter, DJs complaining.
Yeah.
And it's just really rich, famous DJs complaining about normally airline food or their hotel, or how many steps it was to the plane. Like
Really?
terrible things like that.
So this is a tricky one for me. I think I think it's real, but I'm really hoping it's not. So on that basis, I'm going to say no real.
If I was a footballer, I would use my phone. It's real.
That one is no real.
Oh, look how pleased he is about that.
Good.
It's only like at a gig where people are tweeting. It's the same.
It's not the same.
It's the same.
It's not the
Same as going to a gig.
Just don't take your giant iPad to a gig. That ruins it.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah.
Put it away. Next.
Dr. Seuss, the famous children's author and cartoonist behind The Cat in the Hat and Green Eggs and Ham, also created adult cartoons filled with hand-drawn nude women.
Oh, wow.
No way.
Surely not Dr. Seuss.
He's so innocent. He's got his own theme park and everything.
I know.
It's the ones you don't expect, though. Again, I don't know if this is real or no real, just getting mixed up in my head.
I know what you're going to say.
Alan Titchmarsh.
Yeah. Does
erotic fiction.
He does.
He doesn't.
He does.
No.
Titchmarsh does erotic fiction.
Now, was that
Alan.
real or no real? I can't remember. I think that
Real?
was real. Yeah, Titchmarsh writing all them.
I'm getting horrific images in my head now.
Yeah. All sorts he gets up to in the garden. Green fingers.
Yeah.
But Dr. Seuss, did he write naughty books?
I balanced my friend's fish on my shoulder, trying to recreate one of the scenes from The Cat in the Hat.
What fish was it?
It was a goldfish called Sam.
Okay.
Yeah. It didn't die or anything, but it was touch and go. The parents were like, Phil.
No animals were harmed?
Yeah, reel yourself in.
Okay.
Did he write the naughty books, though?
I don't want to think that's true. No real.
It's the ones you don't expect. I'm saying real.
That one is real.
Oh! Got a picture for you.
Childhood ruined. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Obviously, the listeners can't see that, and that's probably just as well.
That's rude.
Yeah, they're nude.
I know, they are nude. And what about this one?
Radio 1's resident movie critic, Rhianna Dillon, always carries a small jar of smelling salts in her coat pocket in case she feels herself nodding off during a boring film.
I would do that as well. I've fallen asleep in many a film.
See, she's got an amazing job, hasn't she? Because she gets to see a lot of films, but equally she has to see a lot of awful ones.
She's got the best job. I'm so jealous.
Yeah.
I love going to cinema.
What was that film I fell asleep and it was at the actual premiere next to Tom Cruise?
Really?
I was in the same row as him and it was like...
Do you reckon he was insulted, or do you think he just didn't care?
I don't know. I don't know whether they stay in the film for the whole thing.
No,
I think
didn't you say with the premieres they turn up and then literally just leave?
Mostly, yeah, because they've seen it before.
Just leave after 5 minutes. Just show their faces. I have seen Rihanna asleep at her desk, so she does have little snoozes.
And also, it'd be good the smelling salts for if she maybe a little bit hungover, because as we all know, she does like a drink.
Okay, this is... But a brilliant employee and diligent worker.
Oh, of course, of course.
I'm going to say, what was it? Salts.
Salts to wake her up if she's watching The Artist or something.
I'm saying no real.
Smelling salts.
No real.
That one is no real.
I would also like to say she's very professional and good at her job.
Yeah, really good.
Yeah, and her amazing soundtrack, Radio 1 Stories, is on tonight at 9 o'clock. If you're a film geek, it's a must. Next.
Chessington Safari Park in Surrey has banned visitors from wearing animal print clothing because it confuses the animals.
The animals are going crazy because of the animal print.
What do you think, Chris?
I don't know. There's this thing I really want to do. It's, this little dog called Riley who's obsessed with squirrels.
Is this in your life? Or?
Yeah, I really.
Okay, you didn't really explain that very well.
So I really want to find a massive squirrel outfit. I don't know if there is such a thing, and just to see if it works. Like, see if he goes mad for me.
I really need to see this.
I know this all sounds a bit random, but it's basically a thought I had. Anyway, these animal costumes, I'm saying I don't think that they would really affect the animals.
Do you feel that was maybe a thought you could have kept yourself? Rather than
I just realised halfway through
on the radio.
Yeah, cool story.
I once went to see dolphins, and I was wearing completely grey. And the dolphin did stick by me for a long time. Longer than anyone else.
Really?
Yeah, made a friend.
But do you think they've actually banned animal print at Chessington Safari?
I don't think they would ban it.
I actually know the answer to this.
Do you?
So I'm going to wait for you to say yours first.
Well, that suggests it's real.
I'm not saying it was real or no real.
Well, it's real then. Real.
Real.
That one is real.
How do you know that, Phil?
It was in our internet news in our show. Yeah.
Okay.
Sunday night, 7 till 9.
It is true. The park have hired bouncers to check everyone's clothing on the way in because the animals are like, "Arr!" when they see the animal print.
Apparently the giraffes sometimes try and mate with the window if someone's wearing giraffe print.
Okay, good. Yeah. So, the whole of your show is on the internet at the moment, right?
It is. Brilliant news.
Last night's show.
Entire show, including all of the homemade videos people have made. You can watch the whole thing on the Radio 1 website on the Dan and Phil page.
So if you've made a video for Dan and Phil to one of the tracks, then if it was played last night, it will be on there.
Yeah, some brilliant music videos this week. And if you have made a music video and want to send it to us, it's danandphil@bbc.co.uk.
Okay, well, I hope Dan's okay, fending off the robbers.
Thanks.
And we'll see you both next.
Sweetest Thing by Lulu James. I love that. It's coming out in a few weeks' time. And if you're off to see Ellie Goulding on tour, get there early because Lulu James is supporting her. Thumbs up for me. Dan and Phil?
Thumbs up. Very sultry, as you said.
It was,
nice word.
Yeah, I think if I went to a holiday spa and I was getting a massage and they were playing that, I'd just drift off into a nice piece.
Yeah.
I wouldn't die. I'd just drift
not
off
that
into
much
sleep.
of a nice piece.
No,
Yeah.
just
and
enough.
a live amount.
I'm glad you like that. It's nice to see you, Dan and Phil.
You too.
So Scott's away for a week.
Yeah.
And Chris Stark. So, should we do real or no real?
Let's do it.
Okay, you know how this works better than me. Who's the better out of both of you?
I think Phil usually wins, luckily, out of no reason, more often.
Okay,
I've been on a winning streak.
Okay, excellent. Well, let's find out if it's Dan or Phil from Sunday nights on Radio 1 who will rule it today. And here's the first one.
It is possible to cure yourself of having a song stuck in your head by trying to solve anagrams.
What? How specific?
I've had this problem so much recently. I've had Don't Stop, Never Give Up.
S Club 7.
S Club 7 in my head all the time. In the shower, I wake up singing it. Got a little bit of Toaster 4 in the morning. That was going through my head last night. I don't know what's going on.
Is it still in your head right now? Or well, it probably is now that we've just mentioned
Well,
it.
I'm having a chat and stuff, so it's not happening now. But if I'm just on my own, I'll just start humming it again.
Is that like
That's
a
so
delayed
horrible.
reaction from 15 years ago?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know what happened to me back then, but it's all coming back to me now.
Wasn't there that story of the woman that got how much is that doggy in the window stuck in her head for like 20 years and she went insane or something?
I'm really scared
that's not
me.
a funny story. She literally her life was destroyed because this song never got out of her head. So maybe anagrams.
Yeah.
Why did no one tell her?
So how do you cure it, Hugh? What is it?
Well, by doing anagrams, apparently. That's what we're trying to figure out, if it's real or no real.
Oh.
I've never tried it. I'm going to try it in the future.
Yeah, I think I'll try it.
What are you saying? I'm going to...
So random.
I'm going to say real because I'd like it to be real.
I'm going to go with real.
Should we find out?
That one is real.
Hey!
Brilliant.
Well, forget her life.
Straight in. So that's now we know. So apparently this is totally true. Researchers claim the best way to stop it, they're known as earworms.
Earworms.
Yeah. To solve some tricky anagrams, then your mind will go, hang on, what was that song? Oh yeah, it was this one, and then you start all over again.
I'll watch Countdown tonight.
Yeah, repeat till fade. Excellent. Well done, both of you.
Thanks.
Both got that right. The next real or no real. Play along at home. Are we dishing out Scott Mills points? Yes, we are.
Awesome.
Hundreds of them.
The Arcade Fire met in 1999 at a Destiny's Child gig.
Ooh.
Are they the Arcade Fire?
Yeah, we've added a "the."
Oh.
Yeah, to make it sound more official. We
Post Grammy, they get a "the" on their name.
Yeah, Arcade Fire is a bit kind of flimsy. So, Destiny's Child, because they're Canadian, aren't they, Arcade Fire?
Yeah.
Have they been up to Canada, Destiny's Child?
Can you imagine?
Can you hear a little bit of Destiny's Child in their music? Maybe it inspired them.
Their new song, Reflector, is kind of funky, isn't it?
It's
So maybe
very
that's the Destiny's Child from the nostalgic memories from long ago. I don't think that happened. That's so weird. Aren't they like school friends? Or didn't a few of them grow up together or something like that?
Sounds like you know facts that might help me here.
I'm going to say no, because that's so random. Destiny's Child gig, what?
I'd like to believe that's real.
No real.
Real.
Okay, Phil saying real.
That one is no real.
I
had the hopes.
Although I could have believed that as well, because like every indie rock band, they go, yeah, we play indie rock, but we're into hip hop, really. And okay. Which, of course, can happen. Right, that was a good one. So you're winning so far, Dan.
Oh, awesome. Take that.
I'm going to bring it back.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
S-Club sound still stuck in your head, Phil?
A little bit.
Okay. Get him an anagram. Right, here's the next one.
The world's largest herd of wild animals lives in Australia and is a group of nearly 1 million wild camels.
What? No. What?
Camels in Australia?
That is the most ridiculous thing. 1 million camels in one herd. Can you even imagine? Can you picture 1 million camels in the same place? That can't be true.
Imagine if they stampeded.
Oh, don't.
Well, I guess that they do, unless they just kind of stand in a big ball of camel.
I've met a camel and it was kind of angry.
I think camels are very angry creatures.
Where did you meet a camel, Phil?
At the zoo. But I went to one of those parts of the zoo where you can, like, touch the camel.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
They look like they're in a lot of pain constantly, camels, just because their body's so weird. I don't know.
And when they do a mating call, they eject their stomachs out of their mouth and make it vibrate.
I've seen that.
Most disgusting thing ever.
So gross.
Look at that on YouTube.
I spend a lot of time on YouTube looking.
But yeah, Australia, I didn't know they had camels there.
Have you been?
I have been. I didn't see one camel.
Well,
we've both been attacked by spiders in Australia, haven't we? But not herds of camels.
Have you seen the camels fighting with their necks on the David Attenborough show?
Was that not giraffes, Hugh?
Oh yeah, that was giraffes. That's
Same
right.
thing.
I'm glad you've seen
The
it.
camels nutting each
That's the
other.
only camel anecdote I've got, and it was wrong.
Wow.
Okay. So 1 million camels.
That's so ridiculous. That can't be real. I didn't even know there were camels in Australia. I'm saying no real.
I'm going to say real because I wish it was real.
I want it to be real.
What about giraffes?
Giraffes too.
Okay.
That one is real.
What? No, what? No. You can't just throw that fact out. Is that just, am I just going to take that there is just a 1 million strong camel herd?
Apparently, Dan, camels were imported to Australia in the 1800s and bred out of control.
Wow.
Taken over. So next time you go to Australia, just be careful.
You came to the wrong neighbourhood.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, here's the last one today. Real or no real?
Nicole Scherzinger's middle name is Alan.
Oh, now she's a guest on the show on Wednesday.
Oh, is she?
She's
Really?
bringing in the girls of X Factor.
Are you going to do that? Are you here as Scott?
Yes, I'm going to be meeting them. So I'm
Exciting.
going to catch up on X Factor tonight. It's my homework.
This is real. You could give her full real name when you talk to her.
Yeah, Nicole Allen Scherzinger.
Yeah.
It's as if she doesn't know that already. Breaking news.
Oh, yeah. Well, unless it's not real.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is the question. I don't think that's going to be true, to be honest. Alan, no.
Maybe it's like a girly Alan.
Oh, yeah, like
Alan.
No,
Maybe.
that didn't work. No.
Have you got middle names, Dan, Phil?
Yeah, mine's Michael.
Mine's James, don't stalk me. Yeah.
It was almost going to be Nigel, but it wasn't.
A strong name, Nigel.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice, sensible middle names. I like it.
Yeah.
What do you think then? Nicole Allen Scherzinger?
No way, what?
I'm going to say that's real.
That one is no real.
Okay, Producer Chris is toppling up the scores. Phil, you got 20. Dan, you win. You got 30.
Hey, take that.
30.
Next time.
Well done. Thanks very much for playing along.
okay.
Before you go, tell me about what happened on the show last night.
We had the Vamps on our show. You know, the hottest new boy bands that aren't really a boy band because they're a band because they play real instruments. We had them on the show, and it was very good timing as they got a number 2 single. Damn you, One Republic. But yeah, it was a big night for them. And then we had them on our show doing an online lounge performance of their new single.
I saw a bit of that a minute ago. Yeah, wicked.
They also covered Arctic Monkeys' Why During the Call Me While You're High.
It was really good.
So good.
It was really, really like kind of, what's the word you used to describe Lily?
Sultry.
It was very sultry
Was
cover.
it?
Yeah.
So if you're wondering, who are these guys? Are they kind of like One Direction? Nah, they're like a proper band and stuff. So go onto the Radio 1 YouTube channel and look at their Arctic Monkeys cover. It's really good.
Really good.
Excellent. And also, I loved seeing you both on YouTube earlier, lying down on a sea of plastic cups.
Oh, God, yeah. The
That's
Dan
also
versus
there.
Phil was, we had to make like a
side of nails that I've used innuendo bingo cups, which
Oh, is
I
that
wasn't
what they
aware.
were?
Why do you guys keep this stuff around? I don't know. I was just sitting on so much like celebrity dribble.
Yeah, we thought we might
it's
have
kind of hot. But
Gerard Butler's spit somewhere on
that's
my
what
back
I was
still.
saying to myself as I was just degrading myself physically on the internet forever.
So that's an interesting thing to watch on the Radio 1 YouTube as well, if you want to check it out.
Okay, we'll do that, definitely. Nice to see you both.
Hi, Dan off Dan and Phil.
Hi, Scott. How are you?
Okay? Yeah, all right, thanks. Where's actual Phil?
He's in holiday, Florida land with his family.
Oh.
Traitor. He left me.
Traitor.
I know.
But you left him the other day. Well, last time I saw, it was just him because you were looking after a door.
Yes, yeah, that was fun. We left the house and then like the door handle fell off, which is always a great thing to happen. Yes, that was a really fun afternoon, just standing outside in the rain.
Do you know what I'm doing this weekend?
What are you doing this weekend, Scott?
I'm going to be on X Factor.
I saw something about this. What?
Judges' houses.
Really?
In Serbia.
Actually.
Yes.
Actually.
Happening.
Whose house?
The house of Kiki Lazendric, of course, who's one of the X Factor judges in Serbia.
Okay, wait. So actually.
Yeah, it's happening.
Amazing. Of course.
No one believed us.
Was this a Eurovision connection you made?
It's quite me, isn't it?
It is very
It's
Scott,
very
yeah.
me.
He met him in Zante.
I did meet him in Zante.
Oh, of course you did.
Befriended a Serbian pop star. Before you know it, oops, he's a judge on X Factor Serbia and I'm on Judges' Houses. I'm like,
Wow.
I'm the Sin Eater of the Balkans.
Yeah, or
That's
the Will
me.
I Am.
Oh yeah, that's that as well. Yeah, yeah.
That's what your Twitter profile needs to say.
What, the Sin Eater of Serbia?
You're a Serbia.
I'm changing it soon.
Brilliant.
Okay, so Dan's here, and we're going to play Real or No Real. It's been a while. 10 Scott Mills points for each one you get correct. Just tell me real or no real.
The Hotel Cabana, after which Naughty Boy's debut album was named, is actually in Grindelwald, Switzerland, and according to TripAdvisor, is known for its friendly staff and nice views.
Where?
Grindelwald.
Grindelwald.
That's so random.
What? I did wonder why he called it that.
But he told me that it was just a fictional place. Oh, maybe I've given the answer away. That he just created in his head for his album.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's unfortunate. It's the kind of thing where the less popular thing would sue the mega pop star for having the same name as something.
Yeah.
No, it's a hotel. Taking you to court.
Yeah.
But I mean, it sounds like it would be a genuine place, so it makes sense that this place is in Grindelwald or wherever it is.
So do what do you think? It's got lovely views according to TripAdvisor.
I'm sure it has. I'm going to
Would
say
you
real. on
base
this
the
one,
album on a holiday? I'm going to say no real. What? No.
That one is real.
Yeah.
Oh!
What? Okay.
I
why?
thought it was an original idea. It's somewhere that he went in Switzerland once and quite liked.
We might not have been.
Fair enough. Just saw it on TripAdvisor.
Yeah.
I do that a lot. I just look on TripAdvisor. Like, I'd like to theoretically go there one day.
I do that as well. It's kind of like daydreaming. Yeah, I'd like to go there.
Sitting on Rightmove. That's what I spend most of my days doing.
Now, the Real or No Real elves have worked hard, and we think it's the actual one. It's run by Peter and Bettina Boren.
Wow.
That's the Hotel Cabana, if you fancy visiting it. Next.
The background music played on the Ghost Train at Blackpool Pleasure Beach is simply the latest Bring Me the Horizon album played on repeat.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's playlist, isn't it?
Angry goat music.
Angry ghost music.
Yeah. Ghost Train.
Ghost Train's a little bit who, because yeah.
Just like that. Good one.
Small one.
Have you ever been on a ghost train?
I have.
I think I've been on that ghost train, and I don't seem to remember it being Bring Me the Horizon. Maybe it was just an off day or something.
Has anyone ever found a ghost train remotely scary?
No. Are you? What? It's
Not
just like
at
a really,
all.
really rubbish roller coaster.
Yeah,
isn't it?
and not even fast.
And your just hips are digging into whoever's next to you because they're clearly meant for children.
Yes.
I went on a ghost train, and it was at Pinner Fair. You know, the fair that sort of rolls through once a year. See, I think it goes through lots and lots of different towns, and it has a ghost train involved, and it was awful. I mean, it wasn't scary, it wasn't fun, it wasn't funny. Literally did nothing for the set. But at one point, you feel like a small breeze. I mean, you imagine there are people standing on the side, sort of just blowing bubbles or blowing.
That's really
doesn't
disturbing.
constitute a ghost train for me.
That would scare me.
But is the Bring the Horizon soundtrack the Ghost Train?
No, I don't think that's the right vibe, and I think that their songs are quite melodic and cool. That's so stupid. I'm going to say no real.
I'm going to say no real.
That one is no real.
Yeah. You were right to go no real, but what about this pop fact?
James Blunt was famously a soldier in the British Army before becoming a singer, and was commended by his generals for single-handedly preventing World War III.
Blunty? Love him.
Why? By uniting people in hatred against him? I'm joking. That's a joke. No, I like James Blunt.
You've got to be.
I feel like I have an unpopular opinion that I think that he's quite nice.
I think he is really nice,
Yeah.
and also living the dream. Okay, so you make one song that's for Melts, and then you literally go and live in Ibiza in a
Retire.
massive mansion with loads of fit girls. Brilliant. Live the dream.
Is that what actually happened with him? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Lives in Ibiza. One song.
Isn't he back in the charts?
Yeah, I think he is. But
Yeah.
basically, that song made him able to retire with loads of fit women. That's what I'm saying.
That's all you need to do, Dan. Do you know what I mean?
One hit.
One's,
You're beautiful.
if you just think of the right one, mate, it's.
But did James Blunt actually prevent World War III?
This is like World War III was about to happen for some reason that clearly none of us know, and then he stopped it. So what could that have been, and how could he have stopped it? James Blunt.
What are you saying then?
What does that even mean? This is one of those things where it's obviously going to be real because it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. But I'm going to say no real.
I'm sure I've heard this, and I'm going to have to say real.
That one's real.
What?
No, explanation.
Okay,
explanation.
right. I'll explain why. It is true. He was ordered to send his troops to attack the Russians in a war during the 1990s, but disobeyed the order. Therefore, kind of stopping another world war. Whatever.
Yeah. Wow.
We'll let you have that one, Blunt.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
What a guy.
Sir Mike Jackson, his old general, said that he saved the world. James Blunt.
In one way.
Yeah. And next.
Example recently tweeted a selfie he'd taken in his own living room. Close study of the background of the picture revealed his DVD collection to contain such classics as Legally Blonde, Some Like It Hot, and Danny Baker's Own Goals and Gaffes.
Oh, that's so example.
No one can ever just enjoy the picture for what's it.
I know.
You know, we always say this. You have a photo with someone,
Yeah.
or just have a photo and you put it up. All anyone will talk about is the stuff in the background. It's
Right. So a while ago, well, a long time ago, on Radio 1, they put cameras in my house and they called it Scott Cam. It was all on the Radio 1 website. And all that everyone went on about was my DVD collection of the time. Because once, in one weird moment, I managed to get some DVDs out. Millions of people watched it. Crossroads, Britney Spears was in there. Mean Girls 2, and
Mean Girls
Beaches.
2?
And Beaches.
What? Oh no, that's our friendship over.
Yeah. Mean Girls 2 is quite good. Well, not as good as the original. Example, though, accidentally showing us his DVD collection in a selfie. Real or no real?
I'm a big fan of Legally Blonde. That has to be real.
Legally Blonde 2 is pants, though.
Yeah, that one is
awful.
the Own Goals DVD sounds amazing, though. I'm gonna say real on this one.
Do you really think that Example would be the type to have Legally Blonde in his DVD collection?
He's got a missus, isn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yep.
It could be
It's
hers.
his. It's his.
Right.
Real?
Real.
That one is no real.
Sorry, guys.
Rubbish.
Good game. Who won what?
Dan only got 10, I'm afraid. Sorry, Dan. I got 30.
Wow.
What?
Oh no. Oh man.
So you were flying solo last night
I was indeed.
without Phil. How was that for you?
It was okay. Like, thank God it's the request show, because otherwise I'd have just been so alone. I'd have started crying halfway through it. But yeah, no, it was really fun, and it was exciting because I get to release the whole Best British Vlogger Award thing that I think you guys were speaking about.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier for the Teen Awards.
Do you guys actually know any of the people on that list that have been nominated?
And they're all brilliant. You had the Owl last night as well.
Yeah, I did. I played. I was supposed to be Dan versus Phil, but then what is Dan versus Phil if Phil's in Florida? So I played it against the owl that Prince tweets in the corner of my room.
That owl was when we covered for you. It just freaked me out. When
It really confused me.
How
It's
does
like,
it work?
It's
I know.
just an owl printing off
Things
texts
out of its
and
mouth.
tweets.
Yeah.
Like
Incredible.
nothing to see.
Inspirational.
All right, thank you very much, Dan.
Go vote.
Go vote for whoever you want. On the Radio 1 website, just looks. Dan and Phil are here.
Hello.
Hello. You right?
Yeah.
Good. Do you agree with me about Halloween costumes? Like, don't just wear any old fancy dress to Halloween.
I kind of did that last night, though, Scott.
Oh, what?
I was a giraffe.
No.
But I was a zombie giraffe.
Oh, that's fine.
He was an undead giraffe. Yeah.
Yeah, you've Halloweened it up. Don't just go as a builder.
Yeah, I just, because it was a Halloween special of our show last night, so I was a vampire and I felt like I let myself down creatively, whereas then Phil in a giraffe zombie looking like a zombie was either an undead zombie or a guy in a giraffe onesie that got bitten by a zombie and turned into a zombie.
You've just got to get creative with it.
Wow,
you know?
that was good.
You don't need to go as a sexy ghost. You can go the other way around. What you can do is take something sexy and just make it scary. Do you know what I mean?
Like, what? I'm a scary nurse.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
Really weird.
Do you two? You are looking very similar today.
Yeah,
It was an accident.
it's really awkward when we leave the house wearing matching
Yeah.
jumpers.
We are
It's
matching.
nice. I like it.
cute.
It's almost like it is cute. It's like you planned it. So it's Dan and Phil for real or no real. We have a selection of facts here, but which are right, which are wrong. You get 10 points if you get it right.
Some British birds take girls-only holidays in France.
Oh, what?
What?
That's it.
That's the fact.
Some
Is
what?
the
Who's what's going on?
Would you like to hear it again?
Yes.
Some British birds take girls-only holidays in France.
So what they're doing is
Actual birds.
so birds that fly.
Yeah.
they
Okay,
go
we
on-
get that now.
They go on girls' holidays, and imagine the boys go to Cabos.
weekend in Paris.
amazing.
Messy weekend in Napa for the lads.
Pigeons in Napa.
With little t-shirts.
I like it. Yeah. So does that actually happen? Where a group of girls go on holiday?
British birds, the females go to France just for little holidays. They said holidays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it must not be a holiday.
like
It must
it's
be some
planned.
kind of breeding reason
Yeah,
for
yeah.
it. But why France? What's different? That's so weird. That makes no sense.
Ah, you're onto something there because it could be the climate. So it could be the old.
Go for a bit of sun.
Tanning in southern France. That makes no sense. I don't think that's real at all.
It doesn't make much sense.
No.
Does it? So is it real or no real? Do girls, birds, girls, go on holidays to France? Girls only.
Nature always surprises me, so I'm going to say real for that one.
No real. That makes no
I'm
sense.
going to say no real on this one.
That one is real.
Okay.
So it is. Yep. So the Balearic shearwaters are the birds that we're talking about. Hello, girls. It's only the females that migrate, leaving the guys back home while they fly off to France for a bit of girls' holiday. Actually,
Cool.
That's what happens.
Wow.
Oh,
Fact.
nature's great, isn't it? And next,
The first video thought to have gone viral on the internet was a 1994 clip of former US President Bill Clinton falling over on a pair of inline skates.
Classic. I think I've seen that one.
Right, you two will know this, surely. This is just internet knowledge, isn't it?
We are from the internet.
yes, you are
Don't want to give too much away, though.
born and bred.
What with your eye? I have no idea. No, I was like, I was. When was it? 1994. As in, it happened in 1994. It was on the internet then, because I was 3 in 1994.
I believe it was just the first ever viral.
Okay.
You could watch.
First viral video.
I think I might have actually been too young to witness that.
I don't remember that.
But I'm surprised you don't know it as like internet folklore.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like I'd
it
know
seems
it.
like it would be cat related or something. That's quite spectacular.
When did you two first step out on the internet together?
Together in like 2009 or something.
I think I remember it well.
15 years ago. Jeez.
Yeah.
So, Bill Clinton
Clinton falling over.
on inline skates, first ever viral video, real or no real?
No idea. Real?
I'm going to say no real.
I'm going to say no real.
That one is no real.
Drat.
Go. Don't know what it was though. We don't have that answer.
Oh.
How ambiguous. It was a cat doing something, falling over, trying to jump, and then it hit the wall or something.
Of course it was.
You've
Always
seen
is.
it.
And what about this? Hope you're playing along at home for 10 Scott Mills points.
Danish roads frequently feature signs which warn drivers that they are about to enter fart control.
Did I hear that right? Was that fart control?
Fart control.
What
Bill.
is fart that they're about to enter fart control?
Yes.
What does that mean? Like if you fart, then you'll get shot or something? What do we think that is?
I don't know.
I don't know what
I
that
have
might
been
be.
to Denmark, but I didn't see the fart control signs.
That sounds very imposing if they're going to stop people from farting when they want to. I mean, you can't really control it, can you?
No.
No, fart control, I'm saying no. No real.
Just straight up. You
Yeah,
know what?
straight up. There you go.
I don't know what that is, but I want it to be real, so you explain it, so I'm going to say real.
I can't imagine what that sign would look like. But I'm going to say no real.
That one's real.
Oh,
Yes,
what?
it is.
Do you have the info?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Hello, Danish people. So, they'll be used to the signs.
Yeah.
Fart control translates as speed control.
Oh.
So it says it everywhere, all over the autobahns.
It's a trick.
It's like Cockfosters. I wouldn't be able to go through there without laughing all the time. Fart control. And then I'd crash.
Always causes a giggle, doesn't it? And next.
At the start of 2013, Rizzle Kicks introduced a one hangover only rule to ensure that both Jordan and Harley aren't both suffering on the same day.
Safe rule. Safe rule.
That's
I would
brilliant.
Very professional.
Great idea.
Mm-hmm.
So one can help the other one.
I think we've done that before. Have you two done that before? To be fair.
Is the Rizzle Kick similar to sort of the setup in America whereby the president cannot travel in the same plane as that, just in case it goes down, and then
it's the Rizzle Kick with the hat. He's the one that would get to fly the plane, wouldn't he? Yeah.
So I'm saying the Rizzle Kicks must always travel separately. Should the worst happen, the Rizzle Kicks will go on, sort of thing.
In case one of them dies.
I don't think it's like royalty. No, I don't think that's the case.
Is it not?
I think that Jordan and Harley both frequently fly together.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were almost late today, and I said, Dan, you go without me, and then I'll chase you down the road as fast as I can.
It happened. It was really disturbing.
You made that
Phil runs like a goose.
You made that sound really dramatic. Like, Phil, you were saying, like, Dan, you go on.
It was like that.
Go on, Dan. It was literally that dramatic.
Do it for your country. So, Rizzle Kicks, one hangover only rule. It's a brilliant idea. I'm going to start doing this with you, Chris.
Yeah. I'm saying real.
Real?
Yeah.
That's such a good rule. Obviously, real.
I'm going to say real as well.
That one is no real.
Oh. What? What are they doing?
They both love hangovers and have them all the time.
How unprofessional.
And at the end of that round of real or no real.
Okay, I got 10, Dan got 10, Phil got 20.
Yes, Phil!
Poor performance.
On a winning streak.
What's on the internet for us this week?
Okay, well, last week in our show, we did something for the first time ever in the history of the world, which is us and all of our listeners and watchers from around the world all made a music video live together at the same moment. So we all downloaded this app, right? And we all lip-synced to Teenage Dirtbag by Wheatus at the same time. And then this app stitched it all together to make one video where hundreds of people were all doing something at the same time. It's incredible. It's like a snow globe of lip-syncing, and it's incredible.
It sounds like a technical nightmare.
But we didn't have to do it, so it was all automatic. So it was fine. But yeah, so if you want to check out whatever that is, then it's on the Radio 1 YouTube channel. But yeah, other than that, watch me and Phil harass people at the Teen Awards on Sunday.
Yes, you're going to be red carpet.
Yeah, we are the official backstage people, so we're going to be pouncing on people, seeing Jessie J stuffing her face with stuff. It's going to be good.
Brilliant. So all backstage stuff and red carpet stuff with Dan and Phil on Sunday at the actual Still don't feel comfortable when they play that.
I think I might decide that it's the greatest song ever made.
What was the other one before that was the greatest song ever made?
Well, I traditionally said that Neo Closer was up there, or
Ever.
Shakira's She-Wolf, but I think that's
Ever. That's up there now.
Trump with Gorilla.
I mean, pardon me for being a little bit British, but it makes me blush a little bit. I'm just like...
It's a bit crude, isn't it, really?
It's got a lot of people looking into gorillas, though.
I'm going to go home and search that later.
Do
you know what I mean?
I'm going to do that.
And when you start comparing the two, it gets weirder.
Especially if you picture Bruno Mars. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Dan and Phil, hello.
Hello.
Didn't you do well at the Teen Awards?
That was an insane day yesterday. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So good.
Highlights for you, please?
Well, basically, we were lurking backstage in the green room and pouncing on celebrities, which is a big upgrade for us from last year, where we were interviewing One Direction in a corridor next to a toilet. So we actually had chairs and lights.
You had sofas.
Yeah, we had our own sofas.
Light cubes like Jamila felt really important.
I know.
Got to meet Taylor Swift.
That was probably the highlight.
I've not met her.
I couldn't speak because she was so beautiful.
You could literally see Phil just like, I could break down at any moment right now.
So Dan and Taylor Swift drew each other blindfolded, which was interesting.
The whole idea was that we were going to do the Dan versus Phil challenges we do in our show, but we're going to force celebrities to phically demean themselves. But we didn't want to do anything too physical with Taylor.
Yeah. Well, I saw one of Fall Out Boy with a cookie on his face.
You can't look attractive when you're trying to balance a cookie on your forehead and get it into your mouth without using your hands.
That's the game. It's impossible.
I did it, though. I did it during the practice. No one believed me. And then last night in our show, when we were talking about it, I did it again, live on camera. Everyone freaked out.
We also made Little Mix eat disgusting jelly beans as well.
I saw that also.
Perry probably hates us.
Yeah, that's fine.
And Charlotte from the Geordie Shore didn't know what a manatee was, which was also a highlight. We're making her make animal noises, which if you imagine how good that would be, Charlotte from Geordie Shore making animal noises, was that funny? But then Phil was like, do amazed manatee.
What's that?
Love her. She's the gift that keeps giving.
She's amazing.
Where can we see all this good stuff?
Basically, it's all on the Radio 1 YouTube channel now. So if you're a fan of Little Mix, Taylor Swift, Fall Out Boy, or Charlotte from the Geordie Shore, then if you go to the Radio 1 YouTube channel and scroll down to playlists, or just search for each of them, then you can watch the videos we did. But yeah, they're all very funny.
And look out for Dan hugging Taylor Swift as well, because he almost draws on her back.
I almost Sharpied her
So
a very
close.
expensive dress. Which
What, just
priceless.
before a live X Factor performance?
That would have been...
great.
But I didn't, and that's what counts. But it was very close.
Yeah.
You can pause it on the moment.
Was there some security about to step in?
Someone looked like they were about to rugby tackle
Oh my
me.
God, he's about to draw on her. So today, it's Real or No Real, and it's about some of the artists that performed at yesterday's Teen Awards for Radio 1 at Wembley. Are these real or not?
Tiny Temper was originally going to be known by the name Anger, but opted for the name Temper after looking up anger in a thesaurus.
Would that be spelled like A-N-G-A-H or something?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Anger.
Earlier, yesterday, when I spoke to Tiny Temper on the chart show, he revealed a big love for the Posh Radio 4 lady.
That was a funny chat.
Yeah, we're planning to get them together at some point.
That would be nice.
Yeah, I mean, he just wants a message for his birthday, which we've now provided for him.
Easy birthday present.
It really easy, like no card, no present, just a message from the PR4L.
So are we claiming that he was originally going to be called Anger, he's looked into the thesaurus, and he's seen Temper and just suddenly gone, I think that's good?
Which is very strange, because he's a very docile and peaceful person, so I don't know why he's going for the violent names. Maybe that's the point.
When he was starting out, I was interviewing someone called Anger.
I would be scared. Yeah, no, I wouldn't want to do that. Maybe it's to make him seem less intimidating.
And he's not intimidating in any way.
Super cool dude.
Yeah, smells really good too, as we discussed earlier.
Did you have a cheeky sniff?
Yep, and not only that, I kind of bottled it in terms of asking him what he was wearing.
Oh, smooth.
I didn't. It's just not cool, is it?
Okay, that's a bit weird.
That's a question. Have you ever seen Tiny Temper angry?
No.
I think he'd be more kind of like, I want to speak to my agent, kind of angry.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be like, ugh.
No, he wouldn't be angry.
No.
Real or no real? Tiny Temper and a thesaurus.
No real what?
I'm going to say real.
I'm going to say no real.
That one is real.
Yes, it is.
Really?
Yeah.
Anger.
Anger.
Wow.
Then he put tiny in front just to make it a little bit nicer.
Tiny anger wouldn't have been a
It doesn't work.
And next,
Teen Awards guests The Vamps decided on the name The Vamps after they all discovered a mutual love for the CBBC TV show Mona the Vampire.
They probably were about 6 when they formed, weren't
This
they?
is so real, I reckon.
so real.
So, for those of us who don't remember Mona the Vampire,
Check your mail, there's a ghoul and a mommy loose in school. Show us your fangs.
this is the theme.
Yay, Mona!
Show us your fangs.
We know it.
Yay, Mona.
So weird. I didn't like that show because it was basically a bunch of kids that were living in a fantasy world solving crimes. It was really weird. I didn't like it.
You know when you hear old theme tunes like that, and for some reason you know the words. You know it's got lost
Hey,
somewhere
Mona.
inside. Like that is weird.
Every time I hear the Arthur theme tune come on, I'm like, yes.
Oh my word, Arthur was the
and I say,
the one with
hey.
So, did the Vamps get their name from the Mona the Vampire show?
I don't think that's real. I'm going to say no real.
I'm saying real.
Yeah, I think they were too young when it was made. I'm going to say no real.
Too young. Okay.
That one is no real.
No. Okay.
And next,
Icona Pop met at a party hosted by band member Caroline, where they bonded over a love for the fizzy drink that was on offer, giving birth to their band name, Icona Pop.
I do want to know the backstory there after seeing their performance yesterday.
in what way?
Well, just how they met, where they met, why they met. all
Why it
these
happened.
2 people found each other.
I'm intrigued.
Do you think that I was having this chat with Greg James at length yesterday as we were watching their performance? Do you think from that song, the one song, that they've got all the monies?
Yep.
So do I.
Yeah.
International worldwide hit.
Did they make it?
I
though?
don't, but they made it.
It's the kind of thing that's in every advert or promo for everything ever, isn't it?
massive in America.
Yep.
I think so. And also, you know that soon it will be on some supermarket or carpet advert.
And that is
On the
it.
way.
There we are.
Once you got that, ka-ching.
Do you think it would have been a completely different story if it was called I Hate It? It wouldn't get
think it might have been.
half as many endorsements.
Because, I mean, it's not a particularly happy song, is it? Well, I mean, you know, it's kind of... It is, but if it was called I Hate It and about the same things, it would be kind of angry sounding, wouldn't it?
But you can imagine it, can't you? This Christmas, come into Bob's Carpets. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's going to happen.
So, Icona Pop's name, real or no real?
After a fizzy drink.
After a fizzy drink at a
really
party.
cynical today. No real.
I can't imagine the fizzy drink being that significant to name their band after it, so I'm going to say no real as well.
I need points, so I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to say real.
That one is no real.
Oh!
Oh, you shocker, Chris. This is awful. They did meet at a party, though.
Okay.
In Sweden.
Wow.
And next,
James Arthur's musical career started at the age of 15 when he was the frontman of progressive experimental rock band Moonlight Drive.
Wow.
Moonlight Drive.
His face screams Moonlight Drive.
Can you imagine James Arthur in a progressive experimental rock band?
I kind of
guitar
can.
solo.
Yeah.
I kind of can. And that's an awful name for a band.
It is terrible.
No, I wouldn't get radio play, would it? Yeah.
Moonlight Drive.
So, prog rock with James Arthur. Did it happen?
Well, he was all kind of like dubsteppy, wasn't he, at the X Factor? Because everyone was like, whoa, it's like Adele, but with wob, wob, wob.
Yeah.
Win. Yeah.
Well, no, there's many sides to him, isn't there? I mean, he's a well-accomplished rapper. Like, proper,
He's got the support of people like Charlie Sloth, really respect him, you know?
Yeah.
So, but, I mean, he may have dabbled with the progs
Isn't he
before.
doing a fire in the booth? Isn't that what Charlie was
Is
saying?
that happening? Really? Wow.
Awesome.
Wow.
Tonight?
Saturday.
It's like a lullaby then.
Bonus. So, James Arthur, real or no real?
No real. I'm Captain No today. No.
It looks like he's got a lot of secrets behind his eyes. I'm going to say
What?
real.
He has got sad eyes.
Yeah. Guys, be mean. Chris, what are you saying?
I'm saying real.
He hasn't got sad eyes. A little bit.
A little bit.
But like, I'm not comparing him to a cow, but I'm saying, you know, when you look at cows and they've got sad eyes.
This needs to end.
What did you say anyway?
I said no real.
I said real.
I'd like to say congratulations and good luck to James Arthur on his new album.
I think it's wicked. I think everything about him's wicked. I'm just saying he's got sad eyes.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, well, I've completely forgot.
I said real.
No.
Real.
That one is real.
Yeah. Would you like to hear Moonlight Drive?
Yeah, please.
There's a hole in my heart. Lights in my blood. Fire in the blood.
That's not James, is it?
No.
That's actually James.
Wow.
God, he's got a lot better.
I bet he thought that was over when he deleted his MySpace page.
I got 10, Dan got 20, Phil got 40.
Dan and Phil, hello.
Right.
Hello.
Hello there. How are you?
Good. I just had an extra large Christmassy coffee drink.
So you're zazzed right
So
now.
I'm feeling a bit zazzed.
Okay.
Zaz. Do you feel a little bit sick?
A little bit, but in a good way.
I got my Christmas jumpers.
Nice.
Oh, wow, festive.
Special delivery. Last time I saw you guys was at the Harry Potter tour.
Yeah, I mean,
way cool.
I walked around a corner and I saw you standing in, I think it was like Dumbledore's office having a photo taken.
Yes, it
I don't
was.
think you wanted to make eye contact with me when everyone was taking a photo of you.
It's a bit awkward.
It was a bit awkward.
Now, this is interesting because you've always denied sort of Harry Potter knowledge.
Don't know anything about it, but didn't stop me going on the tour, and I loved it.
I loved it.
See, I'm a massive Harry Potter nerd, so I just had to try not to cry every time I saw something. It was very intense.
Soak it all up.
Butterbeer as well. That was weird.
I saw that on offer.
It was like mostly cream. It was actually alcoholic.
It was like creamy, weird Fanta.
I felt like it was just one of those drinks that you can just feel it just going through your stomach and then just emerging on the outside of your body. Like, there's the cream that I just ate.
Yeah, bringing me back to the Christmas drink now. We need to stop.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, guys, thoughts on Chris's new business plan, which is the leftovers in restaurants. They put them all on a trestle table at the back of the restaurant, and then you can just dig in for a small fee. I don't know.
I don't think I'd be down for that.
The idea has developed a tiny bit thanks to someone who texted in. Unfortunately, I can't remember their name, but they suggested what you could do is they could put the plate at the back and then a small picture of the person that's just been eating it.
And then you can decide
judge them
to make an assumption.
Oh, I don't know if I want her germs.
Yeah. The thing is, that would make me decide whether to. Isn't that awful?
Let's not lie.
But it's true. It's like definitely not her.
Yeah, if I could see the pictures, I might do it if it was nice food.
Not touching that gutto if it's been anywhere near his lips.
Yeah.
Very eco-friendly though, recycling.
It certainly is.
There was a restaurant in Reading that I used to go to, and they were in the papers because someone found out that they used to scrape like people's chips that they didn't eat onto other people's plates.
No.
They need to like bits of ketchup on them. They got closed down, but yeah, very recycling. Yeah. Don't waste those potatoes.
I've said that sometimes once on a diet, I sometimes will lick a chip or a cake. Now,
I've seen him lick a chip.
No, I wouldn't want to be. I wouldn't want to be the person that gets that next. You know what I mean? Because I've licked it. It's not very
and
nice.
that's ridiculous. Whoever thinks that's a good idea for a diet, that's stupid.
It's the licking chips diet. Don't eat them, but you still get the taste.
No,
I recommend it to everyone.
Utter nonsense.
Yeah, no rubbish.
Anyway, here's Real or No Real with Dan and Phil. Is this real or no real?
The internet was first used to send data on the 29th of October 1969. It crashed halfway through.
Oh.
That was
that's very exciting.
Quite tense.
Yeah. What's your answer?
That's a long time ago.
That's a very long time ago.
69.
Yeah. I remember when the internet was born, or when I first got it, and I think I was about 7.
Are you really, really old?
Yeah, I was in a German chat room. And then
okay, where's this guy? Daytime radio.
Then my parents told me not to be in a German chat room.
You have good parents.
Yeah. Probably best.
Ahead of the curve there. Yeah. Okay. That was a very dangerous thing to start saying.
But yeah, that wasn't 1969 though.
No.
Okay, yeah, good fact.
Yeah.
No, that's very early. I'm not surprised it fell
to be
through.
honest, it would crash though, wouldn't it? It's brand new.
Yeah.
What do you reckon the first person was trying to send?
God knows.
Good point. Like a cheeky Snapchat or something like that. Hey, man.
In the 60s. Chris,
well, imagine how slow that would have loaded.
So we're saying it crashed the first time. That's probably likely.
That's probably true.
Does that make sense timing wise with the internet, boys? I don't know.
No idea. I don't think so.
I don't think that makes sense.
But it's probably technically the internet. It's one of these ones we don't really know.
Look, they never claim to invent it. They just rule it.
True that.
I mean,
yeah, true.
Yeah. So, real or no real?
I vote no real.
I'm just going to say real.
I'm going to go real.
That one is real.
Yeah. Oh, hey.
Don't know anything about the
Technically
internet.
Yeah, it was the very first version of the internet. Someone tried to send the word login, and the L and the O got through before it crashed.
Hello.
That sounds like when Moira Stewart sent her first. It was like they don't really know what they're doing.
Yeah.
It's like the kind of thing my parents might do now. Just log in.
Yeah. Like my mum just checks my Twitter, but doesn't actually go on it.
Really?
Just searches.
Oh, she checks your indirects.
Just a stalk. And next.
In 2004, Graham Norton had Nicole Kidman, David Attenborough and Girls Aloud all cancel on him just hours before his show, and had to spend an hour interviewing Carol Vorderman.
Ouch. It happens.
So what are the combo of celebrities there?
It was Girls Aloud, David Attenborough, Nicole Kidman, and then they all cancelled just a few hours before, and so the whole hour of the show was given up to Carol Vorderman.
Amazing.
What would David Attenborough be late for, do you reckon?
Don't know.
Probably roller skating with pandas.
Do you reckon they called it a special as well? They just because that's why I always think. You know, when those special kind of shows happen with an hour with one person, I always think that's a cover up.
Something's horribly wrong.
It was never going to be an hour with one person.
Yeah,
I can't imagine David Attenborough being late for something.
Nah, man, he seems like he's going to always be on time. You know?
Yeah.
This is a bit like the awkward time when LMFAO, who we just played, were booked in on my show, and then one of them cancelled, and I was left with Sky Blue. Or what was his name?
Was he the worst one?
Red Foo.
No, Red Foo was off, so I just got one of LMFAO.
Oh man,
and that was like an hour.
Did you fill the time?
An hour with one of LMFAO.
Was it a special?
It was. I made it into a special.
Would you watch an hour-long Carol Vorderman special?
Yeah, Sky Blue it was. It was just Sky Blue from LMFAO. The whole hour.
An hour of Carol Vorderman?
Yeah.
I think she's a very interesting lady.
She knows how to add.
Might be stretching it. Real or no real?
No real.
No real.
Real.
That one is no real.
Oh, hey, told you.
It would never be late.
Attenborough.
And this?
Martin Solveig's 2011 hit Hello is played on loop in reception at Ipswich Magistrates Court.
We played that earlier today. Sometimes it can feel like it's on a loop here, but it's not.
I was going to say that. It seemed like the whole country was just looping that song for a long time.
This is the idea then it greets people as it comes, it's a very, hello.
Yes, I mean, it could have been a very well-meaning council employee who thought it would be brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got the job of doing the video, the welcome video as people walk in. I'm going to put Martin Solveig's Hello on it, but just on a loop.
I would be really sad if I worked there.
I was going to say that.
One day, I would be really, really sad.
Imagine it. On loop. It's like, it's bad enough when you work in a shop and it's the same music going round and round.
Oh my gosh, I used to work at a DIY shop and they didn't play CDs, but they had a Christmas CD that was just 6 songs. They used to play it every day, and that was I really wanted to just start crying.
Did it make you hate Christmas a little bit?
It did. It slightly ruined Christmas for me, so maybe this ruins greetings for anyone who worked at the Magistrates Court.
So let's say that you are working at Ipswich Magistrates Court, which means you're doing like a 8-hour day? Oh. On loop all the time. 3 hours.
That'd be terrible.
You would go insane, wouldn't you?
Yeah, just the few bars would just make you want to actually cut your ears off. So, real or no real?
I think it's exceptionally cruel if real, so I'm going to say no real.
I think that people are that cruel in the world, to be honest. I'm going to say real.
I'm going to say no real.
That one is no real.
Oh,
thank goodness.
It was deemed too cruel.
Those poor people.
And next?
Jason Statham is obsessed with Screamin' Benga and never misses a minute of their Friday night Radio 1 show.
I mean, it is good.
That's...
Yeah, Jason Statham. Does he look like a complex man? Does he have many levels?
He looks very complex. He's one of those people that on the surface he might not be saying much or having more than one emotion or very diverse, but beneath the surface, he's been through some stuff. He's one of those people, you know?
See, it would make more sense if it was no real to be something like, I don't know, Jason Statham loves chasing status, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So this might be real, because Screamin' Benga's, I mean, it's a great show, but it's a bit of a random one.
It's very random.
What time is that?
Early hours of the morning.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's where it adds up, isn't it?
11 o'clock. Not
Because you think
until the early hours.
American time compared to the British time fits. It'd be like their breakfast show.
It would.
Imagine waking up to that music. I would.
I'm saying real.
Get your rare in.
Yeah.
Complex man. I would say real.
I'm going to say no real.
That one is real.
That's
Right.
right.
Amazing.
Yes. Rosie Huntington Whiteley, girlfriend, confirmed it on The Breakfast Show a few weeks back. Listen to this. Grimmy asked her what Jason's favourite music is.
Scream Beggar.
Oh, does he love
Scream Beggar is
Scream Beggar?
big in our house.
Oh,
in
really?
the gym, it's on. It's like, come on, baby, this is wicked. Yes. So we go into the garage and we have a little rave to Scream Beggar.
I think she thinks that they're called Scream Banger.
Scream Beggar.
I love Scream Banger.
I like that they rave in the garage as well.
Scream Banger.
Scream Beggar.
Scream Banger.
Thanks, Rosie.
Scream Beggar.
So, Jason Statham does like Scream Banger.
Amazing fact.
Yeah. And at the end of that round of Real or No Real...
Right, I got 30, Dan got 30, Phil got 20.
Scream Beggar.
Oh.
Scream Banger.
Scream Banger. What's on the internet for us, guys, this week?
All I'm going to say is it's me and an owl staring lovingly into each other's eyes.
Phil had a staring contest with an inanimate object. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
It was really bizarre. So if you want to see Phil being insane and me looking like I'm really disturbed and worried for the rest of my career, then yeah, you can go check that out.
We also made our own version of the Bear and the Hare advert.
Oh.
So if you'd like to see that,
You know
it's
the
not on
chart
yet.
show?
but it's
Whenever
on
they
later.
don't have a music video, they just ask me and Phil to do it. So then we ended up trying to draw the bear and the hare with each other's hands, and it went horribly wrong. So if you subscribe to the YouTube channel, then that's going to be uploaded later.
Radio 1 YouTube channel for all that goodness. Thank you, Dan and... Oh, hey, Dan and Phil.
Hi,
Hello,
Scott.
How are you?
Looking a little bit more awake than you, I think.
My tip is don't go to America for one day, because it's quite far.
That is a little bit far.
But I had a lot of fun.
Are you literally backwards? Because LA is basically it's utter nighttime right now, isn't it?
I don't know what time it is anywhere.
But let's not try to work that out, because that's probably really not a good idea. It's nearly 4 in
Look
England.
at his eyes. It's the way that they're really...
Yeah.
He has to really sort of squint.
Talking with his eyes closed sometimes.
Yes, you have your eyes closed right now.
Occasionally, when I'm really tired, like now, I do have to, on the radio, close my eyes to concentrate, otherwise it all comes out really wrong.
Okay.
So it means I'm really concentrating.
Right.
How are you both, all right?
Good. We were playing Jelly Bean Roulette this week, which was interesting.
Phil had a terrible idea, because after we did it with Little Mix at the Teen Awards and we made Perry eat that wet white flavoured jelly bean, he thought that he should get his revenge on me because I just sat there laughing. So he made us do it for a YouTube video, and you ate a bogey flavoured one, didn't you?
It was awful.
Oh, I think I've had one of those.
Have you? It was. I don't know how they created that flavour.
No, it's disgusting.
It was absolutely disgusting. But if you want to watch my reaction to that, it's on the Radio 1 YouTube
I
channel.
pulled a really hot face when I ate a rotten egg one. Seriously, yeah. It was the worst moment of my entire life.
That's horrible.
I don't know how they make these. They shouldn't be made.
Dan and Phil highlights, including their hot faces on the Radio 1 YouTube right now.
Yeah, man.
Someone just told me it's 7:40 a.m. You're not helping. I don't know. Also, the team behind the extensive team at Real or No Real HQ have been on today, and they've made these deliberately more confusing for me.
Great.
So, I mean, I don't even know what's real or no real now at all anyway. So I might let you guys run this.
Is this real life?
Here we go.
Due to an administrative error, in 1788, the Austrian army attacked itself and lost over 10,000 men.
That's tragic and not funny.
Wow. You just wouldn't know who was on your team or not on your team.
Team?
Hashtag oops. You're on my team.
Come on, team, let's go.
You can tell I know a lot about armies and things like that.
Right, so I'm guessing that the Austrian army attacked itself. How is that even possible?
Send the wrong email to someone or paperwork. Oops.
OMG.
Awkward moment.
Okay, so Chris, I'll start with you.
Yeah, listen, I'm no expert in this, but it's clearly something's gone wrong if this is real. It seems like an odd one to basically make up, which I know is the wrong way to be figuring this out. Do you know what I mean? So on that basis alone, I'm going real.
Dan?
I think I'd know about this if something that catastrophically disastrous happens. So I'm going to say no real.
When I play computer games, I end up attacking my friends and myself. So I'm thinking if I was in charge, that might be real.
That would be you if you were in charge of the paperwork. Okay.
So you're saying real?
Yeah.
That one is real.
Seriously? Oh man.
So the army hadn't thought about how they would actually identify which soldier was where on which side. So that's how that happened.
Awkward.
And next,
TVs in Peru are all round the wrong way. All TV programs are filmed in portrait.
What? Oh no! It's like an alternate dimension where everyone's filming with their iPhone the wrong way around.
Oh, that's really messing with my mind. I'm going insane now.
So they're not widescreen, they're tall.
They're long screen.
Yeah, so you see lots of sky and grass.
That's such a stupid... that's obviously not real. Are you kidding me?
I've never seen a TV which is just...
That's long ways.
Have you ever been to Peru and watched TV?
No, I haven't.
Well then, Chris.
No.
And also,
have you been to Peru?
No.
What do people with really long faces look like? Like, what does Celine Dion look like on one of those TVs?
That'd be
Why
terrifying.
the long face?
Yeah.
So, TVs are portrait in Peru. It sounds stupid, but who knows? Real or no real? Dan?
If there's a world out there where everybody's YouTube videos are the right way around, then I'd like to believe that. So I'm going to say real.
Really? Okay, I'm going to say no real. That's
no
silly.
real.
That one is no real.
Totally made up.
So made up.
What about this fact, though?
Colonel Sir Nils Olav is a king penguin living in Edinburgh Zoo. He is the colonel-in-chief of a battalion in the Norwegian army. He has recently been knighted.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
There's not much to do over there, though, is there?
I'm sorry. So, where was this? Norway?
Yeah.
We're saying that there's a penguin in command of an army.
That's been knighted.
Well, I guess if there's northern territories, they can't really put people there, so maybe it's a highly trained penguin. Because they do that with, like, dolphins and stuff, don't they? Like, armies have attack dolphins, so it wouldn't surprise me if they had attack penguins.
I reckon this penguin is the symbol of resistance. I can, for some reason, a penguin getting knighted doesn't seem ridiculous to me.
I'd like to see that happen.
Because it would be an official ceremony, isn't it? With their royal family trying to not cut the penguin in half and stuff.
I was having a big argument with my brother about how big these king penguins are.
Yes.
I thought they were about the size of a human. But
what?
My brother
said,
a
6 foot tall penguin.
Well, no, like an average 5 foot tall.
Right.
But
they're small.
But they're quite small.
Yeah.
That's ruined my view.
I would like an attack penguin though. So I'm going to say real.
I'm going to say no real.
I'm going to say real.
I have no idea what this is about, but the answer is...
That one is real.
Yay!
Yes, he is the official mascot of the army and has many military honours, and is a penguin.
I love it.
Wow.
They are doing this to confuse me. And next...
After enlisting in the Royal Navy in 2005, TV gardener and water feature expert Charlie Dimmock is now the commanding officer of aircraft carrier HMS Ark Royal.
What an intense fact. What?
So many things there.
My head's really hurting.
Are you okay, Scott? They shouldn't be doing this to you.
Can I hear that again, please? Just for my own...
After enlisting in the Royal Navy in 2005, TV gardener and water feature expert Charlie Dimmock is now the commanding officer of aircraft carrier HMS Ark Royal.
So it's
that's what I thought they said.
Yeah.
The Royal Navy with an aircraft carrier and Charlie Dimmock.
Mm-hmm. You don't hear much of Charlie Dimmock.
You don't anymore. That's because she's in the Navy.
Where did she go?
Well, that's what we're saying.
To the Navy.
To the Navy, potentially.
To create a floating garden.
I might have to leave soon. Okay, good. So, I'll leave over to you, Chris.
I'm real.
This is really surreal. I'm going to say real.
Surreal? Yeah, man, real.
That one is no real.
All my dreams are dead.
I know. But where has she gone?
Yeah, I wonder.
She's not in
Do you
the
not
Navy.
have the answer?
No, I don't.
Oh, we don't even get close.
I know normally you get Charlie's actually, but I don't have that.
It's a mystery.
And at the end of that round of real or no real, I've got no idea what's going on, but let's find out the points.
Okay, Dan got 10, Phil got 20, I got 30.
Well done, Chris.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Right, okay, yeah, you win. Hooray. And Dan and Phil's video online now. Remind me what it is again, I've forgotten.
We were playing Jelly Bean Roulette and I ate a rotten egg and he ate a bogey and it was gross.
Thanks. Radio on YouTube now. See you next week. I'll be more. Dan and Phil, hi.
Hi.
I mean, there are a lot of big videos to watch out there today on the internet.
Big day for videos on the internet.
Yeah, Tom Daly, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Revealing he is going to do series 2 of Splash. So that was it, wasn't it? And also R1, which is predicting the Christmas number ones for this year.
Yeah.
Whose idea was it to talk about what could be the Christmas number ones by hiding CDs in Christmas food?
Don't know.
It was a weird but fun situation.
I can still smell the chicken on my fingers.
Nice. I'm glad I escaped that one.
But someone stuffed a chicken with a CD. Someone actually did that.
Yeah, if you don't know what we're talking about, where can we find this video, please?
On the Radio 1 YouTube channel, there is a video where me, Phil, Scott, and Jamila Jamil talk about the contenders for the Christmas number one. But the idea is that the CDs for the Christmas number ones have been hid in bits of Christmas food. So I think there was a bit where Jamila had to pull Susan Boyle out of a turkey's bum, which was as weird as it sounds, but kind of amazing.
I had to pull the fishwives out of some stuffing. They're one of the contenders.
I love how seriously you took the reading of the fishwife description as well.
If you want to see all the contenders for this year's Christmas number one before me and Jamila do the actual Christmas chart on the 22nd of December at 4 p.m, then have a look online. There'll be some ones that will surprise you in there, including Susan Boyle, who's managed to do a duet with Elvis.
She went back in time.
Don't know how she's done that.
With a Ouija board.
Exactly, I don't know. Watch the video and you'll find out more. Okay, it's time for Real or No Real. Woo! A selection of facts, some real, some no real, you know the drill.
Princess Eugenie is excellent at twerking.
That's the fact.
And that's it.
Simple as that.
Royals don't twerk.
They don't
Wasn't
twerk.
she the winner of, like, the best hat at the royal wedding? Wasn't she the one that
she
had,
had a
like, it was,
brilliant
like the
hat.
lobster one? Wasn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah,
That was
really
incredible. She seems like a girl with the lobster hat. I think she'd know about twerking.
I think she would.
Also, I don't want to mention it again, but I did meet the Duke of Cambridge. That's right, Prince William last week, and he did say to me, "I might go and do a duet with Tiny Temper in a moment." So actually, quite down with the kids. So I'm saying that twerking is not out of the question for Eugenie.
Twerking's becoming more popular as well now,
But it hasn't reached the royals.
I think it's 100% of pop culture now. Twerking. I think it's done it. So that
It's gone in the
wouldn't surprise
dictionary
me.
now, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
bet
man.
she's watched a Miley Cyrus video at least once and had a
That's
go.
all you need.
So what are you saying then? You're saying this is real?
I think it's real.
Has anyone seen that? Has anyone seen that sidebar? Has anyone seen that picture of someone's Christmas decoration and it's a big bauble but with Miley Cyrus on the
Put
top?
Miley on it like a wrecking ball.
I want one.
Oh, that's clever.
I really want
Go home
one.
and do it
I
now.
want one.
Shit.
Who's going to be on the top of your tree this year, Scott? You know, every year you put. I think previously you've had Subo.
Susan Boyle.
Nice.
Didn't you have Jeremy Kyle one year?
Yeah, that was on. I don't know who to do
Why
this
do
year.
you want Jeremy Kyle looking down at your Christmas?
Here's a talking point, Dan.
Yeah.
I don't know.
point.
I'm gonna. It's an icebreaker. I'll have to think about it. I don't know who really. It needs to be someone that's been big this year. It might have to be Miley, really.
Yeah.
Princess Eugenie is excelling at twerking. Real or no real?
Real.
Real.
No real.
That one's real.
Hey.
Got evidence to back it up, boys. There.
There she is.
Oh wow! Is
It's
that
happening.
that is a picture of her bending down in front of a stuffed bear,
Having a
twerking,
twerk.
as the royals would do in front of a taxidermy grizzly bear, twerking instead of Robin Thicke.
Ah, one is twerking.
Well, it is twerking.
What a bizarre image! It happened.
But that's real. So give yourself some points if you said real at home.
Yeah.
And next,
According to a 2013 survey, the most popular place to hide valuables is in a sock drawer, despite it being the most common place for burglars to look.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has a generic stuff drawer, don't they? Or
Yeah.
it's like you pick something up when you're tidying, you're like, I don't know, whether in the sock drawer beneath the socks. So
That's true.
That's everything. Isn't
that's
it,
the
to be
first
honest?
place they look. The burglars.
But that's the thing. You think you're being really clever hiding it in the sock drawer. You think they won't
It's
rummage.
such a random place to
Yeah.
put things. Yeah, no.
No, not at all.
So it's not. So I can believe this. That is, you know, obviously the first place burglars will go look.
Clearly real. Yeah.
Yeah.
My grandma had £5,000 in her pillowcase.
Pillowcase.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did she
that's
just
incredible.
like sleeping on her savings or whatever?
Maybe.
Sleeping on the monies.
You know, it's
Stuffed
safer.
a pillow with cash.
Yeah.
Bosh.
Forget
it all in there.
feathers.
Love it.
Just 20s.
Thing is, if they ever burgle your house, they'll have to get past the mattress in the living room first.
Well,
so
no,
that's going to be a problem.
I was saying, now you tell me if this is a weird thing.
Okay.
But I thought on Saturday night I was having a night in. I thought, right,
his own.
I'll move the mattress from my bed into the living room to have a bit more space.
But the entire
Right.
mattress off the bed.
Right.
That's weird, Chris.
It's not weird.
Did you make a fort?
I would love to make a fort. In fact, I'm amazed I
Nothing
haven't
wrong.
made a fort yet.
A festive fort.
It's a bit weird though, isn't it? Just like rolling around on the bed on your own in the mattress.
On a Saturday.
Just the
In the
mattress
lounge.
on a Saturday watching the film Blow with Johnny Depp. Bit weird.
Oh.
Anyway, hiding things in a sock drawer. Real or no real?
Totally real.
Real again.
Yeah, I'm saying real.
That one's real.
Good work, everyone.
Clearly.
What about this fact or not?
Home and Away was banned from Swedish television in 1994 for dumbing down the Swedish culture.
I'm not
see
surprised. I used to be an avid fan of Home and Away.
Really?
I had a brief dalliance with Summer Bay. Yes.
Yeah, when I was at university, we all watched it together.
Yes.
And there's a different disaster every week in that town.
It's really good.
Yeah.
And also, you'll notice, and we've mentioned this before, when people go running, they always have a perfect V sweat mark.
Yeah, they do.
Only on Home and Away.
Am I missing
Perfect
something?
V.
But why would that get banned in Sweden?
Because they've got their own hot people. They don't need Australian ones.
I see.
Everyone's hot in Sweden. We know this.
Every single person.
Not so much in Denmark.
Hot and intelligent, apparently.
So they don't need it. They've got their own programs with their own hot people.
How
swimming-
lonely were you at
swimming and
university
stuff.
for?
I was quite lonely at
So were
university.
they just your friends?
Yeah.
Okay.
They were my friends. They were my beautiful friends.
It does get like that, doesn't it?
After a while.
And did you ever go running and try and create the perfect V sweat mark?
I went to the gym once at university, and it wasn't a pretty sight.
Okay. So Home and Away banned in Sweden. What's everyone saying?
No real.
Oh, no real. I don't think that they'd ban it.
I have to say no real as well.
That one is no real.
No, they blooming love it.
On it.
Now, Chris, you need to pay close attention to this one, please.
Hollyoaks will not be producing either a Babes or a Hunks calendar for 2014.
It will. Oh, right. So this is the real or no real.
That's basically the justification of Hollyoaks' existence, though, isn't it?
To make the calendar.
I thought that was the point. It was just designed to sell the calendars like Pokemon cards.
Hey, everyone, don't forget it's Grimmy's episode of Hollyoaks tonight on Channel 4 at 6:30, where he makes his cameo.
Wow. Check out that promo. That was
6
smooth.
tonight.
I actually saw that. He says words.
Yeah, this is the best one out of all the soap, Bobby.
For me, the Hollyoaks calendar is
It's a tradition,
as
it's an institution.
traditional as mince pies.
It is an institution, isn't it? Is
Yeah.
there a reason why?
It is for him. He's been getting it for years.
My
His
gran
nan buys it for him unknowingly every year.
It's one of those situations where she clearly gives my mum some money.
Yeah.
My mum buys the calendar, and then I have to do, where you have to then ring and say thank you for the. And she's like, oh, brilliant! But she pretends that she knows what she's bought.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm like, thanks a lot for your present, and she's like, yes, I thought of you when I bought it. It's like she doesn't
know she's buying a Babes calendar. So, Hollyoaks not doing calendars for 2014. How would you feel about that if that was true, Chris?
I don't think it can be true.
You'd be devastated. That can't be true.
It can't be. I'm saying no real.
No real.
Just to break things up, I'm going to say real.
That one's real.
Whoa! Why?
There will not be. This is from from their publicity people. There will not be a Hollyoaks calendar this year. The problem is there are only 12 months in the year, and there are now over 50 cast, and they are all so lovely it would be impossible to choose our favourites.
Really? What do you mean?
But Hollyoaks is Chester's most dangerous suburb, so you never know if we have a smaller cast next year. That could change. That's from the actual Hollyoaks Press and Publicity Office.
What? They don't need more killing sprees on Hollyoaks, to be honest.
Look at the devastation in his eyes.
No, but that makes no sense. Is that genuine?
That's
yes,
the genuine thing.
got it here from Hollyoaks Press Office.
Why can't they be in groups?
Sorry, so the reason they're not doing it is because they have too many
stop
people.
the music. This is obviously big.
That's a lie.
Can we all just calm down?
Sinister reason that they are
Who's
not
the boss in
telling us.
charge of this then? Give me the email.
What's wrong?
But that's nuts, isn't it? I mean, it's
just not doing them this year.
I'm just really interested what you're going to get for Christmas now.
Yeah.
What's your nan going to buy you?
Yeah.
Great point.
I mean, you
that makes no sense, does it? That
I
they've
mean,
got
you
too
followed
many
these.
people
You've
to
been following
choose
these
from.
since 2004.
Is there just going to be a nuclear disaster in the next season of Hollyoaks? Is that what's gonna
There's
be?
so much sadness in Chris's eyes right
Look at his
now.
face.
No, it's not. It's just confusion.
Genuine disappointment.
It just doesn't. It doesn't seem like a valid excuse.
He doesn't like change, like especially at Christmas time.
Yeah. In
Right?
December, they shouldn't be doing that to everyone. To be
So
fair.
when I suggested that for the first time in about 10 years, I don't ring Dial-A-Carol, which I do every year on my show, the University of Illinois, they sing you a Christmas song if you ring them.
Yeah.
He was outraged that we would ever change it.
Oh, Chris.
Are
the
they
same.
releasing anything for Christmas?
No, nothing this year, no. And at the end of that...
I don't know.
Did I get full marks?
Get it together.
I got 50.
No, Dan won.
Dan won.
Okay, he's too shell-shocked by the experience.
Well, Dan won. Phil came second. I came third.
All right.
Hashtag pray for Chris.
Thanks, Dan and Phil. That new farmhouse scene is really happening at the moment. There's
Is it a
so
genre?
much. It's
It
a
should be
genre
by
now, yeah. Farmhouse. There's so much farm everywhere.
Farm rave.
There's that Kesha one as well with Pitbull, which is the lowest thing
Yeah.
I've heard in a long time, but quite good for Christmas. Hi, Dan and Phil.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
I'm enjoying the stuff that fans sometimes send to you.
Yeah, we were just given a mysterious brown cardboard box that looked really suspicious, and it had bits of hair stuck under the sellotape that was used to seal it together.
Yeah.
But it was a nice gesture as someone made clocks out of silhouettes of our faces.
It's weird, but it kind of works.
It's really impressive. I like
Great.
it, yeah.
It's like a mobile and a clock and our face at the same time.
But it's clearly a DT project. They've clearly done this as a school
They have.
project.
Yeah, it's very good. So what have you got for us this week, please?
Well, we've been set a challenge to make a music video against each other, facing off each.
Yes, because the thing is, we've been doing these Dan versus Phil challenges in our show like every single week of the year, and then recently we decided to turn it into a leaderboard thing, and the person who wins at the end of the year, whoever loses will have to do some horrific forfeit. But the people that make our show decided that the last challenge would be that we both have to make a music video, as that's kind of what our show is all about. But we're not allowed to tell each other what we're up to, so this whole week
Not
we've been
helping.
making music videos without we live together, so that's just really awkward.
That's got to be awkward, hasn't it?
Yeah, a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
Are you roping in celebrity friends now?
I
Isn't
am.
one of you friends with Rebecca Black?
Yeah.
Am I
Yeah.
right in or are you both friends with her?
She is amazing. Trust
Love
me.
her.
She is the life of a party. Party hasn't begun until Rebecca Black arrives, and she's like 15.
Could rope her into it, maybe.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Have you heard? I take it you're about her latest.
We played
latest-
Saturday last night.
Yeah, right. we may have given it a little spin earlier as
Oh,
well.
nice.
Good, yeah.
And I'm enjoying, what's his name, Dave?
Dave Days.
He's really good.
He's cool.
He's great.
Yeah, feet Dave Days. So, I mean, with the music videos happening, is it like you'll come into the flat in the evening, Dan, and Phil will be there trying to hide what's on the laptop again? Just not making another music
Well,
video?
generally I like to hide what I'm doing on my laptop from
Yeah.
Phil, but now it's
Sure.
professional.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've even roped you two in as well, Scott and Chris.
Oh, good.
Yeah, you're
really?
gonna be
Are we
involved
on?
in- Yep.
Have we already been involved, or are we about?
You're going to be involved after this, but we've also made a video diary of our progress so far, which is on the radio on YouTube at the moment.
Amazing. All right, Real or No Real is happening right now with Dan and Phil. So give yourself 10 points if you get any of these right.
In 2012, there were no newborn babies named Nigel.
My dad's called
Your
Nigel.
dad's called Nigel. It's a top name, isn't it?
It's a strong name.
Yeah, it's a good name.
Nigel Thornbury.
It's a solid name. But were there no babies called Nigel in 2012?
Oh, this is incredible. If this is already my favourite fact, if true, because I have wondered this every now and then.
Yeah,
Are there
yeah.
names which just
die
Go
out.
extinct.
And we're saying that Nigel is the kind of name that people are not keen on in the modern age.
I'm not sure.
Well, that'll please his dad, and also the one that works here.
Yeah. Well,
sorry to
we'll
the two
be getting
Nigels.
the Glee Christmas song every day now.
I think the thing is, if you look at a baby doesn't look like a Nigel.
It comes out. Oh, it's so cute. Baby Nigel.
That's nonsense.
Nigel is a name you grow into, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like when you're 54, you're Nigel. It's
but,
not. Like,
but Nigel in the office was once a baby.
yeah.
It's hard to think, isn't it? But he was.
It's like like Eugene or Prudence
Yeah.
or Gertrude or something. When you look at a little baby.
I heard that my dad kept the same face throughout his life, so he had like an old man's face as a baby.
All right.
He had a beard.
He's not got a baby face now.
I really wondered where that was going from.
Yeah.
Anyway, real or no real, please.
I'd love it if it's real. I'm going to say real.
I'm going to defend the honour of my dad with no real.
I think someone out there will have done it, so I'm going to say no real.
That one is no real.
Oh, that's really annoying. I really wanted that one to be real.
Sorry, Nigels.
What about this?
Mosquitoes can smell your ankles.
What?
Pretty random
Why
selection today.
specifically ankles?
I know.
What does that even mean?
They do get you on the ankle a lot, though. That's the worst part.
I thought that's just because it's exposed area between like, knee and shoe.
Yeah.
Let's go for the ankle. You know what I mean? Because the skin's thin or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but you're right. There are a lot on the ankles of mosquito bites.
Is it true if you drink tonic water, they sort of stay away?
Pretty much, yeah. They don't like the quinine in tonic.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
good fact.
I hate tonic water, so that's not helpful.
But if you are going to any kind of rainforest, little tip there: just keep on the gin.
Do you remember when I
It worked for me in Thailand.
You told me off because I stocked up when I was going to the Isle of Fernando's on holiday.
I was like, seriously, it's Tenerife. I mean, there's not a big threat of mosquitoes there, especially not dangerous ones.
I turned up I had to go down the road to get all the repellents ready for the
But he was like literally buying that, the stuff that you do go to the jungle with.
Yes.
Get all the
jungle
vaccinations.
formula. It's like, it's Fernando's.
Like snake spray.
You can't be too sure. Mosquitoes can smell your ankles, real or no real?
Real.
That one is real.
Probably real.
That one is real.
Yes.
Okay,
it
do you
is,
have an explanation for that?
Yeah, so scientists found that mozzies are attracted to parts of the body they're normally exposed from clothing, so they know where to attack you best. They do know.
Can I do my mosquito noise?
Go. Oh, that's actually frightening.
Everyone in their car's crying right now.
Horrible. What about this?
Flared trousers were so popular in the 1970s that even the Queen used to wear them.
Can't hoo the Queen, Scott.
No, I'm not hooing the
That's
Queen.
high treason.
I know, I'm hooing flares, not the Queen.
You just hooed the Queen.
I'm sorry, Your Majesty.
Oh no.
I didn't hoo the Queen.
Oh, you're going to be off.
I'm not here tomorrow, you'll know why. So the Queen used to wear flares. They were so popular. I'd quite like to see you two in some flared trousers.
I think we could bring them back.
I think that it would be a good look for you.
Yeah.
So, is it true that they were well popular back in the 70s?
Well, they definitely were well popular, but I don't...
But even the Queen used to wear them.
Has she ever worn jeans?
Diamond encrusted jeans.
That's, no, but seriously, other than
Yes.
like horse riding trousers.
Have you ever seen the Queen in jeans? No.
No, good
Exactly.
point. That's a very good point.
And I would like to see it, like dressed down a bit. Do you know what I mean?
I think she would have tried them once. I have faith.
No, she must have worn jeans at some point, even
I don't
in
know.
private time.
You've never seen the Queen in a jean?
Private jeans?
No, I've never seen the Queen in a jean, but she must have done it behind closed doors.
Just for the experience.
Just for Philip.
You're never going to look back in your life and wonder, because she knows everyone must wear jeans, right? Even if she can't be seen out, what have you done?
Let's fill up a chair. Hang on.
Oh, Scott.
It's one of those. So, yeah, real or no real, please?
So, are we saying in public that she would have worn flares, or is
Just in her life.
So is it just that she used to all the time, or that she has ever worn flared jeans? What is it?
It just says they were so popular in the 70s that even the Queen used to wear them.
Used to, I'm going to say no real.
I'm going to say real.
no real?
That one's real.
Yes.
And we do have picture evidence of the Queen in flared trousers. Obviously, you can't see it because it's the radio, but we'll
Awesome.
put it on the radio on Twitter. Imagine if you just signed up to the radio on Twitter and the first thing you see is a picture of the Queen in 1975 with some flares on. Thanks, Radio 1.
On the beach.
I've never seen the Queen like that.
Can I see, please?
It's
We've
mad.
got to put this on
Look at
Twitter.
that. I'm
No,
not even sure if that is the
that's
Queen.
not the Queen.
That's not the Queen.
Anyway, next.
In a recent interview, former MP and Strictly Come Dancing contestant Anne Widdecombe said that she still swears by search engine Ask Jeeves.
Oh no. Oh man.
The search engines are available and are just as good.
I did used to use said search engine.
What did you
Remember
used
a
to
long time
ask,
ago?
Jeeves?
Well,
I don't really want to know.
I would type in the whole question. Do you know, as a proper full-on like,
Dear Jeeves,
I'm looking to try find a website to see this.
Yeah,
you
it
know
wasn't
what I mean?
marketed
Like,
very clearly,
no.
was it? Because it's just a search engine.
You
It's
had to
not-
ask him.
But you didn't have to actually ask. It's just everyone did it and then made their searches less good.
I tried to make him angry.
Dear Jeeves.
Didn't work.
Suck.
I think Anne Widdecombe might enjoy our
seriously, this chair is
It's broken.
She seems like the sort of person that would
broke the
probably
chair.
have half of her screens are just toolbars she's installed. You know what I
Yes,
mean? When you
yeah,
have a
yeah.
granddad and it's just like all these Yahoo search bars and then there's actually like 2 pixels worth of screen. That would be Anne, I reckon.
So is Anne Widdecombe still a massive fan of Ask Jeeves? Real or no real?
Is that even on the internet anymore?
I don't know.
It might be.
Wow.
I don't know. People have their ways, don't they? It's like they stick with it. She probably was told that and swears by it. Will never go for this newfangled Google.
She won't want
or what
to. She
other
won't want to
ones
do that.
It's
She
like
won't-
AOL, it's
are
just confused
available.
old people.
Jeeves has been good to her over the years, I think. Anyway, real or no real?
Totally real, I reckon.
I'm going to say no real.
I'm going to say real.
That one is no real.
Oh, have faith.
And finally, on today's Real or No Real.
Scott Mills has just eaten 40 chicken nuggets.
Oh, is this like a bonus round? I'm going to say no real because actually, although I did get us 40 nuggets for us to eat, you have eaten very few
I
of
can't
them.
do that.
and we do need to finish them before the end of the show.
They smell good.
Me and Phil could smell it in the corridor, not even in the bit outside
gross.
the studio. Just like, what's that waft? Who's got? And then Chris was like, want some nuggets?
That's my friend there, yeah.
Yep.
So, real or no real, Scott Mills just eaten 40 chicken nuggets.
I'm going to have to say no real because I've eaten more than you, and I've eaten, I think, 15 so far.
I've had half of one. so
Based on
no
the
real.
fact that they're still outside, I think you're lying. No real.
That one is real.
That's not real, though.
What?
Right, I'm contesting my own thing on my show.
I know
it's not real.
Don't you have control of what you play?
That one is no real.
Okay, well, they just put in that it was real. Pesky kids.
Bonus round threw me somewhat. I think I may have got the scoring wrong throughout this game.
Oh, brilliant.
I am going to say with confidence that I got 10 points, Phil got 30, and Dan got 30.
Yay!
Okay,
High
good.
five! Oh yeah!
Yeah! Dan and Phil back on with the Crush Show Sunday night, 7 p.m. Look at the YouTubes for the videos.
Yeah, it's our season finale. It's the last one we're together for the year.
Right, Dan and Phil are here. Let's do real or no real.
Hi.
How are you both?
Good.
Good, thank you.
Good. I enjoyed the show last night.
Thanks. Did you watch it?
I did. I loved your One Direction video.
Oh yeah. I mean, if people don't know, we did this thing called Dan versus Phil challenges in every show, and then we were leading up to the end of the year in a giant tournament. And our producers decided that our last ever challenge would be that we make music videos, and people vote on which would be better.
No,
so we
no
had
big
to
deal,
make music videos in secret without telling the other person for like weeks and weeks, and then we just unveiled them on the show last night.
I was working my socks off in secret.
It was very dramatic.
I dressed up as Jack Skellington from The Nightmare Before Christmas.
it looked very awesome.
Yeah, but as soon as I heard Dan was coming home, I had to wash off all the face paint. It's very intense.
People might have seen hashtag ugly selfie for Dan trending the other day. That was me. Yeah, I downloaded over 500 ugly photos people took of themselves and put them in a montage to What Makes You Beautiful by One Direction.
It was a great video.
Yes.
I was watching it on my phone in front of the Christmas tree.
Oh,
thank you for sending me one, Hugh. I
It's
asked
an
lots of
absolute pleasure.
DJs, and some people were probably like, "Oh, I don't want this on the internet forever." But you dove right in there, didn't you?
I just already had it on my phone, mate.
And Scott and Chris, I think they were at home when I asked them, but Scott, he delivered with an ugly selfie. Yeah.
Of course he did. That was good. And that's all still up online to everyone for everyone to
Yeah,
watch.
go on the Radio 1 YouTube channel and you'll see mine and Phil's Christmas videos.
Although, 1D fans might be a little bit offended by What Makes You Beautiful.
Well, no, because, I'm sure I can make some profound point about inner beauty here or something like that. That's the song's about. It's not what's on the outside stuff, and that's what my videos say.
it's about the horrifically ugly faces on the outside.
Yes.
Good. So, well done on last night, the big video, the big show.
Thank you.
And thank you for coming in to do Real or No Real.
We're ready for this.
So, Scott does this every Monday with Dan and Phil. And are you ready for the first one?
I'm so ready.
Let's do it.
Go.
When Russell Brand married Katy Perry, the unconditionally hitmaker, in India in 2010, the couple signed a 46-page prenuptial agreement with over 140 conditions.
Whoa!
That's a lot of conditions.
That's a lot.
I mean, two complicated people with big lives with lots of things going on, I guess, but wow.
That's really detailed. That's like, if we ever get a kitten, I get it on Tuesdays, you get it for the rest of the week.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward, isn't it? I mean, the whole thing's kind of like, if you're casual, then I guess there's like a basic one you can sign. But I mean, if you're signing one that big, that's
loads, isn't it?
Yeah, it's presuming you'll need all those conditions, maybe.
It's very modern as well, isn't it? Prenup.
Yeah.
I bet more prenups happened after Kanye West's song. We want prenup. Guaranteed.
Thanks,
Guaranteed.
Kanye.
I love how Chris Smith from the News describes her as the unconditionally hitmaker as well. It's like, you could go in at number 73.
A bit presumptuous there. There are other songs. Yeah.
What do you reckon? Real or
How
no
pages
real?
pages was that? It was 40
a lot.
something. Yeah, I'm going to say no real. I can't believe.
It's a lot.
I'm going to go with real.
Let's find out.
That one is no real.
There you go. And here we go.
Ding, ding, ding.
With the next one on today's Real or No Real. Are we banging out Scott Mills points with this? Yeah, willy-nilly. What was it, 5 each?
Do you have the power to do
10
that,
each,
Hugh?
Yeah. It's all
Okay.
good. Producer Gareth okayed it. So well done. 10 all to Dan and Phil. Here's the next one.
Christmas tree needles are a good source of vitamin C and are served in top Danish restaurants.
But don't try nibbling on a Christmas tree.
No.
That probably won't feel very
Please
good.
don't, everyone.
My rabbit used to eat the needles off the tree, and she always has a spring in her step. So maybe she also loads of vitamin C in
And
the
she
rabbit.
didn't die horribly or anything
Well,
like that.
no, she also ate through the lights as well, but she was fine. Super
We also
rabbit.
don't recommend chewing on the Christmas lights. That's
Yeah.
also probably a bad idea.
don't do that.
How is your rabbit alive?
I don't know. It's a magical rabbit.
Did it
But
die of natural death?
No, it died of a natural death, but it's like 12 years old or something.
Oh, okay, that's unnatural then.
But moving on to the pine needles,
Yeah.
I had some mince pies with pine needle sugar on them.
Very delicious.
And it tasted really good.
What, from your local supermarket, or was it somewhere nice?
From Heston's.
Generic brand from Supermarket X, yeah.
It's pretty good.
So what did pine taste like?
It tasted like you're eating trees.
Suspiciously like a car freshener, but tasty. You know what I mean? It was weird, but good, as most of your things are.
So I'd like to say that one is real then.
I mean, I ate it, so I want to say real. Yeah, real.
That one is real.
Hey!
There you go.
More people should nibble on their trees.
Well, maybe don't do that.
But not with the decorations on.
Yeah, just do it in like restaurants who know what they're doing. Or from the mince pie range.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the next. Real or no real today.
The last line of the 12 Days of Christmas used to be 12 trumpeters trumping, but was changed as King George VI thought trumping sounded rude.
What? No way.
I really hope that's a fact.
Trumpet? No, that's not going to be true.
Do you think they said trumping back then?
Trumpeters trumping. 12 trumpeters trumping.
What is
That
it now?
sounds awful, though, doesn't it? That doesn't even go with it.
That's funny. Maybe like something to do with Jason Derulo's trumpets.
Maybe.
Film was alluding to that's what his single's all about
Several
earlier.
centuries.
That's very
in the
true.
future. Yeah.
I'm going to say... Oh, I'm not playing, am I?
What would you say?
What would you say, Hugh?
I'm playing real. I'm saying real.
I know. I don't think that's true. I'm going to say no real.
I'm going to say no real.
That one is no real.
Hey! Ha! Told you.
Well done. Okay, we're totaling up the scores. We've got a couple... Oh, we've got one left. One real and no real left.
I'm winning by 10 points so far.
Now, I don't want to be sad about this, but this is the last time you'll do this until 2014.
I know.
I really want to win now.
How sad. But I will enjoy doing nothing for 3 weeks.
So when are you back on air?
In January the something.
The 5th.
Probably should know. 5th, yes.
Sunday night.
Yeah.
Wicked, all right. Okay, here we go. Last real or no real.
Former X Factor contestant Wagner used to be a radio presenter.
Really?
Oh.
Wow.
He seemed like a man of many talents. Like he'd seen a lot of things in his life.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Well-travelled.
Yeah.
Yeah, a man with lots of anecdotes and conversations, like Wogan. Yeah.
What's he up to now, Wagner? Have you seen him out and about?
I haven't seen him, no.
No. He'd be quite hard to miss.
He's probably still on the circuit, is he? Like X Factor's Wagner.
Don't they do that? Does they just move on to cruise ships for like 2 decades after you've done the tour of the country? Yeah,
I imagine he'd go on to do something really weird, like work in a zoo.
I think he'd be one of those people that just owns several Siberian tigers in his house. So maybe seems like that kind of guy, you know what I mean?
And then when he's really skint, sells one off at a time.
I feel like that would be a fact that I'd know if he was somehow at all famous. Maybe it's like his personal radio.
Maybe it's back in the day when he was like 19 or something.
Yeah, maybe. If I was playing, I'd say real, guys.
Yeah, I'm saying no real.
I'm going to say real.
That one's real.
Oh, hey! What? Does that mean it's a draw?
Let's find out. It is a draw.
Oh, there we
30
go.
each to Dan.
Christmas
and Phil.
spirit.
Oh.
Lame.
Well done, everybody.
Thanks.
And thank you so much for playing, and have a lovely Christmas.
You too, Hugh. You too, Hugh, and everybody at home listening across the world.
And we look forward to the show starting again. So, 2014, Sunday nights.
We will all be robots.
Oh, brilliant.
If we survive Y2K again.
We're good.
Right, it is time for Real or No Real. So joining us today, we've got Dan, Phil and Chris. Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hello. How are you both?
Good. I just got harassed by a pigeon.
It was very funny.
I think London pigeons are getting more confident.
They're too angry. They're not afraid of the people anymore. Like, you weren't even you weren't trying to kick it. You were just in its way, and the pigeon fought back.
I did kick it slightly by mistake, and I swear it growled at me.
It was like, I'm going to attack you for suggesting that I should move.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
I think it was getting ready to mate or something.
It sounds traumatic. Thank you for making it through that experience to be here with us today.
No worries.
Braver men
cool. Yeah.
than I am. Chris, you're going to keep score?
Yeah.
Should we get into this then? Because we spent a lot of time on that voice stuff. It is time for our first Real or No Real fact.
S Club 7's Hannah Spirit took an online quiz called Which S Club 7 member are you? She is most like Tina.
I'm pretty sure I took that quiz. Yeah.
Which S Club member are you most like?
I think it said Bradley, and I was like, really?
You are quite Bradley. You remind me of Bradley.
Definitely.
Yeah.
What qualities?
Just talented, multi-talented.
Thanks.
Nice hair. You have good hair.
Who'd you be, Phil?
Great
Who'd
dancer.
I be? Rachel?
Really? Wow, you can't just say you Rachel Stevens.
Yes,
Phil.
I can.
Right.
Beautiful and successful. That's the dream. Also female.
I do like the idea that famous people, I mean, One Direction must do this a lot because there's quizzes about One Direction all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like on the internet and stuff. If they take it, which one they would most likely be. And also, what do these quizzes usually involve, question-wise?
Can you dance? That was probably the question.
What were the things they said in the S Club song? It was like, Tina's doing a dance, John's looking for romance, Paul's getting down on the floor, Hannah's screaming out for more. So one of the questions might be, are you screaming out for more?
And she forgot her own lyrics?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The answer was no.
I guess it's been a while.
It's an odd fact, this, to be out on the internet, though, isn't it?
It is an odd fact. You'd have to be friends with her on Facebook to know, because it would pop up in the feed.
There's a mole. I'm going to say real.
I'd like to say real.
I'm going to say no real.
Let's find out.
That one is real.
There you go. It's time for our next fact. Tell me, is it real or no real?
An American professor called Greg Gershwin Slater, who tweets from the handle @GregGS, has quit Twitter after being bombarded by messages about pasties and steak slices.
What do you think?
That would make you quit Twitter.
Yeah.
Why?
If everyone's asking you about pasties all day.
Yeah, but it's kind of funny, isn't it? I mean, like, you sort of go along with it.
Yeah, but you're trying to live your actual life. This is a real man with a real life and a personality. He's trying to interact with his friends, and everyone's just atting him about sausage rolls and stuff.
And also, how many people are tweeting about pasties, pies, sausage rolls at any one moment? Surely not that many.
Probably quite a few. If they think he is the shop that sells the pasties, then they'll probably just out-reply them in.
I mean, I imagine it's kind of the same thing if you look like a celebrity, you know what I mean? And then you get hassled your whole time and have a mental breakdown. It's just the Twitter version of that. It must be a very relatable problem in these days.
Two, I've noticed this a lot on Twitter. Like, I get a lot of people following me who have your pictures.
Our faces.
And what look like your names, but then there's one very subtle difference.
They try and trick you. The I is an L.
It's so funny. There's so many like fake One Direction Twitter accounts that have like 2 million followers. And it's like, that's not the real Liam. That's just some random 12-year-old in Brazil.
There's a fake Amazing Phil, and he uses yo a lot. I'm not down with the yo.
Which you would never do.
No.
Do you follow your
crazy stalkers?
I observe them sometimes, see what they're up to, but I don't follow.
Now everyone's going to do it.
See if they're damaging the brand.
Yeah.
Right, I need to know answers. Real or no real?
Real.
No real.
Real.
Let's find out.
That one is no real.
Yes.
Right, we've got one more to do. And it's this.
Police in Melbourne were called to rescue a naked man this weekend. They found him stuck in his washing machine while playing a game of hide and seek.
Oh, that's a massive error.
Okay, right. There's a feature on our show called Internet News where we read out the crazy stories that have happened around the world, and there was one about a girl that got trapped in a washing machine. So either lots of people right now are somehow getting themselves stuck inside kitchen appliances.
Sorry, go on. That just slipped out.
Or it's wrong because it's male or female, so we might have an inside fact on that one, Phil.
It would be a very stupid thing to do.
It's very funny.
It's a very stupid thing.
They got stuck inside, and the parents, instead of calling the firemen, tried to get her out by smothering her in peanut butter and then pulling her out.
Peanut butter is not the most lubricating thing, is it?
You know, it's like one of those rumours. But I mean, if you're covering someone in chunky peanut butter, that's not going to make them more lubricated. It's just going to make them sticky and kind of chunky and weird.
I think that her parents were punishing her.
Just laughing at her, yeah.
Okay,
that's all
let's
very
get some
weird.
answers then. What do we think?
I'm going to say real.
No real.
Real.
Real. Okay, let's find out.
That one is real.
Whoa.
Real. So does that mean it's happened to two different people?
It must
They
have.
both got stuck in washing
It's an
machines.
epidemic.
Don't do that at home.
That is unbelievable. Danville, thank you very much for coming and playing Real or No Real.
That's
worries.
okay. Last night on our show, we had one of the biggest internet stars in the world, Zoella, on our show, who's a pretty lady vlogger, and it was really awesome. And we played a challenge where we had to try and pop as many balloons as we could while wearing oven gloves. So if you go to the Radio 1 YouTube channel now, then you will see a video of me, Phil, and Zoella trying to pop balloons with oven gloves, and it's really terrifying and awful, but quite funny.
Perfect. Have a look. bbc.co.uk/Radio1 is the website, or you can find it on YouTube. Go and subscribe there. Danville, thank you.
Each year, Amazing Phil and Dan Is Not On Fire send each other Valentine's cards.
Oh, that's cute.
That is nice. I think you've got to look after your friends, haven't you?
I would have thought this would be more like one of those e-cards. You know? Or some kind of
On the internet.
Valentine's.
Off of when people first got email in 2002, and instead of sending an actual card, sent you an e-one.
Yeah.
I quite like getting e-cards.
You don't really get them, do you?
Not so much now.
Is that a bit of a cop-out, do you
Especially
think?
as the fancy email.
Is that like you're not putting effort in? You just sort of draw something up quickly on the internet, hit send, there you go.
Yeah.
No effort, is there?
But Dan and Phil sending each other Valentine's cards.
I think probably yes, because don't they live together? So they could just kind of like,
Yeah, but
as they leave the house, they could just like slip it under the bed.
Me and Twin B off One Extra Breakfast live together, and we don't get each other Valentine's cards.
Yeah, but they've got a special relationship, haven't they? What?
Just under the pillow there.
Yeah, and then they'll find it when they wake up.
Yeah.
And you can do that, obviously, if you live in the same house.
Yeah.
I guess. He rarely shakes my hand. Anyway, who else says hello?
Wow, I know. So real or no real, Dan and Phil sending each other Valentine's cards every year. I hope it's true.
I think they're very close, so I can see this being true. I'm going to say real.
I'm going to say no real.
Look how pleased you are about it. I'm going to say
twin,
no real.
Twin B.
That one is no real.
Oh, Danny.